The wild cards are finally here. Welcome to Realme BGIS 2025, where I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be I Super Johnny. And Johnny, we all know wild card is potentially the toughest stage in the tournament.
It is, definitely, because once again, you do not know who you are going up against.
Yeah.
There's going to be a few changes in the format as well. I'm talking about a little bit of reshuffle that will happen. We're going to discuss that later. But biggest of all, elimination back on the line.
The crazy part is just the top 16 from the overall standings move up in the semifinals, while the remaining this time will be eliminated. No second chance.
Exactly. That was the luxury that was given to the teams that made it all the way towards the
Yeah.
quarterfinals, but not anymore. We are getting serious now. The heat is going to be cranked up, and as you said, things are about to get sweaty.
Real sweaty. And you mentioned about the new format. You mentioned about new stuff lined up as well. And that's going to be based on the overall standings after the first 2 days. Once again, the groups will be formed. So it's really up to the teams in what sort of group they want to be placed. If they play good, well, then that's going to be a good thing for them in the future lines.
Exactly. You do well, you make it easier for yourself. Does not matter who you're going up against. Does not matter if you get drop clashed after the reshuffle. You will still make it through. But as you mentioned, what makes things difficult for everyone and what is going to be a big challenge is to stay inside the top 16 out of the total 64 teams that we have in the wildcard stages right now.
As the stages just keep on moving on, the competition is of course going to get even tighter. And let's not forget,
Yes.
we've got big names like Likitha Esports, K9 Esports, even Soul in the mix. Today's day is going to be an absolute banger.
Exactly. Soul, Godlike being in, of course, Wild Fangs also making it into the list as well. We are going to see them in action today, and that is what I'm excited about.
Exactly, but how do they exactly move on in the point standing as well? Well, that's going to be through this points distribution. The first placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points, the second one will get 6, the third one will get 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th, till 16th get none.
Well, I mean, we have seen the teams fight it out for those placement points, especially that last wrangle yesterday where the top 5 teams were competing just so they could get the chicken dinner and make it directly into the semifinals. But that is done and dusted. We're going to talk about the things that are about to happen in the next few moments. 6 matches lined up for today, ladies and gentlemen, and the action for the wildcard stages will begin with the teams of Group B and D. A lot of big names in these two groups.
Exactly, the schedule, as you mentioned, Group B will be the one to kick things off, so this is going to be super exciting. Inside of Group B, we've got some big names as well. Let's not forget Team ENG a part of it. You've also got WILDCARD Esports, Team Soul as well in the mix. Things are definitely going to be super spicy, but how can we forget that wildcard entry from Wild Fangs? Just when all the hopes were lost, everyone thought that Wild Fangs is done for, then comes a post from the officials saying that wildcard has finally entered inside of the wildcards.
Exactly. Wild Fangs, I mean, impressive expectations were there that we would see some big numbers, but it turns out, I mean, Trace God and Seth, while they have been performing, still a lot has been left lacking from Seth and from Scout and Sensei, and hopefully in the wildcard stages, Wild Fangs become the true wildcard. But ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of exciting things for us to discuss, and we are going to talk about them, but all of that and more after this very short promo.
The Realme P3 Ultra 5G, it's a device that's definitely redefining a lot of stuff, especially if you're trying to speak about the performance. You are going to be enjoying that 90 FPS BGMI gaming without any problems. World debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset as well, and 90 FPS BGMI gaming as I mentioned. If you move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and some more amazing rewards.
Exactly. How many of your friends can claim that their device is BGMI certified? Not a lot, right? And the only ones that can do that are the ones who have already gotten the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. So don't get left behind. Check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen, starting at just 22,999. But let's check in with our teams, Necro. I mean, you were talking about a few big names. WILDCARD is there, Seoul is there, especially starting off with Group B, but there's also Reckoning Esports in the mix. And the conversation since the start of this Realme BGIS 2025 about Reckoning was how do they deal with the loss of Hunters? And it seems like they still do not have an answer, my friend.
It's not even about Hunters at the point, man. Just the team in general. Like, even the IGL himself is not able to make the right decisions anymore. It feels like it's not the same Reckoning Esports that we saw in the past, or maybe they're just stuck too much in the past.
Exactly.
Maybe it's time to update your decision-making. It's time to update your strat book. Bring something new on the board since you're already entered inside of the new zone settings. So you will definitely need to update your strat books. We've got the teams playing from Group B on the screen. ENG is also there. You've got WILDCARD Esports, Seoul, Altitude, Reckoning Esports, Bot Army Esports, THW, and new champions.
Exactly. New champions, I think, were a little bit impressive. We saw them in a few 4v4s. Execution looks clean, but rotation strategy still need to be worked upon. But as we were talking about Reckoning Esports, man, I want to talk about Bot Army Esports as well, because time and time again, we see this name appear every single time the officials roll around. But the story always remains the same, and it's no different this time as well. They make it to decently deep enough inside of the tournament and then just get kicked out. This time, in the wildcard stages, I really hope Bot Army Esports make it to the semifinals.
We all are hoping the same thing, but as we flip the page, we see Arc Knight, Sour Esports, AIB Esports, ESG Esports, CV Academy, Intense Esports, Shadow Blitz, and INTX Furious. Now, a lot of new names, it's understandable, but I would love to see how they're able to fend off against the known names.
Yeah, man. I mean, Shadow Blitz, there's a lad called Adonis. I want to see if he strikes the pose every single time he gets the frags. But, I mean, Intense Esports being here is definitely going to make things a little bit more intense. These four teams, CB Academy Intense, Shadow Blitz, and INT Furious, all making their way into the wildcard from round 4. They weren't able to perform there. That is why they are here. But we have our predictions. Necro, Anki the Bot going for Seoul, Sparrow going for Bot Army Esports, Maisie going for CV Academy, Engineer going for Seoul, Icy Baby with Eggy 4am. I have picked Seoul and you have picked WILDCARD Esports. Why is that?
Look, in the first 3 games in the quarterfinals, WILDCARD Esports was dominating.
Yeah.
But then later on, things really fell off for them. So hopefully this time, WILDCARD Esports is going to be showcasing a bit more of that consistency. And since we know, after the first 2 days, there's going to be reshuffle based on the overall standings. If WILDCARD Esports once again plays great, for them, the placement might just be better in the upcoming groups.
It has to be, man, because WILDCARD Esports, the way they missed out on their spot inside of the semifinals was quite unfortunate. As you said, they started off on the stronger note, but then completely fell off. But this team, Seoul, I feel during the quarterfinals, they woke up very late and realized, hey, direct spot on the semifinals is on the line. In the last game is when they actually started to perform like themselves.
I think waking up late is an understatement. They woke up in the last game itself, Johnny. 28 finishes, 6,142 damage dished out with the average survival time of 1839 and just 40 points.
Yeah.
That's why Seoul is now in the wild cards. But the best part is we've got a lot of known names in the wild cards, and that's just going to make things even more spicy.
I mean, there is a possibility that a lot of fan favorite teams with a lot of big name players might be kicked out of this tournament before they even reach the semifinals.
Johnny, I hate to break it to you, but you shouldn't have said that.
Why?
Because there's a lot of fans currently in the chat and you just broke their hearts.
I didn't break their hearts. Their teams might break their hearts. I didn't do anything. This is going to be a hard pill to swallow, but hey.
It is what it is, right?
At
the end of the day, that's how the format works. That's how the structure is. Deal with it.
Tournaments work.
But honestly, 16 will only qualify and the remaining get cut off completely. That's a major chunk which will be eliminated from the wildcards itself, and that's why wildcards are supposed to be super sweaty. Now, Johnny, let's speak about WILDCARD Esports and even ENG. Honestly, ENG, we have seen a lot of signs of life from them. They are definitely on the verge of improving, but I would love to see them now once again implement new things and bring themselves back at the top.
Again, WILDCARD share the same storyline, right? They started off on a good note, but then the consistency was not there. Even though we saw them be a part of the action every now and then in all the games that they played in the quarterfinals, it was just a few points that were lacking from both of these teams, because of which they're not in the semis, they are playing in the wildcard stages. So again, the potential was there. As you mentioned, the signs of life were clearly visible, but now it is time to give that extra bit of oomph, extra firepower is going to be needed. And the most important thing, learn how to close out your matches. Learn how to get those chicken dinner in, because if you eventually, I think the perfect example for this is SOA Esports from the quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah.
If you're consistent enough in surviving till the late game stages, you are automatically going to get those 4 or 5 eliminations when you close out the game. That means 15 points getting for that match. And those 15 points sometimes can be very crucial. Chicken dinner is very important.
Yeah, Johnny, considering we're in the knockout round, there's going to be a lot of those nerves too that might just come into play. At least the first game itself, there's going to be a lot of those jitters. And if a team does have a great head start for themselves in the first 3 games too, that means the later on is just going to be even easier for them. So a lot of teams will try to go aggressive maybe and try and claim those points as soon as possible.
And on that note, from you, I would like to hear, who do you think is going to walk away with a big number on the points on the leaderboard? I'm not talking the chicken dinner, on the leaderboard points, because it could be because of finishes as well in the first game itself. Who starts off strong?
Who starts off strong? Johnny, that's honestly a big gamble that you're asking me to take. I want to go with Seoul, but looking at their past history, Seoul has never performed on the day one. They usually like to perform on day 2. There's also ENG that I can go with, but you know what? I'm going to go with WILDCARD Esports, my prediction itself.
Okay, WILDCARD Esports, right? Yeah. I also want to go with Seoul, but I don't want to go with them because there's a little bit of a coin toss over here, and I'll explain why, right? Because as you mentioned, and it is quite true, Team Seoul, historically, day 1 always has been a slow start to them. But this is where wildcard gets interesting, because you play 3 matches today, and then you're done. You play the next 3 matches after the reshuffle. So that is another X factor, that is another variable that you will have to deal with as to see who gets in your group after that reshuffle happens. So it will again be readaptation of strategies, again reanalyzing your entire lobby and building your playstyle according to them and figuring out how to crack the code over there. So that's a different challenge to deal with. Because of that, Team Seoul, yes, I understand maybe the first game they can let it slip out of the hands. It will be okay. But game number 2 and game number 3, they need to secure at least 1 win in either of those 2 matches.
But let's not forget, we've also got Bot Army Esports in the mix. Yeah, it's understandable that lately they haven't been able to perform the same way that they showcased their skill set back in the grind. But Bot Army Esports, they're also one of the most aggressive bunch in the mix. If they once again find that confidence, Bot Army Esports can bring on that aggression and start hunting down teams.
They definitely can, and especially I have a lot of hope from Bot Army Esports, considering in the last few matches of the quarterfinals, we saw Devotee, a key player in Bot Army Esports, finally start to stand up and finally start to get those finishes. He started to go frag heavy. And that was one thing that was required for Bot Army Esports to perform, because all the other 3 players, the standard was set and they were performing to their standards. But the peak for Devotee is here, and he was playing right here.
Yeah, so look, Devotee at the end of the day, just one solo man can't do everything, right? He needs his teammates as well to set him up for success. And if his teammates are just not alive that late inside of the game, then Devotee single man can't really do a lot.
I mean, that always was the thing, and that is how Bot Army Esports like to play. Early stages, all 4 players are going to go all in, try and see if they can secure those early fights. And in the later stages, you need that X factor. It's the case for every single team. You talk Versatile, you talk S-Power. You talk Reckoning Esports, you talk Viper, right? All of these star-studded lineups have that one player that in the time of a clutch moment is always there, is always consistent, is always the one getting those frags. And for Bot Army Esports, that man used to be Devotee until 2024. This year, man has finally woken up, and hopefully in the wildcard stages, he stays awake.
But that's not the case for WILDCARD Esports, right? All the 4 players, they're just frag heavy.
No.
If they find themselves in the right footing, all the 4 players can frag out, man.
WILDCARD has Infinity.
I mean, LeBron as well has been at the part.
LeBron, yeah, in a few crucial moments, especially during the quarterfinals, LeBron was the man that WILDCARD came to rely upon. But if you go back in the early stages and with how WILDCARD has formed, Infinity is their young prodigy that the team relies on, and he has taken that title of prodigy quite well and taken a lot of responsibility for the team. Even in the last third-party tournament that this team played, Infinity was the star player for the team.
But since looking at the new meta, right, it really wants you to be aggressive. All the 4 players, they need to have that firepower at the end of the day. No matter if you're the IGL, no matter if you're the supporter, you need to be someone who possesses a lot of firepower, who can back your team up properly. All the 4 players, they're supposed to be frag heavy. If you're not, well, then you will face a lot of problems. And we have seen a lot of prime examples of that.
Agreed, but there are teams that like to go frag heavy, but then again, they drop off when it comes to strategies. I'm talking about a team in the next group, that is K9 Esports. Because K9 Esports, frag heavy team. All 4 players, mechanically gifted, talented. They've put in the hard work as well to be called some of the best mechanical players in the country right now. But in terms of strategies, they just end up failing, man.
It feels like they're trying to implement a lot of that passive nature as well in their playstyle. They're trying to play defensive as well, but since aggression is just in their blood, they can never play defensive at all. They always end up overstepping their boundaries.
For them, it's too difficult to hold back, so might as well just keep going all in and committing together. Yesterday, we saw that happen in the fight against God's Reign, K9 versus God's Reign on the map of Miramar, if you remember. They kept going. They wanted to push. But I don't think there was a call made by all of them together. I think every single man just went, okay, maybe I can get this guy and we can find an opening here. Maybe I can take the right flank and we find an opening here. But since they went one by one, they just ended up getting picked off one by one. I'm pretty sure if K9 Esports charge together all four of them, they will wipe out a squad in just a matter of seconds. That team is that good.
Look, Johnny, speaking of frag heavy, I don't think anyone is more heavier than Phoenix Esports, man. Yes, they have directly qualified to the semifinals, but still, with the way they played in the last 3 games, it was an absolute stomp in the lobbies. It felt like they were just smurfing through.
Yeah, that is true, but we're going to have to wait for the semifinals to see Phoenix Esports in action. That's the thing. But again, the standard for aggression has been set by them. Can anyone beat it? That's the question.
I think definitely K9 Esports can beat it. Even the Prime Soul can beat it. If Soul once again gets back in their prime, gets back that confidence, Manya as well, once his magic starts to work, we all know Manya is someone that can also go super frag heavy. And let's not forget the recent addition. You've also got a man like Hunters in your lineup who packs a lot of punch. You've also got Salme too with potential to pull off insane clutches. So anything can happen. A lot of speculations around these big names. But for now, let's just directly jump into Game 1 itself. As the plane's going to hit the skies all the way down south, starting from Novorupnoi towards Quarry. Now this plane flat path once again tilted completely towards one side of the map. If the teams want to move in towards Savarni, that's going to be a tough stretch. Go for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic loot, and then move in towards their main drop location.
It will be a tough stretch, but hey, when the flight path leans towards one part of the map this heavily, you know, Necro, what we start to expect, those early drop clashes, teams fighting for those vehicles, and that can lead to a lot of early developments, especially, again, a reminder to all of our lovely viewers that only 3 games are going to be played on the first 2 days by all of these teams each. After those 3 matches, reshuffle is going to happen. So these first 3 games are very important to set yourself up for success. But as we see the teams glide out of that plane, only 2 teams have decided to start from the military base. It is going to be the side of Shadow Blitz and, of course, Arc Knights heading towards Novorupnoi. But a big cluster forming towards that southeastern quadrant of the main island. Look at Milta and Milta Power.
This will be interesting. You've got INT right there in the mix as well. There's also Bot Army Esports right next to him. Interesting switch. Because Bot Army Esports usually likes to move in towards Sosnovka military base. And now this time they've dropped in towards Milta. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but they've already managed to find the first opener. I guess if you're able to find those openers like that, then maybe it's better to switch.
Yeah, it is definitely better to switch up. And I think those early vehicles, that is what Bot Army Esports wanted to go for. But look at this, INT Furious also finding an early pick. And this time, it is unfortunately for Eggy 4AM. One of their players getting picked off, but that was a trade. Not exactly a trade because Reflex got picked off by Bot Army Esports and then INT Furious found a point somewhere else.
Oh man, you gotta feel bad for Eggy 4M, right? A team with a lot of potential off the rip, just losing out on a man just because of the plane flight path. And we all love those pit stop contentions too, right? They put the team in a real awkward spot, challenges them mentally. And now, teams like Eggy, they need to try and be quick on their feet,
but
including
look at the circle,
INT.
man. It's completely towards the northwestern quadrant of the map. Center is going to be Georgopol and that Everest Hill. But early stage 1 zone, and you have about 30 to 35% of it still in the water. This is going to be a tough challenge for a lot of these teams to take, and especially a big chunk of that northern island has been left empty. No one in northern Georgopol City, no one in Zarki, no one playing from shooting range or Saverni.
It's not too bad, though. It's fine still. Especially for teams like INT, maybe it's super bad. Especially when they want to make it inside of the circle. That's going to be a tough stretch. You've also got Bot Army Esports on towards Milta. Even for them to find a safe pathway might be rough since you've got no intel. But speaking of teams like THW, you've also got Reckoning Esports in the mix, new champions as well, Sour Esports. They're in a great spot. They're looking good. They just need to move on with that same pace, find themselves a good compound to play with, and the future is set.
But ENG4M, we saw them on our screens a few moments ago after that first player loss. They decide on a switch up. Lipovka is the city they've taken over. But on our screens, Reckoning Esports now playing from that Georgopol city, and some control of the Georgopol containers as well has been taken by Reckoning Esports. There was one more team that was moving into the same position, which was the side of new champions, but access denied to them. Reckoning reaching that control point a little bit earlier. WILDCARD Esports, I like the way WILDCARD Esports start their journey on Erangel every single time. It's a nice little spread drop between Ferry Pier, one player landing on the village close to the military bridge on the military island, one player taking control of that lighthouse across the bridge as well. And now, as the situation is, WILDCARD Esports have taken control of the entire shoreline from Ferry Pier to Primorsk. It's theirs.
Yeah. But still they're outside the circle, right? So they need to make it in at the end of the day. That control's not going to mean anything.
Stage 1 doesn't really matter.
Yeah. The next zone's going to be important. And since we know Stage 2 is always a curveball, there's a big chance the zone directly might just shift towards Zarki as well. And if it does happen, that will be a great circle to be witnessed.
I'm going to love that, man, if it ends up happening, because I don't even remember when was the last time we had a Zarki circle, to be honest.
It will challenge the teams to their maximum potential. They would need to come up with strategies on the fly. And those type of circles, you don't even see them that often in scrims as well. So teams really need to think on the fly. Need to be quick on finding those good ridges, edges to play with, good compounds, knowing exactly from where the line of sights can be formed on top of you. There's so many factors that come into play.
Exactly. Plus, one big problem with the Zarki endgame is the fact that no zone will directly take you towards Zarki, right? Because you see the circle it is right now, it will be an eventual shift. Every single zone after this needs to shift towards the northwest. So it will be first a circle around the northern Georgia city, then the hills towards the northwest of the northern Georgia city, and then eventually the end game slowly and steadily takes us towards the city of Zarki. That eventual build-up will keep the team on their toes. Everyone will constantly be moving. So that is why zones that are towards the extremities of the map can be quite exciting, but also quite intense for these teams, because you move from cover to cover, but you will not be able to find that breathing room to scout the next position before you move in. You will have to take fights on the fly, and constantly as well.
Honestly, I support that. Just keep on taking fights.
Yeah, because we don't have to play now.
Yeah. Be Phoenix Esports. Do their cosplay. Phoenix Esports was taking fights left, right, and center. They don't even care about positioning. They were taking fights outside of the blue as well.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Phoenix, a majority of the time they spent outside of the play zone. They would play in the safe area between the play zone and the blue. Yeah. But hey, it worked out for them. I think they kind of have a custom-built strategy that only works for them.
And the funny part is, inside of the new zone settings, we really know that the edge strategies are tough to pull off. Before Phoenix Esports, it wasn't tough.
Yeah.
They were still getting those average points over and over again because they just had 11 to 12 elimination points instead.
And in playing a position like that, you have to be very strong with your team comms, which is an important thing at this level. And I think one of the teams that can actually emulate that, it is going to be the side of Seoul. But for now, AIB on our screens, playing from the Stalba Kameshki Hill, heading towards Yasnaya as they look to move towards the circle. They're going to stick towards the northern island of this map. Oh, but look at this, another clash. It is going to be INT Furious for the second time against Bot Army Esports. They flip his car, and they're going to put him down as well. Radiator, he's not going to be able to cool anything anymore, but the backup from INT Furious shows up. Monty, his teammate, knocked out in front of him, but he needs to find a trade over here.
Yeah, we spoke about Bot Army Esports being aggressive, and this is the exact Bot Army Esports we were waiting for. Beautiful stuff. Elimination point confirmed onto Radiator. Now you can see the opponents instantly just backing away because they know revival's impossible. It's better to just play for placement. Move inside of the zone, get yourself in a better spot first, and then maybe go for the extra bit of risk if you can afford it. But a man's out in the open. Scary John messes up big time. He had no clue what's going on around him. Even Devotee falls down. Bot Army Esports, they're losing the grip inside of the fight. Now the final two players standing. The same thing can be said for INTX Furious as well. All the aggression for what Bot Army Esports, especially Scary John moving up like that. He messed up big time.
Yeah. Just about to say jump through that nade, but they have the flank also under control. Rajput, if you can handle this 1v2, this is their turnaround. INT Furious almost on the verge of coming out on top and wiping out Bot Army Esports. There's the third player hitting the floor, but Rajput is burning in the Molotov. The bandage should come online right in the nick of time. But Hitler, he's stuck in a 1 versus 2 situation. No recovery for Bot Army Esports from this. The nade connects, damage chipped away, and he does not know that one of the players from INT Furious is on the flank, finally spots him out. Rajput, on the other hand, has been knocked out. It's a 1v1, blue zone. Oh no, might go out. Last second, bandage is online. HP coming back up, 1v1 still, and he finds the last pick of this fight. Barely surviving, but Bot Army Esports still in this game.
That was such an awkward fight. That was such an awkward encounter. Hitler, that bandage, in the end, was clutch. And he saved the day for his team. But I'm pretty sure that save is not going to go a long way at all. That might just be a close call. Bot Army Esports, yes, they have managed to acquire 4 finishes. But can they get more? That's my question. Because placing yourself in a better spot inside of the circle, especially when you're all the way back in the blue, that's too much to ask for.
Yeah.
Maybe you can try and spoil a few games when you close on up towards the zone itself.
Look at how far he is, almost, that is almost 2,600 meters away from the play zone at this point. But luckily for him, that southeastern edge is still relatively empty, so if he can find a vehicle and just zoom across this entire terrain, maybe he barely makes it through.
Still a big maybe.
Yeah.
Arknight. They're on the screen. And especially for Arknight, we saw them last time in quarterfinals, and their game 1 in quarterfinals was decent. We saw the cow circle forming up, and Arknight was doing pretty okay in that zone. Wiping out some of the big names too. They had a decent amount of elimination points as well. This is one of those teams that can definitely prove out to be quite a major surprise if they start performing. But they do have the caliber to perform as well. Anything can happen at this point, man. It's just the game 1. And as I mentioned, even those nerves do set in. Since it's the first game of the knockout round, there's automatically going to be a lot of those jitters too that follow up.
But I have to say, I mean, majority of the teams still are playing relatively safe, but we have to talk about that first collision and what it could mean. Because now you have 4 points, Bot Army Esports I'm talking about. You have 4 points for those finishes. If you can get 1 or 2 more, it's a decent start to the day. It's better than 0. I mean, just 1 or 2. It has to be over 5 points from this match now.
CV as well on the northern side. And just look at the next zone, stacked up with so many teams. Splash of colors straight up.
TSW on top of Everest quite early. That is good.
Every single part is just acquired. Not a lot of breathing space, especially if Bot Army Esports wants to make it inside of the circle. It just gets even tougher. Arknight as well wanting to find themselves a safe haven. But at the point, just looking at the zone itself, it does not feel like there's going to be any land that will be safe. You will need to go for fights left, right, and center if you want to find yourself in a comfort zone.
Almost clashing against the players of ESG, Arknight. Show up, take control of this hill. But ESG not willing to fight, just evade a conflict and head along their merry way. Although the players from Altitude are spotted out as they try to pick another fight somewhere else. Altitude was caught off guard. The shot connection from Arknight not found. They also spot out the players from ENG 4AM, but even that man gets away and falls into the hands of ESG. That was a gift.
Arknight, they've got a decent spot to play with, but it's not good.
So damage dished out by Arknight, knock secured by ESG. Guess who took the point?
Who?
New champions.
Interesting. At least the new boys are getting some sort of an advantage, right? New champions will be happy with that. ENG, though, they lost out on a man quite early. And actually, they lost out on 3 players now. Just down to 1 man. I'm not exactly sure for how long he can pull off that survival game. But the moment the zone moves away, ENG will be done for as well. Altitude. Shots taken against Dark Knight. Those bursts are not going to find any connection since the man's on the other side. Adam gave it a shot. Yesterday, we saw some heroic plays from Clouds as well. Let's not forget that. So even Clouds can be the main god for the team.
And I still remember that one game of Sanhok where it was just lazy and gods remaining and then ended up surviving till extreme late stages of that game of Sanhok, finished in the top 2, in fact, even though they lost 2 players in the first fight of this match. But if you want to perform like this, play at your highest potential, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen. Smartest AI gaming control and the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, starting at only $22,999.
Solid device. Would recommend you guys to move on and check it out. But back to the competition once again. Sold towards Hospital. Decent spot to play with, but THW, they've definitely got the higher ground. As I mentioned, high ground comes with pros and cons. You will have the intel to play with, but all the other teams also know where you are, so you can be tunnel visioned. You can be focused on by a lot of teams, especially if the zone moves away, and over here the chances are pretty high. Yeah.
Look at how empty the slope is, because everyone realizes that if you do not get early on top of the Everest, then climbing down is going to be a big challenge, and if the circle moves away right now, we'll have to see if THW survive that challenge or not. But hey, look who makes his way inside of the play zone. It's Hitler from Bodami Esports.
Finally, the man makes it in.
I think he's about to get eliminated soon, though.
Yeah, he's got those streets to play around, but there we go. The moment you said the man's going to be eliminated, he gets eliminated by the hands of THW non-X.
CV found that frag
for
themselves.
So I guess a lot of teams are taking shots against just that one man.
Yeah, he ran into the middle of nowhere, and since he was alone, he got focused fire. THW and CV both took the shots at the same time. Whoever found the frag was just like lucky enough to find the final connection of the last bullet. But Intense Esports intensely spraying down Arc Knights. No knocks found, although another big fight breaking out. It is going to be between Altitude and ESG, happening on the southern edge of the circle. In the meanwhile, Eggy 4 AM, that last man Necro, a few moments ago you asked a question. How long will he stay alive? Well, the answer is still stage 4.
ESG's got the worst possible spot to play with. Look at the positioning they've got. The bridge they have is not even safe. Backlines are too exposed, and ESG, they're just banking it up on those smokes. They're hoping that those are going to be their best possible hope. And we all know the smokes are not going to be lasting for too long, especially the moment. And slowly and steadily, it's going to start to fade away as well. Soul, now focusing on the players of new champions. The same thing can be said even for the players of new champions. And I'm not even sure what the man was doing. Ejects out directly inside of Hospital, and he still somehow finds himself in it. A lot of mistakes made from the side of new champions, but eventually the players get knocked out. One man knocked out for now. Manya inside of the Hospital itself, and he gets knocked out in return. Shows the back to the competition, and Soul will not be spared. Manya instantly cut off from the team, as now Soul's taken down to a 3-man squad. Hunters is pretty low as well. One single bullet connection on the man can knock out Hunters too. Salme needs to clutch it out for the boys. He needs to be the one to pull off a big play. But can he do so once again? Can Salme strike and save the players of Soul as he fights the first one? Now just needs to focus and recalibrate himself.
Man, what a brilliant save coming in from Salme and Hunters. Hunters especially because he was the distraction on the outer side, but Soul now still need to hunt down this last man from the side of new champions. He's managed to run away, get himself to a little bit safer position relative to where he was before, just extremely close to the players of Soul. That peek from Salme, perfectly done, so quick.
Yeah, but things could have been better if Manya would not have been knocked out. Showcasing back like that to the competition. Not exactly the way you want to tackle a situation. Sometimes you need to face your fears. And Manya should have went for a proper gunfight. At least he would have stood more chances to win that.
I mean, you don't know how IGLs can be, just overcomplicating every small situation.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to run back, wait for his teammates to show up, just perfectly, cleanly finish off the side of new champions. But as he said, sometimes you just got to pull the trigger, man. It's okay, though. Manya does not care. He still has 3 of the best players in the scene right now playing for his team, and all 3 of them are still alive.
Yeah, the main problem is they're not inside of the circle, though, Johnny. They need to make it in, and the crowds are quite exposed.
There's a bridge, a hill, east of that hospital building. That can be used for cover, but WILDCARD Esports, they just push towards the players of Arc Knights. This was the replay of how the Arc Knights were eliminated from the game. WILDCARD barely making it alive after that fight as well, but hey, they're going to be happy with those finishes.
Of course they will be. WILDCARD Esports, an absolute firing squad. And look at Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players up and alive in a decent spot too. They've got a nice warehouse control. And I'm pretty sure that's going to go a long way. Seoul, they decide to make it out, but there's a team right next to him. What can you do? SBZ, they're going to try to make things as tough as possible, as difficult as possible. And knowing the fact that Seoul is someone that would not back away from the fights, this will be a tough one and an intense one to pull off.
Hunters needs to find the opening over here. Sorry, Esports also show up. The smoke's not cover enough, not concrete enough cover to protect him, and Hunters falls. And that's the opening that's Sorry Esports were hoping for. Now it's down to Some and Knuckle, but the pressure, the build-up continues. Some, his helmet is gone and his HP drops to around 20. 1 nade and it's all going to be done and dusted for the players of Seoul, and it is already. In fact, the nade coming in from SenseBoy just picks off Some, and Knuckle in the backlines also got finished off.
I told you, the zone was the main enemy for Seoul. The moment they moved outside of Hospital, there were just too many teams around that same vicinity, but Sour Esports came in at third party. And that fight against SBZ did not pan out that well. Phoenix is still at the top, is taking a lot of shots upon himself. It's not looking good. Vehicle's on the verge of explosion, and there's probably a big chance that it's going to be exploding within a few seconds. Look at Gubru, he's still trying to play with the odds, and it's not going to work out this time because Reckoning Esports in the prime spot is taking a lot of shots.
Lost 2 tires on that buggy. It's not going anywhere, and Gubru finds that out the hard way. Shadow Blitz. They will have to be one with the shadows. They're playing to expose this dip. It is a risky position for them to be in, but hey, we were talking about Everest and ways to exit that position, and THWNON right now struggling in doing so as they find themselves up against the players of Intense Esports. 1 man knocked out. There's the 2nd man in the backlines that's causing a lot of trouble. Time wasted by the players of THWNON. That last man inside of the smoke steps out, Pixel of HP, and Rush Boy is going to make sure that he's going to rush absolutely nowhere. THWNON though. Necro, this is how you take advantage of a high ground position while you still have it. They have 10 eliminations to show for that early control of Everest.
Yeah, but Reckoning Esports is just doing too good. To steal the game away from Reckoning Esports, you at least need some sort of damage. And Reckoning Esports at the point, they've got foolproof concrete cover. Since now the cover's left outside of the zone, maybe there's a big chance Reckoning Esports can be pushed to the limits. And Reckoning Esports might just make those mistakes now. There's also CV right next to him. CV's even in a better spot. Those 2 teams are in prime contention for this game. And if Sour Esports somehow finds a safe haven for themselves, even they can be in prime contention. But THW non-X, they're quite exposed. Too many teams, they've got their eyes pinned on THW.
There's a high probability that CV Academy take this game to their name. As you mentioned, concrete cover, and everyone else is going to be forced into that open position. Especially, there are no ridges there. Not a lot of them anyway. It's just flat area, making it easy for these teams to spot each other out. But look at the pressure Joker is dealing with. The entirety of Sorry Esports show up to finish him off. The Molotov will flush him out, or he just burns alive in there. Wait, just a pixel away from the fire. The Molotov is on the other side.
No
and now
way.
he robs his own molly and he burns in his own fire. Man, should have gone down to your own molly, lad. that would have at least denied the point to the other side.
Panic all across the board is now starting to ensue, and Sao Esports too cracking under it. You can just see Rockless alive. And Rockley, for how long can he keep himself alive behind this US? Not for too long. You've also got Shadow Blitz in the front lines that will try to take the advantage. Even Reckoning Esports is constantly taking pop shots. Rockley, at least for now, he's okay. He can also get the revival on his comrade, Senseboy. But can Senseboy close on up? That's my question. Rockley, you need to work harder. But the moment the zone shifts away, Rockley's done for.
Yeah, it's not even the zone. Even if he just uncrouches and stands up, he's going to get finished off. TSWNON, straight line of fire to that position. Oh, but Senseboy makes it through, by the way. So if Senseboy is back, maybe they can build up some sort of counter pressure and come up with a few countermeasures to take on the players of Shadow Blitz. But it's definitely going to be very difficult for them to figure that out. Because on one side you have THWNON blocking your way, on the other side it's going to be the players of Reckoning. The only thing that's protecting the lads of Soar Esports is that ridge from the players of Shadow Blitz. But CV Academy, man, I love the odds of CV Academy in this game. Solid cover, and if they can isolate the fights of both Reckoning and TSWNON, this is their game, and it has to be a big one, but they only have one finish till now.
They indeed do. Scarrow shots taken towards that warehouse. At THW, they find themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. The zone shifts on them. They've also got a decent cover to play with, but hold on to that thought. Reckoning Esports, they make a wild pounce against the players of Shadow Blitz, and within a second, the entirety of Shadow Blitz come crashing down. What a play that was from Reckoning Esports, and that dash worked out.
Yeah, the Hail Mary attempt working out quite nicely for the players of Reckoning, but it's still not over. Let's not forget, there are the players of Soar Esports in the backline. One nade over that ridge, and Reckoning Esports is going to be done for, or at least 3 players can be picked off in an instant. 5 eliminations to their name, maybe a few more as the players of CV Academy push through. Wiper knocked out. A desperate Hail Mary coming from CV Academy as well. 3 players knocked from the side of CV Academy. Here comes the last man. Kyoya, can you bring it home? The answer is going to be no. He gets knocked out. Gravity IGL moves through. Pixel of HP on both these players, and Reckoning falls. CV Academy still surviving barely by the skin of their teeth. It's just the last man still in this game. And that one move pretty much guarantees the game to the players of THWNON. And Necro, it will be a big one as the nades go flying. 15 eliminations already secured, and there are 3 more waiting on the other side of that dip.
They spring back to life. THWXNON, all the patience in the end paying off. Waiting for both these teams to duke it out against each other. First Shadow Blitz falls, then Reckoning Esports instantly line up. CV, valiant effort, but now the Blues gonna start a move, and CV needs to make it in the circle. Viz will be the one to lead the pack, but shots taken against Wiz2 is not gonna be able to outstand that Wrath for too long, as eventually Lovish, he fights the knock and Wiz gets knocked out. CV, the remaining 2 players in the back with a lot of potential headache. And now knowing the fact that CV, since their backs are against the wall, they don't really have a lot of breathing room. They might just be choked to death slowly and steadily. Suffocating CV is. Rush Boy's making that bounce. Utilities tossed towards that same vicinity, and Brawley's the only man standing. He gets back inside of the vehicle, but THW, they're so desperate to get the points. But THW, they might just start to break a lot of sweat. They might just make mistakes, but no will still be the answer. They claim that chicken dinner. They were destined to win that game.
What are you talking about mistakes? It was a 1v3 over there. What mistakes? I think that was a hilarious moment. He just zipped past him, man.
Imagine, he was already going to get knocked out outside of the zone, right? What if another teammate would have been knocked out? Then that would have been a complete throw. And we have seen a lot of moments like that, Johnny. That's why I said this can be a potential mistake. But luckily enough, they got that elimination without any problems.
If they lost the game like that, no, then I think even they would agree that CV Academy deserves that chicken dinner. You take it if they lost it like that.
It was just in the stars, right?
This man just came towards him, Like, it was a hero move. Had he found that frag, it would have looked so cool. But instead, he just missed everything and just goes blue, staring back at him.
That's the funny part, right? He was not able to change the seats instantly. He was still just looking in the back. He was constantly taking shots. He was like, yeah, you know what, guys? I'm done for it. It's a 2v1 now.
Yeah, accepted his fate. You deal with him. I'm going to check out the blue zone for a minute. But luckily for, I mean, the target prioritization, not luck, but target prioritization from THW was actually quite nice, because while that entire THW CV Academy fight was happening, there was Soar Esports still surviving in the back. And luckily for THW, Soar Esports for some reason gets spotted out. I don't know what happened behind that ridge, but they get spotted out and they get wiped out. Had Soar Esports still stayed alive, it was all about information, because they could have just showed up at the last seconds, picked off a few players and taken the win. I
just feel real bad for the players of Reckoning Esports. They were getting shot at from Soar Esports. They were also getting shot at from THW. What can you do? And then New Champion just makes that pounce. Yep. There's not a lot you could do, especially when you've just recovered from a fight. And Shadow Blitz, too, was able to do some serious damage. So Reckoning Esports for them, yes, they won that fight, but things did not really work out that smooth, since we know they were not able to secure a lot of points. But at least maybe till the late game, they have gotten that bare minimum. So Reckoning Esports, a decent start.
I mean, it's not. It's a decent start indeed. I mean, they were in the top 4. They had 5 or 6 eliminations to their name. So again, decent start, double-digit points, I believe, are still going to be there. And that's all you would want, right? Keep the average going.
Yeah.
But for the side of CV Academy, I think finishes is going to be crucial. They made it to the top 2. So, alright, CV Academy also actually makes it to the double digits, because they wiped out Reckoning. They had one finish before that, I think 11 or 12 points for the players of CV Academy.
I think Sour Esports is going to be with the least amount of points, because they did not really have a lot of eliminations, right? They just third-partied that Soul fight, that's it.
But hey, Necro, you get what you want, a big bomb being dropped by TSW, NO
I know,
game
right?
Won itself.
Exactly, maybe 27 points, somewhere around that, so THW definitely a nuclear performance from that game, and now that's going to give them such a major head start in the overall standings, and that also gives them a big cushion to play with in the upcoming games.
I think it's going to be 30 points for TSW.
Really?
Close to 30. I think either 28 or 30 points, because there were 3 players. So they had 15 points when we saw Reckoning still alive, when CV Academy was still there, and the players of Sour Esports were there. 2 players from Sour Esports. They picked 3 from the side of CV and 2 from the side of Soar. I think it can be over 30 plus as well. That's the only thing I'm confused about, but it will be over 25 minimum.
We'll figure that out, right, as we move on towards the graphics itself. And let's have a look at the highlights of the previous game, and let's see how the action really kicked off in the final few moments. For Soul, Salme was definitely the savior, since he took down the man and won that 1v1, but still, the moment the circle moved away, we all know Soul is messed up big time.
Yeah, they did, and that was a 3-pointer, by the way, coming in from the player of Soar Esports. Soar Esports, this game, impressive in terms of skill, in terms of the targets they picked, and also luck also played a little bit of a hand, in the sense that Shadow Blitz could have ruined their day at any time, but Shadow Blitz just played so passive.
Yeah, Shadow Blitz, it feels like they're just having those nerves.
Yeah.
Right? They were able to survive till the final few moments. So Shadow Blitz, they were feeling a lot of those nerves as well. And since you are facing off against a team like Soul right there in the front lines, Shadow Blitz was successfully able to wipe them out as well by the back of Sour Esports.
Yeah.
And the moment Sour Esports came into play, Shadow Blitz was not able to get a lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Blitz, again, opportunities were there, but they failed to seize it. Just like CV Academy, we saw, you also mentioned it, CV Academy was holding that compound for a very long time. But till the end game, till the top 5, they just had one finish to show for it, man. And that was the moment we were all talking about.
Yeah,
man. Just zipped into the blue.
That honestly could have been a big mistake. If either one of the men would have been knocked out in that scenario, then things could have been difficult. But the MVP of the previous game will be Rushboy. The man was definitely rushing inside of the fights with 7 finishes and survival time of 24:55. Impressive stats. TSW Rushboy is on the board. Levi following him up in the MVP player list. You've also got 6 finishes from the man. Lovish with 5. And then Rajput from INTX Furious with 3. Senseboy from Sour Esports.
Yeah, INT Furious, they got eliminated very early in this game at the hands of Bot Army Esports, but still, those eliminations that they had are going to come in handy, in the sense that they break into the top 8. And look at that, 19-29 finishes for THWNON, man. Impressive start.
That's a cushion right there. Even if the upcoming game is now messed up, it's completely fine for the side of THW since they got so many points in the game one itself. But for Sour Esports, consistency needs to be there accordingly. You've also got Reckoning Esports with 10 points. All the other teams, they need to have one thing in mind. They need to at least secure 9 points per game in order to qualify for the semifinals.
Yeah, now the average needs to be 16 because you do not want to risk staying outside of the top 16 at any point inside of the wildcard stages. And of course, I think, as you said, THWNN, the safety cushion is there. If they do not perform in the upcoming matches, it is okay, but please don't do that. I think just go for those 50 points in day one itself.
Not just that, even if they manage to scrape the surface, just get 6 points per game, that's still going to make the cut.
Yeah.
In the upcoming game, if they get 12 points in those 2 games, that's completely fine.
It is. I mean, it gets them over 42 points in total. And that gets them in a safer position for the matches they play after the reshuffle. But again, get to the safer lines as quickly as possible. Go for those 10 points per match in Miramar and in Sanhok, especially because you have the momentum in your control right now. If there was a time to strike, this is it.
But now the sword's going to be on neck, especially for teams like Seoul, Bot Army Esports, since they need to step up by margin. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Before we move on towards the map of Miramar, things will be even more heated up.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BGIS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And I see what a great start to the day, man. Game one itself, a team brings home 29 points.
I think this is a very, very good example of, if you guys pay attention to the broadcast, you will learn a thing or two. And I think the best benchmark here is going to be coming in from quarterfinals, right? We just ended quarterfinals yesterday itself, and a lot of these teams have realized that, hey, to make it into the top 16, you need high finish points, you need the chicken dinner, and it's a situation where you have to go big or go home.
Yeah, I mean, and TSW definitely went big over there. But then again, we saw during those promos, I mean, of course, the wonderful Realme P3 Ultra 5G has been launched, ladies and gentlemen, with the World Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, starting at 22,999, 90 FPS BGMI gaming with the smartest AI gaming control, everything for you to put your best in BGMI. But there was one more thing we saw, I see, and that leads me to the next question. What color is your Bugatti, buddy?
Probably red inside BGMI, but I don't have it yet.
Oh, I have a gold one.
I want one too.
Finally, I have something someone don't. Anyways, just like TSW, they have all those finish points from game number 1 itself. And it is quite surprising as well, because for the first time, we see Soar Esports do well in their matches.
I think Soar Esports is in a situation where they are back to their usual comfort zone during the round stages here.
Yeah.
They looked very, very lost during the quarterfinals. But after going through their mistakes that happened in quarterfinals, it feels like now they've figured out something. But that something only gave them 10 points. So I think it is still a very, very long journey for them in 5 more matches to go for them.
Exactly. And talk about the journey, ladies and gentlemen. The journey for all of these teams has been a long one as well. And you guys can help increase the reward they get for the long grind they put year after year, tournament after tournament in BGMI by, well, getting the BGIS crate, which is available for you guys inside of BGMI. And the contribution made through the BGIS crate will directly be added to the prize pool of this Realme BGIS 2025. So make sure you guys are supporting your favorite teams and your favorite players. This is one way to do that, of course, along with tuning into the broadcast and watching them in action and seeing how they are performing and supporting them through their tough times. And talk about tough times, it seems like no one is having a tougher time than Seoul.
Well, I agree. This is the perfect time to actually do whatever you can to actually get as many points as you can, right? Like, obviously, we talk about the tier 1 teams, T1 teams like Seoul, we talk about Raka, we talk about even Reckoning as well. All these teams have made a statement that they are the top competitors, but as of now, you have to think about the fact that in this current situation of the wildcard stages, it is super, super unpredictable. Why? Because each and every single one of this team is going to be playing 3 matches with this respective group, and then they're going to be reshuffled on their next 3 matches. So basically, every match they play will be of 0 data.
Exactly, because consider this, right? In this Erangel, you didn't get drop clashed. Because no one went for school and school apartments. What if after the reshuffle there are like 2 teams that decide, all right, this position we like to land towards Rozok, school apartment is where it's very close, so we land, drop, and instantly charge for a fight. What if that starts happening to you? So you have to make the maximum of the opportunity that is given to you right now. And now the next opportunity given to these lads will be on the map of Miramar. So I want to know your expectations for the upcoming map.
I think in Miramar it's a little bit more forgiving just because of the fact that, hey, if something goes wrong, there is still exit strategies from each particular regions of, the map itself. But for Sanhok, if you drop Clash, you have to win that fight. Because if you don't win, you're out. 100%.
Yeah. Sanhok forces you into a ring and you can't back off. It's a steel cage and you have to fight your way through. And I think that is why the map becomes exciting. But for a team like Seoul, since we have been talking about them for a while, that Camp Alpha location has been dominated by them. Luckily for them, K9 isn't here. So that's the only one team that decides every now and then that, hey, we are having a fun time. Let's just go and check in on our boys.
To give guys a little bit of teaser on that as well, K9 and Ligita is going to be the same group. So that is going to be a little bit of an interesting one for you guys because there is going to be a lot of drop clashes happening between those teams unless they have come to some sort of agreement, which we know for a fact of the past few years hasn't exactly been sorted out.
No agreement between Hector and Omega, man. I mean, that fight for Picardo is going to continue till the end of time.
I agree. But all things considered, I think now the biggest question we have to think about is what is going to be the cutoff? Because yesterday's benchmark for the quarterfinals was somewhere around 45 to 46 points. So long story short, in this wildcard stages, to be part of the top 16, the goal here is to be having 45 or 46 points after all 6 matches.
Hey, that is... I mean, you're saying that because the cutoff was 46 points for the quarterfinals. Yeah. And the situation was similar. 64 teams in the quarterfinals, only the top 16 moved to the semifinals. Situation is same here as well. 64 teams in the wildcard stages, only 16 moved through to the semifinals. But I think because of how try-hard these teams are going to go, I think the cutoff might, and I'm hoping it goes a little bit higher than 46. I hope it hits 50.
Agreed. And speaking of 50 points as well, I think in this situation, especially when all 64 teams are playing in the wildcard stages, you must understand that all are equal in the wildcard because every single one of these teams that has played here has equal amount of experience in terms of the almost near exact amount of games they have played. That's number 1. 2, the downside trend that has happened here in Realme BGIS is that grind teams, they suck on day 1, and day 2 they bounce back with those homeworks. Unfortunately for the wildcard stages, that's not happening because if day 2 comes, basically, even in this group as well, in Group B, 3 matches done, their next 3 matches is going to be a completely different team.
Exactly, because based on where you are in the leaderboard, you might be too desperate going into the last 3 matches, so you have to make a comfortable footing for yourself win the first 3 matches itself. And now, heading into the match of Miramar, it is going to be interesting because already a vacuum has started to develop with THWNON taking all of those finishes to their name in game number 1 itself. But what's going to happen in game 2? Let's find out.
Well, to kick things off here in wildcard stages of the Realme BGI 2025, this is going to be Game 2 For Group B itself, Game 1 was an absolute blast here. We can see every single team getting extremely active in this game here, and you can see the desperation is starting to kick off for every single one of these teams here to try and qualify to the semis. But all things considered, the flight path is going to be starting off towards the north side of La Cabrera and then ending towards the east side of Impala. And this might be a sign because the arrow is pointing specifically on the islands. Could this be a potential second island circle, Johnny?
I mean, if that is what the arrow means, then please, God, yes. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Although, I mean, with the flight path leaning towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, I hope we get to see a valid El Mar Chumacera circle, because that is going to make this game a little bit more intense, especially with those mid-game rotation fights. But let's see. Early drop clashes also do happen quite often on this map of Miramar, and especially a cluster developing towards Hasi and the San Martin power grid. I think there's going to be a lot of teams scrambling for vehicles.
Agreed. But based on the frequency on the circles that has developed here in Realme BGIS, we have seen like 3 to 4 circles inside Los Leonas. We've seen like 2 to 3 in San Martin. 1 in Crater Fields, 1 in towards the west side of Al Azhar. We've seen far east in towards Puerto Paraiso as well. But it seems like the circle is going to be covering half of Los Leonas. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it ending there again.
Oh man, I mean, urban area finishes are always exciting, but at this point you have to agree that we have seen too many of them in Miramar in particular. But look at this. WILDCARD against new champions right off the bat, and it is Infinity that finds the opening for his team. Bogey out of the way. Legend OP, some information about where the players of WILDCARD are. He sees the head of Infinity, who's lining up a nade to take out Legend, and if the nade finds connection,
oh my goodness.
could have been a big one.
Yeah, it could have been a big one here, but I don't really understand what Legend is actually trying to do here. He's getting some sort of information, but I don't think he has any angles to actually shoot people. But he does have a nade, which in that case is going to be pointed towards his teammate. Is he trying to take his teammate out or something? What's going on?
Hey, punishment for getting knocked out like that, I guess.
Well, seems like the punishment has been dealt with in the hands of the opponents here. WILDCARD taking first strike. That's going to be Infinity taking the first point here against NC.
4v3 advantage in the hands of WILDCARD Esports in this first clash. And the 3 players from the side of the new champions pinned down. Well, sort of pinned down. The 2 men in the back lines can still move out, but Legend ain't going nowhere. Although, this is a very small cluster of compounds, so both the teams are going to be lacking a lot of utility over here. But WILDCARD still want to make the move, and in fact, they already have. They just pushed through to the other side of the broken building, and with the M249, he can find the 2K, the 2 knocks. First man already down on his knees, the second man extremely low. And the players of new champions, they are now on a hunt. They know they have dished out enough damage, they're feeling the heat. Infinity also knocked out, and all of a sudden the table has been turned on its head. WILDCARD on the wrong end of this play.
Oh my goodness, new champions, they found the opening. They were able to capitalize on GodX's mistakes. Or was it a mistake? But it seems like he was pretty much stuck on the rails himself, and that pretty much gave them the equalizer. And speaking of equalizers here, 2 versus 2. WILDCARD Esports, they do have position to reset this fight, but look at this, new champions. They don't really want to push the pressure, but as soon as I say this, they get the re-knock once more. New champion is looking to flush him out.
And with the Thompson as well, he finds those 2 knocks, but hey, doesn't matter. The crossfire as Infinity came back online. Him and Sahil OP made sure that new champions are just going to look like new players. They finished this fight off. Lost 2 players, but 4 points secured. Although I have to say, I see not enough. WILDCARD didn't do too well for themselves in the last game as well. So this puts them in a very precarious position.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened was going through GodX's mind, but to be honest, when GodX landed and crashed towards the compound, he tried to get out, he couldn't get out. He got back into the car, didn't swap seats, get out from the same angle again, and still got stuck at this small broken wall. And because of that, it just gave an opening for new champions to take him out.
A play like that only brings one meme to mind, and I think you're the one person that I can use this meme with, man. Leroy Jenkins just charges forward with absolutely no concern and just dies.
Well, rush if possible is going to be the right term for Leroy Jenkins, but I feel like that was just that was just unlucky, right? Like I think this is going to be a replay of what exactly happened here. Infinity got the opening knock, new champions were pretty much stuck, right? So this small moment, right? Mang Lu was able to find that opening onto his Godex, was pretty much the equalizer for new champions to take it on an even fight. But still, they tried their best, they still lost. WinGod still came up on top, but at what cost? Losing 2 players in the process.
I think new champions also a big mistake on their part that they completely forgot about Infinity for some reason. There were 2 players, it was a 2v2. Infinity was in the back lines. And they completely ignored those footsteps. But hey, I mean, heat of the moment, I think miscoms happening between the players. They get punished for that. And that punishment is an early elimination in this game. But hey, winners of the previous match of Erangel, TSW, NON on our screens right now. And an incredible, incredible start to the day. 29 points in game 1 itself. And as Necro said, from here on out, if they can manage to secure 6 to 7 points in Miramar and in Sanhok, they will already be on the verge of making it through to the semi-finals.
I think you have to think from a perspective, right? Like if THW is feeling so confident from game number 1, and if they are feeling that this lobby is an easy lobby for them, they should farm as much finishes as they can.
Yeah.
Because once the shuffle comes through, imagine having God's Reign, having Hero Extreme Godlike in the mix, you have Troy Tamlin in the mix, Reckoning in the mix, Soul all in the same group. Imagine, in case that reshuffle happens, that's not gonna be an easy game for him, to be honest.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, if you feel like this lobby is easy, that means everyone else is going to be a little bit afraid of you. You have to get that Batman mentality in, man.
Yeah.
Instill fear in your opponents while you still have the upper hand and put pressure on them. But TSW, I think that El Pozo start, they were hoping for an early fight, but there's no one there in the northwestern quadrant of the map apart from them and Soul. So that opportunity is going to be denied to them. They're going to have to wait for the action. But Reckoning Esports Viper, he thought he was the one who could see the players of Inten Esports, but, you know, line of vision, line of fire works 2 ways. He gets shot at, although that level 3 helmet still keeps him safe.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward considering that usually in this kind of angles, Viper wouldn't have been spotted as well. But because of the distance itself, you can see those shadows very, very easily if you max out your brightness in your screen itself. So it makes sense why Intense Esports were able to spot him. So nicely done. But not worth fighting as of yet. They're still outside the zone. Center zone is going to be where you want to be in. And stage 2, about to emerge very, very soon as well. 30 seconds before it actually closes in. And I don't know, but it seems to me, Johnny, most of the teams are thinking that this is going to be a Los Leones circle once more.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the teams, well, actually few of them in the actual city, but majority of them have taken control of the northern and the northwestern periphery of the city, just outside the city. And I trust these IGLs, man. Everyone is hoping that the circle is going to be towards the southeastern quadrant of the circle relative to one before. Let's see where it goes. Oh, and it is Los Leones.
Oh no, this is what, the 5th time now? 6th time now? We are going to be expecting an urban warfare. And Los Leones is the home to the most experienced players. And in this case, if you do not have the experience to play this, most likely you are going to get taken out without you ever knowing what happened.
That is true. I mean, it's difficult. Los Leones requires a lot of clean communication between the players. You need to be very crystal clear where you're looking, where you have spotted out the opponents. You can mark with the in-game pings all you want, but words actually make every bit of information very precise. And Los Leones, just because so many buildings, man, so many angles to clear.
I think in terms of yesterday's performance based on the quarterfinals, Hero Extreme Godlike and also Versatile are the only 2 teams that are very, very comfortable playing Urban Warfare. So they do need those kind of back-to-back experience to check every single corner in order to clear the area itself.
But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want that experience and if you want your device to be able to keep up with your skills, well, Realme P3 Ultra 5G is the perfect partner you need. 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control, and of course, we keep talking about the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Starting from 22,999, go on to Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G.
Well, speaking of the fight here, Altitude, they are still holding around the compounds. They're trying to save the vehicles inside these facilities, but if the circle closes into this town again, I don't think those vehicles are going to matter because eventually people will start popping those tires, looking to trying to steal it away from you, which so far we haven't saw a single theft yet, except for that one moment with the hovercraft down towards west side of Erangel. But aside from that, I don't think people like stealing vehicles, which is weird. I'm expecting people to have some sort of criminal mind to actually play in this game because you have to be some sort of a insane or a psychopath in order to overcome the odds stacked against you.
Yeah, and I think better than stealing vehicles, these players like to steal those finishes. Just go for the finish. Points matter most. They get you to the 2 crore rupee plus in prize pool later on, but AIB spurred out by the players of Reckoning Esports. Viper looking to spray down one of the men from the side of AIB. Whiffs the spray, no connections found.
Can't really blame him, so Scar L does have a little bit of a different recoil compared to M4. Even though you're prone or not, the kick is a little bit awkward after the 4th or 5th bullet. Whereas the M4 is a little bit more stable, but the bullet damage drop, it's a little bit weird in terms of long range. Not a big fan of it compared to back in the days, you know?
Yeah.
Back in the days, like what, 5-6 bullets, you will get a confirmed knock. Sometimes now, if it's like what, 200-300 meters, 8 to 10 bullets might not even knock the guy, which is weird. But all things considered, Arc Knight now gonna be put in an awkward spot. They have to pick up Trigger. They were able to do so, but they're forced to be in a very, very awkward pit stop. And guess what? Stage 3 Circle still covering Los Leones once more.
I mean, it's still towards the edge of the city, but majority of the teams taking cluster and taking cover towards the southeastern edge of the safe zone. And right now, and that Arc Knight situation, I would love to see how that develops further. A lot of teams eyeing out for those knocked players, and they are smack center of the play zone as well, so there's not a lot of safer positions for them to move out in. Eggy 4AM this time have the height advantage to work with as well. A team lining up in front of them. They find the opening knock, but can they convert the finishes? In the meanwhile, the last 2 survivors from the side of WILDCARD Esports, they show up and they find themselves quite close to Bot Army Esports.
This is so lucky of WILDCARD to be able to find this compound, but the problem with this compound is that it's so hard to hold with the 2-man, right? But as a potential solo rat, there is a lot of places where you can just hide and wait things out. So yeah. I would say it's the best of what they can find as of yet. For WILDCARD Esports, they have a lot of surviving they have to do because they are going to be expecting a lot of company later on. But speaking of company, guess what? THWX Non-X is going to be making their mark here. They're taking a lot of shots, and seems like Seoul is also kind of split off towards the west side of this circle itself.
Oh man, it's going to be such a difficult position to move in from, especially with the winners of that previous game, TSWNON, waiting for you on the other side of the ridge. Lavish, he sees, and here's the movement on the other side. He's waiting for an opportunity to strike. And look at the radar, the split from TSWNON. They're already thinking about scouting the positions towards the northern sides to make sure they have an escape plan ready just in case they need it. And this is the first time I see we are seeing Seoul hesitant in being involved in conflicts, in being involved in those fights.
You can't really blame them. They're, just because of the fact that they are on the edge of the zone, they don't have like the best position to kind of manipulate people into doing their own bidding, right? Like you kind of want to take some sort of space and hold the fort as much as they can. THWX Non-X has one of the best spots possible just because of the fact that if the circle shifts out of Los Leones, they have the high ground advantage from the west side. But if it shifts into the city, well, teams inside the city will be preoccupied and they will have to find a little bit of an entry point from the outskirts, or in this particular sense, the sides instead. So I would say it's the best of what you can do for. Eventually it comes down to where the circle positions you and gives you that sort of advantage.
Let's see who finds advantage in that particular play, but the circle again about to move in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, that's perfect position for THW.
Yeah, middle of nowhere the circle goes. THW, as you mentioned, perfect positioning because they are the only team apart from Seoul towards that western edge. And if they can win that fight, then it gives them a lot of breathing room to work with for the late game stages. Bot Army Esports as well, smack center. They need to take that control away from WILDCARD Esports off that broken building, and if they succeed, it gives them complete domination of the center of the zone. But Reckoning Esports up against Soar Esports too close for comfort. And it seems like Gravity has spotted the opposing side out, but in the meanwhile, INT furious, quite furious at the players of Arc Knights. Rajput moves in. 1 knock, 2 knocks secured, 1 player confirmed, leaving Joel and Swan, the last 2 survivors from the side of Arc Knight. 2 versus 2, I believe, is what the situation is at right now.
Oh my goodness, this is the worst possible outcome you can ask for coming from Arc Knight. Considering the fact that inside this compound, yes, it is part of that 4 quadrants inside the circle, but if you can't hold the compound because of the layout itself, it is not exactly a great spot to be in. So because of this, Arc Knight, they got third party from afar, absolutely freebies up for grabs from every single team, looking from all directions as well. And this is going to put them in an awkward spot because now they can't get out. They're pretty much stuck. And if Circle shifts out, they're pretty much a goner.
I think they are goner already, man. These open factories, you can get shot at from anywhere at any time. See, if he falls back a centimeter more, he's going to get shot at from Bot Army Esports. That's how tricky this position is. But luckily, Intense Esports, they do manage to regroup. My apologies, INT Furious, they do manage to regroup. Intense is right here, quite close to the players of Seoul. And they are choosing to hide their presence, but in the meanwhile, Reckoning Esports, they chime on and pick off one of the players from the side of ESG. Finish confirmed. In the meanwhile, as it turns out, maybe Seoul forgot that the players of THW are still keeping an eye on them. Knuckle knocked out, Manya, Hunters and Some still left in the play.
Yeah, they have one of the best spots possible, so they're pretty much stuck. Look at this, Hunters, he's trying to go for a last-ditch effort, and he's going to be able to save him somehow. But THX Esports, look at Roman, he's going for the flank, he's making sure Soul does not get out of this alive. Lobs a couple of nades as well, so they're stuck, their vehicles are damaged, they have to use everything to hold on. And in this case, the only way in is to dodge all the fight, but it's a straight line for Rush Boy to actually shoot them as well. Look at the sights that they have.
If I want a teammate, I want a teammate like Hunters, man. Risking his own life to bring Knuckle back into this fight. But TSW, to be fair, over there had an opportunity to just completely wipe the side of Team Soul. They have missed that chance, and they might not get that again.
Yeah, so they actually find some sort of sanctuary here as well. They were able to re-rotate them because of this. And Intense Esports, they may be the ones to gatekeep them, but because of this play, so still somewhat hangs on. And this next circle shift is going to decide whether or not THW gets that exact high ground, but it seems like the circle is going to shift out of that high ground. So that means they will be able to gatekeep both Intense as well as THW. But that is only if they are able to cross the road, because as of yet, they left Manya behind enemy back lines to try and be part of spoilers here for the teams in the west side. It's
not going to be easy for Manya to survive over there alone. But that was something that needed to be done. He had closed in a little too much to the players of Intense Esports, but developments between Reckoning and Soar Esports. 3 players in a ditch. Kira knocked out up front, and he gets finished off by Kyoya. Viper lining up that nade, could be a 3-pointer. And it finds contact. 1 knock from that nade though.
That is huge. That is huge. Soar, they're not having a great time at all. Reckoning Esports going to be gatekeeping them as much as they can, but every single one of these teams from the south needs to push in the zone. And they're going to be expecting company. Look at the terrain itself. It's so bad. There are only a couple of ditches here, and the only way to rotate in between all this is you need those vehicles. And inching bit by bit, Soar Esports is going to be able to see Reckoning, but guess what? They themselves are taking so much heat. And despite them moving in, guess what? Soul is going to be lurking behind as well. It all comes down to a game of chicken, a game of luck, a game of coin flips. Who makes one wrong move, they are going to get taken down, and Hunters makes the first move.
And it is against the players of Reckoning Esports, but unfortunately for Soul, Manya already finished off in the back lines. The nade looks good. Reckoning will feel the heat of these explosions going off around them. They've spotted out one more man on the high ground, and they're going to try and pick him off. And Knuckle, he's just been brought back into this fight. That nade from Soar Esports. Oh no, it was from Kyoya from the side of Reckoning, was too close to him. Knuckle gets knocked, and the run over for the finish. Kyoya circles back, falls back close to Viper. Soul down to their last two players. Reckoning, all four still alive. But they're taking two fights at the same time. And as I say, all four still alive, Gravity IGL is going to get knocked and finished off at the hands of ESG nonetheless.
They have to get out. Everybody needs to run for this. ESG is just holding that warehouse so strongly, and everybody can't seem to be able to push through this. But Soul, somehow, in the moment of silence, was able to push through. And right now, they could be running into the hands of BAE.
Yeah, as you said, in the moment of silence they push through, but push through where, man? This is an open circle. There is no hiding in this one. The only way you survive, or the only way you get points in a zone like this, is by taking those fights. But Soul, unfortunately, do not have the numbers to make it work. Nade looks good. Some damage on Monty, maybe? No.
Uh-oh, Salme, he got spotted out by BAE, and Monty, he's going to try and reposition from this fight. Not willing to take those chances here. There is still at least 4 to 5 teams down to the SAP side. And Circle is about to shift once more in about 8 more seconds. Soul, oh no, Salme, he's got picked off. And guess what? It's going to be INTX from the other side of the warehouse that catches him by a glimpse and takes him out. Soul pretty much stuck out in the open. And Circle is smack center on them as well. This is not looking good for Soul.
Yeah, not good might be a big word over there. Not even looking half decent.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's a disaster.
Bad. It's a nightmare that I think all the fans are hoping the players wake up from. But Soar Esports on the other side, Sense Boy, along with Rigor. Let's see if these two lads survive, because they are also in a similar position as Soul. 2 players out into the open. They found a small little ridge to work with. And these vehicles are all they have to use for cover. In the meanwhile, THW still in this match, by the way. They've gained 1 finish and they're still playing that northwestern edge. Going up against the players of CV. Reckoning Esports, I love the positioning of Reckoning Esports. They are playing the edge of the blue zone constantly. It's a risky move, but somehow they're making it work.
Well, seems like another team that's trying to make things work here is going to be WILDCARD. Guess what? They're going to be getting pushed by Altitude. Sahil OP somehow hangs on, survives the nade coming from Altitude. But Infinity is able to catch one guy and is stuck here. He's pretty much stuck on a crate and he's trying to win his fight. But guess what? He's going to get pushed by his teammate and eventually he also goes down. Great teamwork coming from Altitude. And Sahil OP still hanging on for his dear life. He's the last man standing from the side of WILDCARD. He might just be taken out, and here comes the nade, and he gets taken out. Altitude finds 2.
Man, one word for that. Ouch! Nowhere left to go. That one must have hurt. He was desperate to survive, but yeah, you have the entirety of Altitude closing on you. What can you do? And at this point, Altitude have pretty much cleared out that western edge of the play zone itself. But we move, eastern edge, my apologies, is where Altitude at. Western edge was where we are at right now. THW going up against the players of CV. This was the last fight on Erangel, but this is an early fight on this Miramar. And CV, as they look for revenge, THW, 1 player finished off, 1 knocked out. And Levi, that was a long cook on that nade. All of a sudden, THW doesn't seem like the same team we saw on the previous map of Rank. Go for the fight! Don't go for the revive right now! Ain't no time left, and that is what CV Academy teach the players of THW right now as they get eliminated in this game. So 29 points on Erangel, just 2 on Miramar.
Oh my goodness, they got a little bit too complacent here coming from THW. But CV, nice little bounce back. They do have themselves a couple finishes and a restock. They are on the northwest side of the circle. They're hearing all this gunshots coming from SB. Shadow Blitz making a lot of noise down towards the north side, but they're surrounded by a lot of these teams. And look at this wide spread that they have. They are conquering from the north side, but they don't have angles to take advantage of it, despite taking so much space, to be honest. They're just hiding on the ridges right now. Oh boy, the zone is going to shift in about 5 more seconds. Where will it end up? Because Soul is still surviving this. They're smack middle of it all. Everybody is struggling to push in. And they somehow still get the zone as well. Look at this. It's just right in the middle where Soul is.
Oh man, it's just one last player surviving from the side of Soul as well. Just Hunters still alive. And at this point, I think they're just hoping to get some placement points from this match. Although, Look at how many teams are playing outside of that play zone, man. 2 players from altitude. The entirety of Shadow Blitz, CV, Intense, Reckoning. There is Anti-Furious and ENG 4AM. All these teams still outside of the play zone. They are in the safe zone, but outside the play zone.
Well, speaking of play zones, play zone is about to close in very, very quickly as well. Stage 7, 10 teams still alive. How is everybody surviving this? But Intense Esports, they are going to try and make a push into the center. And guess what? They do find Soul and Hunters. He's able to find 2 in the bag. That's going to be 2 more points in the hands of Soul.
Oh, my apologies. Hunters wasn't alone. Some is there with him, so it's 2 players left. That means double the odds of survival now. But let's see if they actually make it through. Hunters knocked out. Some, he can go for a revive, but shots fired in that direction are going to keep the pressure up, are going to keep these players on their toes. But luckily for them, the players of Bot Army Esports on top of their heads can act like a turret, keeping the opposition at bay.
Not enough finish points, not enough points, so they're struggling. And as of yet, they're surrounded. No angles, no space to take, and not even enough mats as well. But guess what? They do find Dion. From the side of Reckoning, Dion is getting taken down. That's going to be another point in the hands of Salome, the super sub coming from Seoul.
I don't know what Reckoning was doing. They are not aware of any information over here. The whole team gets wiped out in a blink. 3 points picked up by Some as he sprays every single one of the men from Reckoning Esports down, at least all the 3 survivors. And I think Some is going to be the reason that Seoul have finally a decent run in today's matches.
Oh no, Spider Boy, overshoots it. Spider Boy has some sort of cover for now. He's going to be able to survive this, but Seoul, with one play, just like that, they're able to take so many players. What a clutch coming from Salome and Hunters. Final 7 teams, and the Nix comes through. Spider-Boy sees them exactly, but he's not going to be looking to pick this as well. But Hunters, they're going to be taking shots on the sides. And guess what? It's going to be ENG trying to drive around, looking for a spot themselves. But eventually, they are going to be able to find Spider-Boy. So that means Soul's back are completely safe now.
Yeah, everyone around them contributed. Everyone around them helped in clearing those backlines and clearing the southern edge. And from where we thought that Team Soul might just get wiped out on the 15th or on the 14th position, they made it into the top 6. But ENG 4AM, momentum in control, firepower looks good as well. 8 eliminations secured in this game. And they're going to look for a few more, but Altitude looking to take that chance away from them. An artificial artillery strike on the heads of the players of ENG 4AM, but they somehow do manage to survive. Although Lazy Boy spotted out, knocked out, the trades come through as Dream's dream of securing that frag are just going to come to an end.
Well, they still got the finish wipe as well. Wizard was able to find the last player. That's going to be 10 finishes in the hands of ENG. And they seem to be bouncing back here. ENG with 2 players, CV with 2, 4 for Shadow Blitz. And also Soul having 2 themselves. It seems like everybody has somewhat struggled to survive into this final zone. That was the final 5 teams. Absolute pandemonium occurred. And only 11 players remain in this final zone.
Let's see. Helmet gone. Armor also almost gone, with the spot out Baby Girl. And Hunters, I think it is time to ask the question. Are you lost, Baby Girl? As he goes for the spray. I thought he was going to find a knock, but no.
Well, he does have a nade. 1 nade is all he needs, and he's going to lob it over. Does it connect? It seems like he tags Salome. He's going to be low enough as well, because 1 bullet's going to be all he needs. And Salome trying to find the second. Unfortunately, he gets taken down with surviving with only 1 HP. Hunters remain. And Shadow Blades with 4 men alive. In this case, 1 still knocked here, but CV going to be forced to go in for the reset. Final
no utility on
team.
Hunters, by the way. He could have secured that finish, but no utility on him, and that gives the opportunity for ENG 4AM to chime in. Oh no, Wizard, he's not aware. Hunters is right next to him, Wiz as well, and Hunters just waits for an opportunity to strike, but waited too long, and the Wizard, with the magic trick, just sends him down the yellow brick road. 13 finishes on ENG 4AM. Wiz next to Wizard. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Spray inside the smoke. No connections found. Molotov goes out as he looks to flush him out. And finally succeeds as well. The UMP. No connection with that one though. It is CV Academy. Another top 2 finish in this game. But it seems like Shadow Blitz will secure the win. The chicken dinner will be theirs. Damage from the blue. Wiz is going to be forced to up the ridge. Phoenix with the shots. And the cleanup comes from Liger. A Shadow Blitz secure the win. The chicken dinner in their hands and Shadow Blitz as well. Opportunity was there for them on Erangel. They failed to capitalize this time. Do not miss it on the map of Miramar. But the most impressive team right now after the first 2 games is CV Academy.
Consistency is key, and CV Academy gets themselves a very consistent amount of placement points. However, is the finish department going to be the factor here? Because we talked about cutoffs, and currently the cutoff is somewhere around 45 to 46 points based off the quarterfinals stats itself. So, with that being said, did they get enough?
Well, if you're talking about the quarterfinals, then we can also say, I mean, Necro was supposed to say this, but he didn't. Since these 16 teams have only played the matches, all of them are in the top 16.
Well, technically,
yes.
Right now, they are still in the top 16 in the overall standings. They are going to be the ones to set the benchmark.
Yeah.
KHW obviously has the highest benchmark thus far. Technically,
31.
they're already past the 30 points marker. So for them, tomorrow another 30 guarantees a spot into the semifinals.
But I'm disappointed with THW, man. This game presented with to them a lot of opportunities to secure those finishes, to actually have another big game. They could have won that fight against Seoul. Intense was forced into a third-party situation, and they were distracted by the players of Seoul as well. And TSW could have taken both of them out. But then, I don't know what happened. They just stuck towards the western edge for a long time. Then they got close to Botami Esports at a certain point. And for some reason, they went towards CV, and CV ended up wiping them out. So, questionable decision-making coming from TSW. For some reason deciding to play for survival and placement rather than just going all ham, because they had a safety cushion to work with, all thanks to Erangel. But that luxury that was there after game number 1 now has gone away. In Sanhok, they need to perform.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they need to at least get like, what, 5 to 6 points if they kind of want to...
9, I would say. Get to 40.
Just to be safe, 40. Yeah. But so far, you know, most of the teams that has like 30 to 40 points in a single day has gotten a little bit complacent as well. Because think about this as well. Teams like, I'm sorry to say, Likita Esports had one of the banger performance, but because of the inconsistency that they have faced, they were not able to qualify to the semifinals.
WinGod was in a similar shoes as well. I mean, WinGod started their day and their journey in the quarterfinals extremely well, but then just completely fell off, because of which we see them in the wildcard. And talking about WinGod Esports, another mediocre performance, I have to say, in this one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's luck or it's still unlucky, but it seems like the drop clash, they haven't been able to win their 4v4s very, very convincingly here.
Yeah.
And you can't really blame them as well, considering it was a little bit of a mistake or glitch issue where they was pretty much stuck on the wall itself. But all things considered, let's talk about the replays in case you guys missed out on the action itself, because there was so much happening across the entire battlefield.
Yeah.
ENG was a team that no one expected them to perform this well, except for me in the predictions, of course. But in this game, they were able to find so many finishes in this game, despite not having good placements.
True, I agree. I mean, ENG 4AM, brilliant recovery. And again, I mean, that was needed from them and from Reckoning Esports. Huge shout out to Reckoning Esports. They also were able to secure good finishes, and a massive shout out to Some, the man, the savior for the players of Team Seoul in this particular match. Because I genuinely thought they were out on the 14th or the 15th position in this game with how that entire fiasco with Seoul, Intense and THW was turning out. But Some and Hunters saved the day.
Yeah, I agree. You know, this was a little bit of mistakes here, but they still bow out on 4th place. Hunters could have taken out Wizard rather early, but he was hoping that ENG was able to help them take down CV Academy, because he was looking that, hey, he's dropping a late over. Maybe he can capitalize on the situation and get both points. So he got a little bit greedy, and because of that greed, he got punished very heavily.
I think it was a calculated choice as well, considering Wiz was looking up the hill instead of towards Hunters. But then, as soon as he turns, he sees him. But hey, MVP of the game, Dreams from the side of ENG 4AM. Brilliant performance again from the entirety of ENG 4AM. They got those survival points, they got those finishes as well. Top 5 players on our list. We have Phoenix from the side of Shadow Bliss. We have Clouds from Altitude, Wiz from CV Academy, and Viper finally making the list from the side of Reckoning Esports.
I think this is a very, very good example of just absolute chaos in this game itself. But
yes,
with all things considered, in the chaos, the winners of that match here, we have Shadow Blitz with the Chicken Dinner, 18 points, but tying it with ENG also getting himself 18 points. But they have the highest amount of finishes in this game with 13.
Yeah. And ENG 4AM, I think this is what Necro also wanted to see from their side. Aggression put on display. And you as well, since this was your prediction of the day. Bounce back coming in from ENG 4AM, and as we spoke about it, CV Academy, very consistent. Top 2 in both the matches they have played today. But as we move to the second page of the ranking, there's the reset on the 12th position we were talking about. Just 2 points secured from this match by THWNON. Let's have a look at the overall ranking, because this is where the impact will clearly be visible. 31 points for TSWNON after 2 games. Shadow Blitz, thanks to that Chicken Dinner, get themselves on the second with 22 points. And then on the third, we have CB Academy with 20 points.
Exactly, and the position points so far in terms of consistency got them 12 points in total.
Yes.
But their finish department is so severely lacking. Look at this, they've only got 8 finishes, whereas teams like ENG, Reckoning Esports get 13 out of 2 games, 21 for THWX non-X, and I feel like this is going to pull them a gap where they need to overcome even further if they do not perform, because as of yet, we talked about this, 45 points is the benchmark you need to get after 6 matches.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that while the teams do compete in groups, the groups reshuffle after the first 2 play days of the wildcard stages, and along with that, only the top 16 teams from the overall leaderboard qualify. So if a vacuum is created by the teams at the top of the leaderboard, and the teams, even if they are on the 5th position, get left behind, they might get eliminated because they're not in the top 16 of the overall leaderboard.
I agree. And speaking of which as well, because I have a little bit of predomination here, because when we talk about strategies, we talk about maps in particular, what happened with Vikendi? Because Vikendi was pretty much taken out. And I feel like with the introduction of a new map like Rondo, do you think Rondo might be the new esports map?
Oh man, that's a big question, right? I mean, I think we gotta get our opinion from our lovely viewers as well, because you guys let us know, what do you think? Is Rondo gonna be introduced into the competitive circuit? Do you think Rondo should be introduced into the competitive circuit as well? Do let us know in the chat section, ladies and gentlemen. We are listening to what you guys have to say, and I would love to see it as well if you are asking for my opinion, because of course new map comes with a lot of new features, and it is gonna force these players into a lot of new strategical positions.
Yeah, I agree, and I want to see whether or not can we implement some of the Rondo strategy into the game in the future, but the only time will tell. Will it happen? Will it not? But for now, we're going to be taking a very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीसर बना दे रहे हो।
अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ भाई। डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Realme BGIS 2025 wildcard stages. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Necro as we take you through the final match for today here in this group itself. And Group B seems to be on its last straw to farm some points, because eventually after they play all these 3 matches, their next 3 matches is going to be completely shuffled. Welcome to the wildcards. It's all about fun, it's all about unpredictable, and it's all about surviving.
Exactly, and Seoul in the previous game somehow just managed to survive till the final few moments. Not a lot of points though still on the board, so Seoul needs to go for a Herculean task once again. And considering this is going to be the last game, to place themselves in a good spot in the overall standings so that they can be seated better in the upcoming groups.
Well, speaking of seating a little bit better here, for these guys watching at home, be sure to check out this brand new phone, and that's going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is currently up in the market. Be sure to check it out because it's the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. And of course, it's currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G and you are going to be able to find out what these specs are and maybe win yourself some amazing prizes. But all things considered, before this match, I dropped a very, very interesting question to the viewers and also to Johnny himself. Will Rondo be ready in towards the next esports competitive scene? Will it be the replacement for Vikendi?
That's actually a really tough question, because when I played the map myself, I enjoyed my time, let's be honest, right? Can it replace Vikendi? Now, that's a difficult question. In my opinion, we should let the viewers decide if they want to see Rondo in the competitive pool in the upcoming moments or not, or if they would like to just see the same map pool in the future too. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right, that we're having. Now, let's not forget Team ENG as well, starting to showcase some signs of life. Even Seoul is doing okay. But still, the teams at the top, teams like Reckoning Esports, now they're starting to gain a lot of confidence. And that's not a good news for the teams on the latter half.
Well, I think it comes down to just going hoorah, right? Like, we're talking about ENG, we're talking about Miramar. It's very tactical, it's very, I would say, forgiving in certain sense. But in the map of Sanhok here, especially if you have a drop clash, you have to wrap up the fight by 2 minutes max. Anything more than that means that you are going to be expecting third parties. You are going to be losing out in time on fighting certain utilities or maybe even vehicles to actually rotate the next phase zone. So I feel like in Sanhok, you have to be so spot on your micro skills. In this case, your personal mechanics in particular. But guess what? Speaking of pinch servers, we always talk about substitutions here. Is AIB going to be bringing their super sub? They are bringing in OYs coming in from their team and replacing Sultan. We've seen this substitution from AIB before in the quarterfinals as well.
Now, at the end of the day, it's a hit or a miss, right? AIB making a substitution when they've only got 1 game left. Now, they're really banking a lot of things in Owace here. In my opinion, that's also going to be a pressure-surmounting thing, since Owace, one single man, a lot of burden on his shoulders. Since he's the substitute for the last game, his team's thinking a lot about this. And for Owace, this night might not be good news because everyone's hoping that Owace brings something new on the board. But generally speaking, the biggest surprise today was THW performing so well. 29 points in the first game itself. I'm pretty sure you never saw this coming as well.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting here. But again, inconsistency seems to be an issue for some of these teams. Game 2, they only got 2 points. It feels like a repeat on what Likita Esports did. But the only difference between THW and what Likita did is that THW wins them by 1 point. Because Likita's perspective, they got like 26 points, 1 point, and it's 0 in 3 games. And I'm like, okay, what happened? And it's so unfortunate to see how dominant they were, and they barely qualified into the quarterfinals yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look, understand this, right? For THW in the upcoming game, if they only manage to get 10 points, that's still going to make the cut. That's 49 points in the overall standings. And what else do you want? If you've managed to get 49 points, that means that's pretty much going to be confirming your slot in the semifinals itself. So THW is really close. And if they still somehow mess things up, well, then I don't know what to say at that point.
I don't know, man. In Sanhok in general here, we haven't seen a lot of one-sided games so far, except for the games coming from Blitz as well as 1IQ, which unfortunately say they were disqualified, unfortunately. But all things considered, I think the only time where we see teams kind of perform the most is when Circle kind of shifts into its Alpha Island and the teams who are on top of the Temple region kind of dominate their way through. So if the Circle shifts towards Alpha, I think Seoul is going to have a fantastic time. This might be the bounce back that they need.
You stole my words. Since K9 Esports is not inside of the lobby, Seoul will be single-handedly dominating the entirety of Camp Alpha. And if the zone's going to be forming right on top of it, we know Seoul snatching away the chicken dinner, the chances are at least 90%. And those are pretty high. And Seoul has been dominating those circles too. Even if they do not get the chicken dinner, they will still snatch away a lot of elimination points. That can help them so much in the overall standings. And at this point, Seoul is desperate. There's so many other names, teams like Altitude as well, they're quite desperate. You've got a few more names that are on the other side of the board, so they need to get something done, man. And this last game is all they've got.
Exactly, and speaking of the god as well, we have to speak about the Circle gods. Will the Circle favor Seoul on Alpha, or will they shift onto the northeast side again? Because we've seen this happen coming from Seoul. They have struggled to rotate past Hattin Bridge in particular, just because of the fact that heading to the north, that bridge is an absolute choke point for any teams rotating from Alpha Island as well. And that's why a lot of teams, even in historical data, not many teams win from Alpha Island.
Yeah.
Unless the Circle shifts there.
Now look, it is understandable that once the Circle moves on towards Alpha, it's quite tough to make that rotation. That's why it's better to be proactive. It's better to be as quick as possible. Once you find yourself on the Camp Alpha Island itself, that's going to be a big sigh of relief for a lot of teams. But that is if the Circle forms over there. We're still speculating a lot of stuff, right? Now, let's not forget, since so many teams are on the desperate end of the spectrum, there's probably going to be a chance that a lot of these teams just start to go for random action. There's definitely going to be a lot of randomness in the game of Sanhok.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of aggression as well, because we saw so much aggression starting today itself, because we all realize that finish points matters. Not just positioning points, and you need to farm as much as you can in order to come up on top. We're looking for the top 16 of every single group. That is top 16 out of 64. But as of yet, Group B's final match is right now up on your screen.
As the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Sami towards Cow. Now this plane flat path, it seems pretty well balanced, but I would love to see a few clashes, especially teams like Bot Army Esports. Now this is gonna be a wake-up call for them, and we know Bot Army Esports is a team possessed with a lot of firepower. I would love to see them showcase that firepower on this game of Sanhok, and since we know Sanhok is a much smaller map, there's a big chance things can be quite aggressive. Bot Army Esports is moving towards Ruin, so that's not gonna be a problem at all, since we do not really see anyone moving towards Ruin itself. As usual, Seoul would like to move in towards Camp Alpha. That's not even a question. They like to drop in towards Temple. Are we going to see any contentions? That's my question.
Well, speaking of contentions here, it seems like we are going to be expecting some of the teams potentially clashing towards Kampong as well, because we see Wingard as well as Arc9 hitting in the general vicinity. But yes, looks like Arc9 is going to be going towards Quarry. Reckoning going to be looting around the east side, nothing super crazy. AIB inside Bootcamp. Paradise seems to be occupied by Shadow Blitz. It seems like nobody is dodging here, except for Alpha Island. In this case, we talked about Seoul. THWX non-X is going to be in Hatien potentially.
Painan, there's a potential clash over there too.
Yeah, there is a clash right there right now.
So this will be super interesting. And if I'm not wrong, that's Eggy right there. Stuck inside of Painan with the players of INTEN. This will be interesting, since both these teams are quite desperate for points. Eggy in the previous game, they showcased some signs of life. That's actually ESG. And Intense Esports, for them, this game means a lot as well.
When you see a fight like this in the drop clash, especially in a compound like this, you know it is going to be intense, and you can see the fear in Nexus's movements as well. He's so chill, he can't afford to make a mistake, because if he gets the opening pick, that's going to be the winning moment for ESG, and the rest will follow. But as of yet, he sees the pixel. Can he get the find? And yes, he will. There's going to be one finish in the bag, and ESG Esports gets one just like that. That's exactly what he needs.
What a big blunder that was. But from Nexus, this was the perfect opening. A desperate one, too. And ESG's already found the first man. Now that's going to give the default man advantage in the hands of ESG. For them, all they need to do is once again wait patiently and wait for the opponents to walk into their traps. As the first man did walk in, and Nexus instantly handed that death blow. Now Nexus himself needs to be careful. Let's not get too ahead of yourself. The opponents still stand a chance to strike back.
This is huge. This is huge for ESG. They've got the numbers. All they have to do is just push through. And look at this as well. Aim got his flanky from the sides. He knows exactly where Intense is. A little bit of a direction. He knows there's one on the second floor. But aside from that, they can't seem to find the angles here because the right arm, or in this case, the right peak advantage is not favorable for ESG as of yet. It's a little bit favorable towards Intense. And all they have to do is just stack up the numbers and clean out house bit by bit. Pain looking to try and replicate what they did.
He knows.
And he knows, oh, there's a flank outside, that's not good.
Yeah, position's compromised. Intense. They know they're stuck in a quite an intense situation. How can you get out? They need to deal with this as soon as possible. The longer the stalemate, the more the problems occur. And specifically for Intense Esports, the problems might just stack up even more if they do not deal with it right now, because there will be a potential third party the moment the players of Altitude are done looting, or even Bot Army Esports are done looting.
Well, speaking of done looting right now, this fight has to continue. But is this going to be the saving grace for both ESG and Intense Esports? Because rumor has it, something is about to happen. I smell a prediction.
Well, I guess maybe for Intense Esports, this might just be good news because of some technical issues. There is going to be a rehost in the game itself, so the Sanhok will be booted up once again.
Oh my goodness.
Broccoli had the line of sight. That was a free point right there for Sour Esports.
Sour Esports could have gotten that as well. So close, but seems like the circle gods not only favoring them, but we will have a little bit of rehost there before things get out of hand. Seems like something has happened, but that just means the complete reset comes true for some of this team. So hopefully ESG and Intense will kind of figure things out. Do they want to drop clash or do they want to back off?
Exactly, right? Now, there's a big chance we might just not see them go for the clash once again. There's a big chance they might just sign a peace treaty, get one part of the map for themselves, or one part of the city for themselves, and the other part of the city for the other team.
How? Painat? You can't sign a peace treaty with Painat. Like
there's a river in the between,
it's not
right?
enough loot, man. Like if you're saying that this is map is Yasnaya, sure, great. You know, if this is like, nah, not even boot camp, man. Boot camp is terrible for the split. Like the warehouse top tree, yeah, it's a big split, but that tree is not enough loot at all. I don't think you can split anything in Sanhok in particular.
I mean, maybe you're saying Los Leones, right? Because that's one of those big cities that you can split quite easily with.
Paradise is okay, decent, but not many people are willing to split it because they share the same entry point, which is the center main building. So I think in the overall split-wise, I don't think they should. Just because of the fact that once you loot out, and you try to get out, and if you go out without any sign of resources, you're pretty much done.
And since I was mentioning this too, right, the longer this fight keeps on going, there will be a potential chance that there will be a third party. And we did see the man go for the third party in the final few moments. The crosser, it was trained on the player, but then the rehost happens. So that's why the Sanhok will be booted once again. But that just gives us enough time to talk about the possibilities in the upcoming game that might just happen, right? Now, let's not forget WILDCARD Esports. Let's not keep them out of the picture here too, because WILDCARD Esports as well, it's a team who possesses a lot of firepower. Yes, the previous game was left out, but we all know what WILDCARD Esports is capable of.
Agreed. But at the same time here, you have to take into consideration the mental state of every single player in this team as well. They're all pretty much locked into this game. And nothing major actually happened, which is a good thing. Because we've seen this happen before in the past, and so far it affected that particular team, and that particular team I'm talking about is eye for an eye. Because they had like, what, 8 to 9 finishes, and the rehost came in, they got just completely shut down. I remember that match very specifically because if I was playing from eye for an eye, this will hurt my overall performance just because I just got 8 points.
Yeah.
Oh no, rehost. Great, that 8 points becomes absolutely nothing.
That can definitely be a major mental breaker, a big heartbreaker as well. And to recover from such a setback can be real tough because you were already doing so good with the momentum that you had, right? Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the map of Sanhok. Welcome back after that short break to the Realme BGIS 2025. And as we know, it's IC with me on the panel. And IC, once again, after that rehost, we have seen quite a lot of good things for some team and bad things for some teams. Since for Intense, things weren't really looking that great. But for the opponents, they already had the advantage. But now as we move on towards the conversation of potential things happening and theory crafting a lot of this stuff, I really do want to see some new names do good.
I think it comes down to just getting as many points as you can, especially when in the wildcard stages. I know for a fact the fans are only concerned about the T1 teams. In particular, I feel like Seoul was supposed to be performing really well since the semifinals and also the wildcard stages. But for them to only perform in the last match in the semifinals was too late, to be honest.
Yeah.
And even here as well, this feels like a repeat coming from Seoul. And yes, they did pretty okay in game number 2. You know, a little bit of salvation coming from Salme and Hunters. But I still think it's not enough. They need a big game in Sanhok to try to give in for a run for their money here. But all things considered, let's talk about the head-to-head here based on Group B, based on the performance between both CV as well as Shadow Blitz.
Both the teams, quite the newer ones on the block with 9 finishes from the side of Shadow Blitz. Of course, they're leading the pack here a bit better compared to the players of CV, but still CV as well, not doing too bad. They're averaging 10 points per game.
Agreed. And speaking of which as well, right before this happened, the quarterfinals was pretty much the best of the grind teams and also the best of the England qualifier teams, so in this case, the Undergods. Now Shadow Blitz and CV did definitely step up big time in this game in particular as well. Yes, SB didn't really do too well in game number 1, but they were the ones to get the chicken dinner, getting themselves 18 points in total. So I feel like both these two teams really, I would say, stand out a little bit more because the fact that you must understand that when an opportunity is presented to you, you must take it. And in this case, is this the perfect time for them to qualify into the LAN event and potentially taking the trophy away? It's now or never.
And let's be honest, we all love a new and upcoming story, right? Shadow Blitz and CV can definitely give us those stories too. Let's not forget, we've still got so many other teams waiting in the semifinals that are quite the newer bunch. You've got H4K, you've also got teams like NRI Esports that has a lot of potential. That will be up for the future, though. Let's not forget even more teams like Altitude. Altitude is also one of those teams with a lot of potential, the newer faces on the block. But so far, we haven't really seen them at the top form yet.
I think Altitude is a very unique team. They are kind of similar to Iggy to a certain degree, just because of the fact that they do not close up games cleanly, but there are always been their target goal, which is going to be consistency. Like, they are not the ones that are going to be like, you know what, I'm going to get 18 finishes in this game. I'm going to get 20 finishes, and it's going to be dominating here, right? Every single finish that they have gotten so far has always been tactical, always been calculated, and it's always been cheesy.
Yeah,
and what I mean by cheesy is just being a very, very dirty thief. That's how I mean, a rat themselves.
Yeah, but the main problem is coming in with those tactical surprises for the opponents can also make you overthink a lot of times.
Yeah.
And I guess that's one of the main reasons why Altitude is not able to perform so far. It's understandable, right? At the end of the day, considering you're inside of the knockout round, there's automatically going to be a lot of those jitters hitting your head. Wild cards would have been sweaty. That's we all know. And so far for Altitude, things are just not working out. Now let's move on towards a team like TCW. This is another one of those names that we have been seeing for a long time, but they still have failed to crack in towards the finals. But the first game itself was an absolute banger.
I think it comes down to the skill cap here coming from TCW, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like THW is in a situation where if they are playing with a lobby that is not on the skill level, they will dominate really, really hard. But if you play with teams that are very, very tactical, they tend to struggle a lot as well. Like even in the previous round, so we saw moments where they had one of the best tactical positions, but they just made a little bit mess up, and just because they are very indecisive, because of the fact that I want to hold this place, but if I push out and take finishes, I'm going to give away my position. And those kind of indecisiveness to actually think towards the end goal, it's going to hurt them eventually.
I see. Intense has went with a substitution. Pain is now going to be subbing in, and that's quite crazy because Intense lost out their first man in that drop clash inside of Painan. Now this time, they've used this time to instantly sub out that player and bring in a newer player on the blocks. I would love to see how that's going to work out for Team Intense.
Well, that's going to be a little bit of a tense situation here because technically it shouldn't be allowed, but I think it might be a technical reason there.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe there's probably a technical reason out there. So we don't exactly know what goes on behind the scenes at the end of the day. But let's just hope that Intense, with this substitution, they're able to do good at the end of the day, because the start in the previous game wasn't that great, or at least that previous rehost situation that happened, it wasn't that great. But that's also going to give them a life chance once again to move on towards this game of Sanhok. And let's not forget, so many possible teams that can stand a chance. In my opinion, Seoul has a major chance to make a comeback and get the chicken dinner.
I think that fight between both ESG and Intense is actually a good rehost for them, because yes, technically ESG was winning, but it doesn't matter because both of them wasted so much time. People will kind of third party that. So I feel like this rehost will give them a little bit of a clearer picture to kind of reset of whether or not they want to contest again or do they want to back out. So if they do, they have to make it fast. Fast.
This rehost was actually great news for both of them. And as you mentioned, this is also going to give them a chance to think once again if they want to change their drop location or contest once again and be as stubborn as possible. But for now, it's time for us to move in towards the game of Sanhok without wasting any more time. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Cow towards down south, which will be Docks. Now, this plane flight path a little bit tilted on the right side, but considering this is the map of Sanhok, it really does not matter.
Well, speaking of the map itself, the flight path seems to be a little bit balanced once more. A little bit far off for teams going to Nakam, Sami, as well as Tambang. But we saw how the circle kind of shifted onto the northeast section here. But I am going to repeat the same story once again, if you guys were paying attention. Seoul, if the circle hits into its Cam Alpha, it is going to be perfect seasons for Seoul as well as THW.X to kind of dominate the competition if anyone rotates into its Alpha Island itself. So is it going to be happening? Only the circle gods will decide right now.
And only 16 out of 64 qualify, so the odds are already pretty low. Teams like Seoul, they need to bring in consistency as quick as possible, and since this is going to be the third game of the day for this group, this will also be the final game for Seoul, at least in the first 2 days, so they need to make it as good as possible. And let's have a look towards CV, which is dropped all the way towards Mongnai, and inside of Mongnai, we do have NC right next to CV, and as we transition towards Painan, we don't see that clash anymore.
Exactly. Seems like ESG, they have taken a back seat here to kind of salute out the outskirts instead. So I would say this is a saving grace for both Intense and ESG. ESG doesn't want to take that risk, which is very, very good of them.
Yeah, I mean, for ESG, they've got a well spread for themselves, right? Contesting as much of land coverage as possible. And even the zone is also bringing in that anonymous factor. It's bringing in that mysterious factor. We never know if the zone's going to be shifting on the bottom, if it's going to be shifting on the Camp Alpha Island. Anything can happen. It's going to be catching a lot of teams off guard.
Well, Intense, very, very happy this time. They were the ones that lost the fight, but for some reason, ESG conceded. So I would say, you know, sometimes perseverance pays off. They're a little bit stubborn. And guess what? Against stubborn people, you just ignore them. So I would say that's ESG making the, I would say, the better man choice.
Yeah.
Or the soft man choice. But but all things considered, I want to see how they gonna rotate out of this fight. But speaking of which, Iggy, the IGL from the side of Iggy, X4AM, pretty much getting shot from afar, new champions. You talked about this early on in the northeast side. Iggy able to get a little bit of reset, but seems like he's in a little bit of trouble. He sees the hit. Does he go for the spray? And he gets the knock. Nice shot coming from Iggy.
Beautiful tracing from Iggy. And that's going to give them the advantage to Team Iggy the exact way they wanted to kick things off, but they're not going to be capitalizing on that knock at all. And just look at Iggy himself. He's stacked up with loot. Yeah, maybe not a lot of utilities to work with, but the ammunition count, it's quite high. And Eggy 4AM, they need backup right now. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a move that was from Team New Champions, but I guess they're quite desperate for the elimination points. And look at Vizard. The Mat's going to find the off angle. He's going to catch a few players off guard. Legend OP also spots out Vizard, so that's a great news. Now Vizard is stuck out in the open.
Well, at the same time, so all they need is the perfect shot. One more knock is exactly what Iggy needs, but they need to call in the entire cavalry for this fight. Because New Champions, they get the reset. Iggy still taking a lot of hit from himself, while Dreams is able to sneak up behind them as well. They are going to go for the big wraparound against New Champions, and I don't think New Champions knows about this.
They're surrounded from all the different directions. In the front, there's Iggy himself. In the side, there's Wizard from the back. A few more players step in. Where can you go if you're new champions? You found yourself in this scenario by yourself.
And oh no, they even put the car on top of the roof. That means there's no way of getting in the car and get out as well. This is not good for new champions. They're pretty much stuck inside this compound. And ENG is going to perfectly take advantage of the situation. Perfect flank, perfect setup. ENG, all he needs to do is just not get knocked. And
Simple.
new champions are pretty much stuck.
Wizard is creeping his way towards the compound. You saw that man just snaking his way. Team new champions, for them, they're just stuck, suffocating to their death probably. What can you do? The grip from the side of ENG just keeps on getting tighter and tighter. ENG 4 AM, it feels like they've got no intentions of sparing the players this time around. They're looking to secure these elimination points, and they're not going to be backing away from this spot for the longer time as well. And let's be honest, the longer this fight keeps on transitioning, the more the risk actually happens.
Oh boy, here he comes, ENG. No helmet, in a little bit of trouble. Any stray bullets, he's pretty much going to get knocked out, but Boogie able to find a couple shots in, but the nades from Pro will be the opening here from the side of ENG. As it goes in for the flush, they heard a couple of Thompsons, but they don't have the weaponry. Shotguns, big shot across the map, and 4AM Pro looking for the trade, and guess what? They do get the trade as well. Wizard getting knocked. It is going to be a 2 versus 3 right now from the side of ENG versus new champions.
The man once again patches himself up. Now ENG's looking pretty strong. They're looking healthy. Dreams in the back as positions noticed. New champions surrounded, 2 players knocked out. New champions really do want to go for the revival as well, but they just don't have enough time since Legend is getting spotted. And he's also getting pushed on, but what a shot that was! And it instantly flicks around and shuts down the second man as well. Legend on the verge of making a legendary play as he strikes down the third player too. Flipping the odds, flipping the table. 4AM ENG, they just never saw this coming. They thought this was their fight to be claimed, but Dreams is now going to be the last man with a lot of hopes and dreams. Can he flip the script as well? ENG, so many things on the way, all the eggs in one basket. Dreams with a lot of dreams to make it his game, but this just sounds a lot. 1 man against 3 from new champions. New champions at this point, they have rose back up from the ashes, and now the push will be made from Legend himself, and he's pretty quick on the trigger, as that's going to be a wipe from Legend.
The savior for new champions, Legend OP. What was that reaction? That 180 flick on the shotty. The pump action shotgun saves the day for new champions. And Team ENG, they may have had the best setup, but it all comes down to hitting those shots. And Legend OP was able to find every single connection. Every shot counted. And because of that, they reaped the rewards. But this fight is taking a little bit too long. Shadow Blitz heard all this commotion. And guess what? They're gonna come over and chime in as themselves as well.
As I mentioned, the longer the fight keeps on elongating, the more the risk of getting third-partied. And Shadow Blitz was on the horizon, on the verge of moving on and third-partying them. Luckily enough, though, since the fight's already wrapped up, that gives them a bit of that sigh of relief to once again recover and keep on moving up in the front. WILDCARD Esports in front of Reckoning Esports. Viper spots out the players as WILDCARD Esports is going to take their exit from the hilltop.
Look at this huge cluster onto his bootcamp. Okay, it makes sense now. Seems like most of these teams have predicted the circle to be shifting outside of Alpha. And guess what? AIB inside bootcamp. And everybody around bootcamp means that they're going to be expecting some long-range fights here. A lot of stakes, a lot of angles, a lot of cheesy potential rats maybe sneaking around on the floors, on the grass, as snakes as well.
Seoul needs to force a fight against THW if they want to make it inside of the circle. Reckoning Esports as well. They're looking to force a fight against WILDCARD Esports, but I'm pretty sure when 2 Goliaths collide, the damage will be dished out in equal margins. And that's why Reckoning Esports, they're thinking it through. They don't just want to blindly rush and take those shots. Instead, they want to make sure their surrounding awareness is going to be on point.
This is smart. Like, I think Reckoning needs to be a little bit more low-key just because their positioning is a little bit exposed. If somebody walks into their trap, that's 3 points in the bag. So, not giving away their positions this early is good, but WILDCARD Esports has a rough idea. There is going to be some teams there. I think GodX was able to spot this out. They're keeping their tabs onto his Reckoning's direction, but it seems like getting into the compound is going to be the smarter choice now for WILDCARD, considering that they don't have those vehicles. So the best they can do is just hold out for as long as they can.
At this point, there's just too many teams hoping for a chicken dinner. Too many teams looking to close off the game on a great note and find themselves in a better spot in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure the IGLs as well, they've got a rough idea of what the cutoff's going to look like since they have went through the quarterfinal phase. So they know exactly what to expect. Speaking of expecting things, you can also expect the Realme P3 Ultra 5G to make your game as smooth as possible. If you move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards.
Exactly, it is the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming to take you on an amazing journey in the game of BGMI itself. But speaking of which, the game continues for this final game for Group B. ENG being one of the first teams to get eliminated in this game. Feel sad for my prediction, but such is life, you know. You win some, you lose some. And all I've been doing have been losing in the prediction score so far.
Even that rehost going up against you feels bad, man.
Such is life.
But Bot Army Esports spotting out the players of Soul. Those are little heads that he can spot. Those pixels not connecting. Hitler tried his best to give it everything he had. And now Soul, since they know what exactly is going on around them, Soul's going to be even more careful. Their approach inside of the circle makes a lot of sense too, since they knew that there's THW non-X right in front of them, so that they have rotated all the way from the southern side.
Oh boy, this is a very tactical round here. You can see the pressure is going on towards every single team after knowing that, hey, this is the last time we're playing this group. If this is an easy group and we're not performing, something is wrong, because imagine the next shuffle comes through, and when that happens, it is going to be absolute chaos because we don't know who's going to be playing who. And in order to find that out, it all comes down to what happens after day 2, which is what happens after the last game of tomorrow's match here in the wildcard stages. So considering that all this is going to be taken into account, you can see that the pressure is on in every single team's mind. Do not make a mistake, don't overpeak, try to get easy finishes. And because of that, everyone is just playing so passive. Look at the circle. No one is making drastic movements here.
Reckoning Esports has so much land coverage. Kyoya once again backs away towards his teammates, so Reckoning Esports can have a decent spot to play with. Reuniting means a lot. And they can also have that entire compound of themselves, by the way. This can be quite a dominating position if Reckoning Esports can hold on. But this also gets even tougher for teams like Seoul to convert the game. How can you convert the game when the future line seems pretty stacked with a lot of foes?
Well, speaking of future line stacking a lot of foes here, THW, they're one of the latest rotate from inside the zone here. They're pretty much the last team to enter the zone. They don't really have a lot of information. They're coming from the north. They're going to be crashing into those new champions who has been inside those compounds for the longest of time. But all things considered, this might be the saving grace for them as well if they get a big jump on THW. Because they are about to run into them as well. I don't think they heard them, and here it comes. Gunshot comes through. They lose 1, they lose 2. Mistakes were made, and just like that, new champions, they get the full jump on them.
Blunder.
Oh no.
Absolute blunder from the side of THW. All the players in one vehicle, all the eggs in one basket, and that's why now THW is on the verge of elimination. Unfortunately, that car hit the tree, and that stop just caught him off guard. And for new champions, this was a feast.
Exactly.
And new champion is already 8 points up.
Exactly. They got the loot, they got the car, they took everything away from THW. Guess what? They've got the perfect delivery system. New champions' luck is just a phenomenal. One in the hands of Iggy, second from the side hands of THW. The perfect delivery partners for this game itself. Oh boy, I don't know what happened to them, but they've got to be counting their lucky stars, man. But speaking of which, guess what, man? Yeah, the snake. How did he sneak up so close to ESG?
Yeah, indeed. But they also lost hunters in the process. So for Seoul as well, they're taken down to just a 3-man squad. Since Seoul had the vehicles to work with, they try to pull off a rotation. But we still completely missed out on what exactly happened in that scenario. How did hunters get knocked out? I'm pretty sure in the middle of the rotation, hunters got taken care of. Since Seoul, they've got 3 men standing. Now these 3 players, they need to be extra cautious The previous game wasn't exactly the way they wanted it to go, but now Seoul getting wrapped up even from the back by Bot Army Esports. Seoul, this isn't looking too good. It's not clinical at all.
Oh no, they're so split. This is a fight between ESG as well as BAE, but the circle, they're pushing in. They have to walk up. They may have gotten the opening from Manya, but it seems like they're all out in the open. And guess what? The circle shifts outside of bootcamp. And they have to push through every single team here before they can actually go in. And now with the nade coming in from BAE, they've got Manya. And it's up to Salme, the super sub, to clutch things out. But the play zone will take out Monty.
Those nades were doing some serious damage, but then Salme strikes. Another nade tossed in from Hitler. That's going to catch Knuckle as well. What can Salme do? The one last man, the saving grace. Can he clutch it out? Seoul, they need these points. They're way too desperate. The fans are counting on Seoul. This one game for Seoul needs to be theirs. They need to do something. Salme needs to be the savior, but instead gets denied by Bot Army Esports. And Seoul gets eliminated from the game. This is rough luck for Seoul. The first 3 games done and dusted. And the amount of points Seoul has, it's honestly concerning. Just 11.
Oh, that's what happens when you get attacked from the front and attacked from the back. Completely surrounded, completely pinched. Seoul seems like they will have to continue their soul journey into the next round and hopefully bounce back for the top 16. But as of yet, like you said, 11 points. The fight continues. ESG going to be gatekeeping against the guys of BAE. But guess what? Avery, he finds a small little bush and he's going to be able to shoot the mother out. There's going to be 2 guys in the back.
Yeah.
He gets traded down by Devotee. And guess what? It's a 1 versus 1 now. And it's going to be the winner coming in from Nexus, the savior for ESG.
Yeah, ESG, the day's saved for now. But ESG themselves, they need to move. They need to be quick. The zone's going to start to move as well. Nexus, you don't really have a lot of time. Maybe you can stick the survival through, but you need to be ready with your buggy. And ESG, I guess they're instantly going to decide to rotate out of that spot as well. It will be tough to pull off a clean rotation, but they don't really have a lot of possible angles. You've got CV2 to make it inside of the zone. This time around, the blue will be dishing out a lot of damage. And CV, they need to pop some first aids. They need to be quick as well.
Oh my goodness, new champions. How are they getting a lot of rotation somehow here? Because as of yet, they only have 1 player left. CV Academy being one of the most consistent teams in these 3 matches so far. Looking to try and dominate the competition. Baby girl is stuck outside the zone, but looks like Mama is going to be spanking him. And she is going to go down.
Boogie will be the man to shut him down. Team New Champions, they've managed to secure a decent amount of elimination points so far. 6 on the board. And New Champions, they know the task is not done yet. Boogie needs to survive for a long time.
What? How is he not? Oh my goodness, he's like
go.
perfect angle.
Pixel.
He's not taking from the zone. Oh, he's stuck.
Yeah.
Boogie Woogie, expecting a little bit company. He's thrown up and he's got spotted out. It's going to be CV Academy that takes him out. Sad day for Team New Champions, even though they got 2 delivery systems. But unfortunately, they will bow on 9th place. And guess what? So will they. That's going to be CV finally bowing out on 9th place themselves.
So many teams getting eliminated. A lot of rough luck in here too. At least SBZ is still alive. Shadow Blitz got a major chance to even Reckoning Esports. But the moment I say it, Reckoning Esports, they're getting shot at. Some serious damage is being dished out, and the man who was knocked out will be confirmed as well. But look at what's happening here. WinGod Esports, they make the bounce against the players of AIB, and AIB left with no other option than to take the fight itself. The nade's tossed in the outskirts. The man can be knocked out as well. It's going to chip out the damage, but not enough to get the knock yet. WinGod Esports left with just 1 last man standing in LeBron. He's getting pounced on even from the back and even from the front, but he steps outside and he slaps the second man as well.
A big save coming from LeBron. WinGod able to get the reset. And guess what? No third parties. That's great. WinGod knits all the points they can get. All the loot they can get. And guess what? Another big game for Reckoning as well. They're looking to try and push back. But Arcanite looking to try and third party this. They can't seem to push into Reckoning, knowing that there are a lot of teams shooting from outside. Shadow Blitz, the winner from the previous round, looking to try and third party and farm up their finishes. And it seems like Shadow Blitz, whatever they have been planning for, is somewhat working out. But they're only able to do this with only 2 players, and that's going to be Adonis and Ligger looking from the outskirts looking into this compound.
Arc Knight, how was the man able to make it back? He also once again walks back in the window and now is back to safety. Reckoning Esports were not able to catch that man. He slithered away from their hands. Shadow Blitz in the back line, so for Arc Knight, this cannot be a moment where they can't rest.
Speaking of rest, Zone going to be favoring towards Arc Knight and also Reckoning Esports. They need to clean out this house, this vicinity, but it's going to be hard to do so. Arc Knight still having a 1-1-2 split inside those compounds, whereas Reckoning is all inside those compounds. And fortunately for them, all they need to do is work together and shoot the people outside the zone. And that's going to give them decent amount of points. But as soon as say this, sorry Esports, guess what? They found Intense. They had a rough game from before the remake, and guess what? They're in the top 7.
These utilities can actually do a lot of damage. And you've got Regar 45 behind the tree. Sour Esports themselves are also dishing out a lot of damage against the players of Team Intense. And since Intense cannot really handle this intense heat from Sour Esports, now they're going to try to pave a different path. Maybe try and avoid this kerfuffle against the players of Sour Esports themselves. But luckily enough, Regar gets knocked out. Now that's going to be a new ray of hope. The man was out in the open, but still the reflex strikes. And he takes him out. Beautiful stuff from Beast.
What a comeback from Intense. What a bounce back. But at the same time, the circle is going to be in favor of Intense from the west side. All they need to do is just find the last random straggler in front of them. And that's going to be Nexus from the side of ESG. While WILDCARD still taking some heat all the way from the north side from Arc Knight and also Reckoning. They need to somehow push out of this zone. And the zone still favors Arc Knight. But let's talk about the sneaky rat Nexus from the side of ESG Esports. These are the two teams that went head-to-head from the previous match. They never resolved it. But guess what? Intense, they get the revenge.
Intense, solid stuff. 7 finishes on the board. And they're looking quite great. Now finally Intense starting to make the situation look real intense. Infinity, Silo, P, LeBron, 3-man standing. That clutch from LeBron was insane. Striking down those 2 players with lightning fast pace. But now they need to go through Team Intense. And Team Intense is definitely going to make it as tough as possible. WILDCARD Esports, how can they make it inside of the circle if they do not have any vehicles to work with? They're quite exposed. They're catching a lot of hurt. Silo P just bobbing and weaving his way.
Oh my goodness, IOP, great movements, but he's got 20 seconds left. He's setting up smokes, but he's got to run. He needs to get some sort of resets, but no, they clip him right at the side. It is Ligger that shuts him down, and now he himself is going to be caught in crosshairs of Arc Knight as well. Reckoning and Arc Knight tag teaming from the compound, shooting everyone outside, and they're stuck, and Arc Knight finds another finish.
Shadow Blitz is done for with just 2 finish points. Maybe a decent amount of placement points, but still that's not going to make the cut. That's not enough to get the consistency up. Arc Knight, Trigger's going to be the man looking to toss a nade across. Reckoning Esports on the opposite side of the spectrum. Arc Knight, they've got the man advantage too. If they want, they can stack up and make that pounce against Reckoning. But still, they will need to cross the open grounds, and that's where Team Intense might just have to sign to life. They can spring back to life. Final 3 teams alive. Intense is one of them. And Intense, they've only got 2 men standing.
Oh boy. It all comes down to the circle. Look at this. The center circle point is going to be on Dox's vicinity. Arc Knight already there. And the only one that can play spoilers for him right now is going to be Reckoning. Or if he misses a bit onto its Intense and he gets his head blown off, that means that's going to be the opening that Intense needs to push in. Because right now, Arc Knight, they're getting gatekeeped by Reckoning themselves as well. Only Dogs has made it out to safety. And this player cannot afford to be knocked right now. If he gets knocked, that's the opening for everyone. As soon as I say this, Dion, he finds logistics.
Of course, it's Reckoning Esports to kick things off. They're kickstarting it against the players of Team Intense, but generally speaking, Intense could have been the one to save the day for them. But now Reckoning Esports, they need to deal with this 2-on-4 as Dionysus falls down. It's down to just Kyoya. The nade's tossed to perfection, and it dishes out a lot of damage. It does not even have first aids anymore, so Kyoya needs to go for this 1v4, but he cannot really make it happen as he gets dealt with in the end, and that will be Arc Knight with the chicken dinner.
Arc Knight finally makes a bounce back. And finally, getting the chicken dinner means they do get themselves a decent amount of points. However, this is a one in many more journey for them to actually achieve their goal of making the semifinals here. But Arc Knight finally we get to see the Arknight from the round 8 stages.
Yes, that was definitely a great game from the side of Arknight, but they did not really have a lot of elimination points since they were just put in that same compound. And let's be honest, right? Since the circle is forming constantly on top of the players of Arknight, so even they were blessed. They also had that luck favoring them. But Reckoning Esports stretching that game for a long time as well. Props to them.
I think Reckoning Esports did a really, really good run here, especially in terms of farming finishes as well. I would say in terms of consistency-wise, placement isn't really a big issue for them. Reckoning has been finding a lot of easy finishes on the ground multiple times, and they were able to hold out many, many times. And we saw in the early journey of Sanhok as well, they understood the importance of being quiet and silent, just because of the fact that if you give away those positions, and if you're looking to rotate or into a better position or get a jump on people, it is going to be very, very difficult, right? So I would say Reckoning, is it luck, is it skill? All I know is they had a great spread on the east side. Nobody went in from the east side, which is weird.
Honestly, I wouldn't exactly call that luck since Reckoning Esports lost those 2 players pretty early on. And just these final 2 players able to survive till the final 2 was actually pretty impressive. So Reckoning Esports, they deserved that second slot. Arknight, they desperately needed a game like that. And this is definitely going to be increasing a lot of that confidence, especially for a team like Arknight, since they're like the newer faces on the block, right? How can we forget that clutch from LeBron, though? A 1-on-2, especially when we thought the man surrounded. There's no way he can make it out. He slaps the first man, turns back, takes the second man down as well.
Well, we do see some of these T1 teams, especially coming from WILDCARD as well, struggling to compete against the undergods themselves, but we see some light in their performance. However, all things considered, 3 matches has been done here in the match of Group Beans. Their next 3 matches is going to be a complete reset here. So it is going to be a test of adaptability, flexibility, and also skill in the next upcoming match. Because right now, that's exactly what all these teams in this respective group need.
I see Seoul in 3 games just got 11 points. That's a heartbreaker for so many fans. If Seoul in the upcoming 3 games are not able to get more than 40 points, there's a big chance they will be out.
Based on this performance, you're not exactly wrong, so I'm worried for them. But all things considered, in case you missed out in game number 3, this is going to be the highlights of how things happen as well. It seems like everyone was scrambling to actually rotate in the zone just because it is an open field, not a lot of cover, and not enough vehicles to push them through. And the teams that has vehicles got eliminated rather early itself.
And this is the moment that I'm speaking of, right? WILDCARD Esports getting pounded by the players of AIB constantly, but then later on, LeBron was the only man standing, and since he was the only player standing against the 2 remaining players of AIB, he could not really do a lot. His movement was limited, but he still steps back and instantly strikes down the second man as well. Those were some quick reflexes.
Well, speaking of quick reflexes here, Soar Esports, they also were able to make it into the top 7, which gives them a decent amount of position points. But again, they need those finishes. And obviously, you know, in this kind of scenarios, we saw how Reckoning and also Arknight was just sitting in his compound. They understood that there's no reason to fight each other. Just individually share the points outside of people and just take them all out before taking each other, which makes a lot of sense. Just because why would you give away advantage, right? Just take whatever you can. People are at a disadvantage. Bully them.
Legend OP from NC. Even this man pulled off an insane clutch. We cannot forget that either. Managing to get 4 finishes, 665 damage, dished out with 2 assists. Of course, new champions, they did quite good. Team Intense not that bad as well. In the end, got taken down by Reckoning Esports. That's quite unfortunate. You've also got AIB Spider Boy right there with 4 finishes. Even CV Daddy OG with 3. Then you've got Joel with 3.
This was also a great run coming from CV, so I want to see how much points is going to be affecting them overall in general. But Arknight, they take the chicken dinner, only 6 finish points, gives them 16 points in total. Intense Esports get themselves 12 points, Reckoning Esports gets 11 points, AIB Esports get 10 points, WILDCARD Esports get 9 points, 7 for new champions, Shadow Blitz gets 6, ESG Esports get 5. So it seems to be a pretty balanced spread between all the top teams so far. It seems like the teams in the bottom and the top have a mixed spread of points in this circle, in this map itself.
No vacuum created in that previous game, right? Since even the elimination points were equally distributed. As we flip the page, we're going to see a few upsets, and one of the biggest is THW, Seoul, and even ENG.
Yeah, this is very, very unfortunate for them as well. ENG had one of the best mastermind plans here. It's just a little bit unfortunate that they got shut down by the MVP of this match. Like a 1v3 situation, just completely taking out the competition. But with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings thus far. THWX Non-X still topping the charts with 31 points. I would say it's still an okay run for them. 2 pretty bad games for them, but it's still not that far off from qualification.
As you mentioned, right, they're pulling off Likitha Esports. This is pretty much how Likitha Esports played in quarterfinals, and now TSW Non-X are repeating the same thing. You've also got Shadow Blitz right there with 28 points. Reckoning Esports, consistency always prevails. Getting 28 points in the top 3, that's solid. But Seoul is not even in the top 12. They're on the 14th spot with just 11 points.
This is very, very heartbreaking here for Seoul. They are one of the fan favorites coming into this tournament, but personally I feel like, well, why are we talking about losers this time? Because it seems like Seoul is on their way to losing the entire tournament.
I know, right? They're on the verge of being kicked out of this entire Realme BGIS 2025. Johnny and Engineer YT went with Seoul, and I guess this time around the prediction's not really working out. I went with WILDCARD Esports. I'm pretty happy with their performance.
Okay, pretty good. Iggy, I'm sorry, my man, you guys didn't do too well. BAE didn't really do too well, but Maisie has got to be the big winner here. CV did pretty okay in this match.
Yeah. Me and Maisie did pretty good with our predictions, so we are the ones who are going to be taking the cake this time. But jokes apart, right, now we're going to have a newer group step inside of the limelight, and this is also going to be super interesting. Let's not forget, in this newer group, we've got teams like K9 Esports, Likitha Esports, Mysterious 4, FS as well. Some of the big names are once again waiting to duke it out against each other.
Well, this next upcoming group is going to be a very interesting one, I wouldn't lie. It is, after all, going to be Group D, and for some reason, here in the wildcard, especially in the first day itself, we are repeating things coming from the wildcard. Group D seems to be the group of destruction once more, because this lobby in Group D seems to be a little bit stacked, because I know the next group is also going to be very, very stacked.
And I just can't wait for Miramar to boot up, because Likitha Esports and K9 Esports are going to have a drop clash, and everyone is just waiting to see who's going to be the one to come out on top in that fight.
Well, Likitha versus K9 is not the only 2 teams in Group C, but I can see where you're going here. But all things considered here, Group B is pretty much concluded their fights here so far. Their journey will continue on probably on day 3 itself.
Yeah.
But they have to completely finish off all their remaining 3 matches. They will continue the journey 2 more days. So tomorrow is going to be 2 different groups as well.
Yep. Tomorrow there's going to be 2 new groups stepping inside of the action. Then day after tomorrow is when we'll see once again these groups, or maybe you can say reshuffled groups, back in the action. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before the new group once again steps back in the action. It's time for us to take a breather. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. The previous group is done with their 3 games. Now it's time for Group D to step in the action.
Yep.
And speaking of Group D, Johnny, we've got a lot of big names over here. This might just be the group of death, or maybe the group of destruction, as you guys like to call it.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be intense for sure. That is guaranteed, because as you mentioned, big names on the board. And again, they start off their journey. And unlike the previous group, we are going to hope the big names do put up big performances this time.
You know what? Everyone's excited about Likitha Esports, K9 Esports, VST as well in the mix, right? But I'm really excited to see Mysterious 4 too, because they have made quite a long journey to this entire BGIS. They went from the round 1, now over here in the wildcards itself. That's quite a long journey.
They've played every single round so far.
Yeah.
And again, with all of that experience, we're going to hope we see them make it to the finals as well. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to experience the best way to play BGMI, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Starting at only 22,999, the device comes packed with features like the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. There's 90 FPS gaming on this device as well. And of course, the smart AI gaming controls make your BGMI experience extremely smooth. And of course, BGMI certified. What else do you need in your life?
Exactly. Everything is packed in this one single device, so I'd recommend you guys to move on and check it out. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? Let's not forget this group is supposed to be even more intense on paper, but even the previous group was quite intense. I feel really bad for Seoul. Just 11 points in the span of 3 games. That's so concerning.
Yeah, we're going to hope that they recover after the reshuffle happens, or we might miss out on the biggest name going into the final of one of the biggest tournaments to kick off this competitive year. But ladies and gentlemen, another big thing is the BGIS crate, which is available for you guys to grab for yourselves inside of BGMI. And of course, the proceeds from this BGIS crate are going to be added to that 2 crore prize money that we already have for this Realme BGIS 2025. And of course, do let us know what you are getting in your crates as well. We're going to share in your happiness.
I'm a big fan of that Uzi and also the beautiful set that you can get. So I would recommend you guys to check it out as well. But once again, back towards that serious biz that we're speaking of, right? Now for Seoul, that was quite a bad start. And honestly, speaking of Mysterious 4 and how they have been starting things off inside of 2025, really reminds me of Team X-Park's journey back in the year, right?
Yeah.
Because this was the similar way X-Park as well kicked things off. They got eliminated from the grind, then back in round 1 from the in-game qualifiers, and they were the champions.
Exactly, but last time they had less matches to play. As we can see, the difference between the two teams, the journey for BGIS 2024 for X-Park, and of course BGIS 2025 so far for Mysterious 4. 240 points in total by Mysterious 4 so far into this tournament. But as you said, 2024 X-Park just dominated, winning everything. It wasn't easy. They had to fight their way. They got eliminated in the grind. This year there were no eliminations in the grind.
Yeah.
Last time X-Park got kicked out. Played the in-game qualifiers. Started from in-game qualifiers, went to round 1, round 2, went through all of the rounds, and then eventually the finals and lifted the trophy at the end of the finals. Mysterious 4, a similar run this time for them as well, starting from grind. Then not really doing well over there. Played round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, quarterfinals, wildcard as well. I think they just wanted to play wildcard. That's why they are here, because we are seeing incredible plays coming in from these individuals as well this time.
The crazy part is they've played 48 freaking games in one tournament. 48 games in one tournament, Johnny. They're just 2 games away from half century.
Yeah, I think I think they might have already completed 50 already though.
Yeah, I guess too, right? In the quarterfinals itself, maybe they have already completed 50. We've got the teams playing now. Group D is on the screen as K9 Esports is also going to be there. Look at the Esports. Mysterious 4, 4TR. Basista Esports is another big name everyone's going to be looking for. DOD, VST themselves, and even Wobble Gaming.
Wobble Gaming is also another interesting name individually. We have seen a few of their players perform, and of course, in terms of experience, they have Sporter in the mix. He has been playing the officials for a while, and we are going to hope that one individual can help his team get on the same footing. Hopefully they can secure decent enough points. But as we move forward, FS is going to be there along with Arankar, God's Given, Ace Official, Volcano Esports, Ryder, Universe 7, and the wild entry into the wildcard stages, Wild Fangs.
None of us saw this coming either. It was such a major surprise, especially when all the hopes were lost, especially when everyone thought that, yeah, Wild Fangs is done for. They are eliminated from the tournament. Then comes a post, and then we see Wild Fangs entering inside of the wild card.
Yeah.
This was the biggest moment for everyone, especially for Scout fans, especially for Wild Fangs fans. And at the start of the day, we made our predictions too. I went with K9 Esports. I believe on the day one itself, this time K9 Esports will be proactive.
I mean, hopefully they can be proactive. They are a frag-hungry team, and I think it is that game of Miramar that they need to be careful about, because we are going to expect K9 Esports to go colliding with Likita Esports on that map. But looking at the predictions, Maisie with Universe 7, Icy Baby with Wild Fangs as his wild prediction, and I feel like those 2 picks are going to be gambles, because we talk about Wild Fangs, and of course Scout and Sensei are there to provide the experience and the composure when the moment called for is. But let's be honest about it, Seth and Trace God have become those pillars that have been holding this team on their shoulders so far.
And judging from the past, we're not exactly sure if they can pull off a great performance, right?
Why not? I mean, these two players have been performing. What are you talking about,
These two players have been performing, but Wildfangs, they have been struggling even in some of the groups that we expect for them to dominate in. And now since they're put up against teams like Look at the Esports, K9 Esports, even VST's in the mix, it really makes us doubt, can Wildfangs dominate this group or not?
But hey, from what happened in the previous group, I think they can pull off a THWNON this time around. If they can just survive through the gruesome middle stages, secure decent enough placement points consistently, or maybe just go frag heavy. It's the total tally that matters. Hit that 30 at the end of the day. It's a comfortable position to be in post reshuffle.
Now for Wildfangs, they also need to understand one thing. They're over here by God's grace. Let's be honest, right? Lucky stars are on their side. That's why Wildcard is inside of their hands. Now Wildfangs, all they need to do is just hope that things get better inside of the team, that everyone's pretty much on the same page, and all of them have found that form. Let's not forget, teams like Look at the Esports and K9 Esports will try to create that vacuum.
I mean, of course, these two teams, we are expecting that two of them will try to build up that vacuum, but it won't really be possible considering Vasista is also there, Do or Die is also there, and Do or Die is also an incredible team. It's not easy for a coach to step in for the players and put up numbers on the board on an equal footing. But Weds, I mean, massive shout out to this man. He has been absolutely incredible playing for Do or Die all this time, and I mean, I would love to see him on the finals and have a talk with him as a player, not as a coach for the team.
Still in the fragging department, Vince has got a lot of work to do, so that's another thing. But I'm pretty sure as an IGL, he's doing a great job making sure that his team's going to be in great positionings in the first place itself. Let's not forget about a team like FS Esports too. I do understand recent performance, not exactly able to live up to the name, but still it's FS Esports at the end of the day. All the players, they do possess a lot of experience.
And FS as a name has their own legacy to live up to. So again, a great start to the day is going to make sure that they find stable footing. But is that going to happen? Time will tell. But for now, Sanhok.
As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Kampong towards Ha Tinh. Now this plane fly path, once again, towards one side of the map, but still, considering it's Sanhok, it's not really going to be hurting the players.
Yeah, it's a small map. The only position where I feel there might be a little bit of a challenge for the players to glide to is going to be Tambang and Nakam, but then again, who really goes there? I mean, a few teams do, and they end up fighting against each other in the early stages, but this time around, I think the fights might just happen way before that. Although, it seems like there might be an early drop clash happening for the players of Wildfangs. Look at that cluster that's moving out towards them, and it seems like Camp Charlie and Bantai are going to be set on fire in the early stages of this game.
Wobble Gaming is on their way towards Samhi, and there's a potential clash in Camp Charlie. For Wildfangs, it's not a great news. Oh no, Wildfangs, they need to win this fight, or else wildcards will be looking tough for Wildfangs.
Now, this is definitely... It either could be the start that they want, if they get all of those 4 points, or it could be the start that is the starting of their eventual demise and eventual exit from the Realme BGIS 2025. Let's see how that early collision is going to turn out. Although apart from that clash, another soft little clash happening between K9 Esports and VST. VST with the spread drop between Ruins and the Camp Alpha Island. And 3 of the players from the K9 Esports squad have dropped towards the southeastern shoreline of that Camp Alpha, where the circle eventually forms. This has to be the game conquered by K9 or FS.
If Seoul is watching this game, they are unhappy. Because Seoul wanted a Camp Alpha circle inside of the map of Sanhok, but then now K9 Esports gets blessed with the circle, and still they mess things up by a big time. One man's already taken down and dusted by Pratik from VST. How did this happen? K9 Esports, you've got a major chance winning the game as well, and now your man is stuck in one side of the compound.
And Pratik, you have to be afraid of him. We saw that 1v4 clutch against the players of Phoenix Esports in the quarterfinals, even though the team wasn't able to push through. Now this clash against the players of K9 Esports takes a turn for the worst as Slug finds 2 frags. So the trade is in the favor of K9 Esports now.
K9 Esports, this is why we all love this team, right? They can bounce back in any given circumstance. especially when we thought all the odds are now stacked against K9 Esports. They bounce back once again in the fight. 2 players instantly struck down. Beast and Siraj not in the game anymore. Now Pratik and Yadnesh with all the heavy lifting to do. And VST, the odds stacked against them now. What can you do if you're VST? How can you make it out alive? Ninja Boys there, still inside of the compound, pinned. At K9 Esports, they need to pull off a rescue mission.
Well, either it's a rescue or it's an assault on the players of VST. 2 versus 3 numbers in the favor of K9 Esports. Yadnesh looking to close in to provide Pratik with some form of backup, but he's going to have to do that from a distance. And also, while doing so, keep himself safe on the sidelines. Ninja Boy picked up. K9 Esports fall back, and that is the breathing room gained by the players of VST. They have an opportunity to reset.
Johnny, Omega was taken out off the rip. And you know, whenever Omega gets taken down, the team gets consistent points.
Yeah, that's the best games they have when Omega is out of the... I don't know why it's like that for K9 Esports every single time since the grind. If Omega goes out early, K9 Esports pop off.
Yeah, I guess those 3 players, they really get a chance to get a free hand inside of the game, and they just do whatever they want, and that's why they get a lot of points. But hold on to that thought. Wildfangs, they chime inside of a fight. GG, they're trying their best to fight back as even Safe gets struck down. GG still in a big world of trouble since the man advantage is not exactly with them. Wildfangs with 3 players standing, and Trey Scott is doing some serious damage. 1 more man to go. GG's on the verge of being eliminated from this game as Frosty, he will try to get anything done, but still, he gets nothing on his hands.
And it's Scout OP and Trey's God who wiped the floor with the players of God's Given. 4 points early, secured by Wildfangs. The only thing they wish for right now is that it was a clean fight and they did not lose Seth in the chaos. But still, 3 players still alive, 4 points on the board, although a little bit of a development for K9 Esports as Likita Esports came charging onto the Camp Alpha Island, and another player has been lost by the lads of K9 Esports. Although the trade did come through, Viper was shut down as well.
This is such rough luck for K9. Mysterious 4. They lose out on Crypto. Now Ground's getting pounced on as well. And Grind will be shut down too. Beautiful stuff from Max. FS Esports, they spring back to life as Crypto gets struck down. Hero wants to be the main playmaker for the team. He wants to step in as the heroic man for Mysterious 4. They've made it this far. There's a chance they can make it till the semifinals as well, maybe even the LAN. And now Mysterious 4, they're once again springing back to life. They're once again bringing themselves back inside of the fight. They're able to take down both the players. Even Crypto will be confirmed. And now Hero, he needs to switch his focus on the remaining man. FS Esports' dreams is on the verge of making a comeback as well. But instead, he just backs away from the fight.
And there's a potential for a third party on the shoreline as well, as Rider Esports have taken control, and Likita on that high ground, on that Camp Alpha hill. We can't forget about them, Necro. And Mysterious 4, I think, off to a great start. Early stages of the game, they wipe out completely 40R, and then as the players of FS Esports show up, they are miraculously able to handle that pressure and secure 3 more points from that conflict. So 7 finishes at the very start of Sanhok.
That's really good. The moment the game started, you get 7 points. That's the exact way a lot of teams would like to start things off. But since they've lost out on 3 players, maybe that's going to be a thing that won't really work that well in the future. But if Hero even manages to scoop away 1 point, that can still bring them the average. 8 points per game can still put you in a great spot.
I think this is already a good start for Sanhok. 7 points from a game, not too shabby. After this, all they're going to look forward to is actually get 1 chicken dinner with 5 to 6 points. That gets their total tally to where it needs to be. But now surrounded by the side of Rider Esports, I think the odds of survival for Mysterious 4 to the late stages are closing to 0, almost at 0 at this point. If they even hear a footstep, they're just going to pounce on him.
Johnny, there are 3 4Xs on the ground.
But
oh boy. Dreams. Lucky man. K9 Esports with just 2 players towards Hot Thin. And these 2 players, they know the chance for survival are pretty low. K9 Esports at this point, they're going to try to use every single tactic they've got. They just need to survive till the later phase. That's it.
Oh, and the circle is definitely helping them out quite a lot. The center of the zone towards Hatin. A dream scenario for K9 Esports, but only if they had all 4 players still alive. They could have done so much in this game, man.
Yeah, they could have. VST's moving from the back. You've got your Nation Pratik as well. With just a 2-man squad, one of the main reasons why K9 Esports is now handicapped. Ace official peppering those shots in the front. The players try to take an exit, but Arknight now, they're taking down super low. Arunkar Esports on the opposite side of the bridge. They're looking okay. They're safe, but they have taken too much damage.
Well, at least for now, they are safe. How long? We don't know. But one thing we do know is to have the best BGMI experience, you need to have the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Starting from 22,999, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with 90 FPS BGMI gaming and the smartest AI gaming control. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G.
Look at the Esports, Hilltop in their hands. Hyper Ash on the move towards a safety house. Heroes getting pounced on. One man from Mysterious 4 with all the pressure. He moves out in the open, was too exposed, and he instantly gets cut off. Mysterious 4 eliminated from the game with 7 elimination points, which is a great outing.
Yeah, decent outing, decent start to their day at least. But as the players of Rider Esports pounce on him from the high ground, shots from Likita Esports put one of the man on his knees. Although it's going to be an easy revive coming in for Rider Esports. There's too much distance between the two sides. But look at the Esports. While they have the value, they need to make the most of this high ground position, because eventually the circle will move away from this hill. And when it comes time for Likita Esports to climb down this hill, it is going to be so brutal upon them. Look at what is happening here. We have the players of Volcano Esports up against Universe 7. 2 teams that failed to move to the quarterfinals from round 4, colliding against each other. Universe 7, Brawly SSJ knocked out. Shots coming in from the flank, and it's going to be Balu from Do or Die who finds the knock.
Raz is knocked out. U7, rough luck. Pinched between 2 teams. You can't even do anything. And even the Blues now going to start a move. Volcano Esports, they're getting pushed on. Flash was up close and personal, but the cover fire from the back is perfect. But still the opponents reply back. Avnish, he's got a lot of firepower still left in him, and he can reply the players in quite a great fashion. Volcano Esports, they can be erupted soon. Another man on the verge of being taken down. Arjuna super low, but Avnish, he needs to go for the revival on the fallen player. Palu will be back up on his feet. There's also U7 in the nearby vicinity. So Volcano Esports, they need to be quick with this fight.
I mean, whoever it is, they need to close out as quickly as possible, because look at Do or Die. They fumbled the ball. They fumbled the push. It's down to Avnish. Balu just getting a revive. The nade looks good. Reflex fall back. Just a sliver of damage, but it is from the blue. He's getting his teammates back on their feet. And Do or Die, as they look to recover, will Volcano Esports make the pounce, or are they just going to stay back, let Do or Die bring their numbers back into an advantageous position and get wiped out?
Good question. Do or Die, though, still, they're not going to back away from the fight. Instead, they take it up close and personal against the foes once again. Palu and Avnish, the last 2 men surviving, but Palu's taking too much damage. Now he needs to patch himself up, but not enough time. He will be knocked out once again, so the revival will come through, but Avnish is catching a lot of hurt. Luckily enough for them, the zone's not too far away, so they can be safe in the upcoming moments.
Oh no. Look at that. Look at that finish feed. Wildfangs making the water rotation now, getting punished for that, as the shoreline was being gate kept by a different squad. And it was the players from Worcester Esports who are picking off the bodies from Wildfangs. I think this might be an early exit, and it is. Yeah. Aranka's also wiped out from the game.
That was such a shady rotation from Wildfangs. They get caught all the way back in the blue, in the water lines. They were trying to swim across, but even if they would have swum across, they would not have any vehicles to work with. So how can Wildfangs work with this rotation? A shady way to make it inside of the circle not working out, so Wildfangs now eliminated from the game. You've still got a few more big names alive, including Vasista Esports. Look at the Esports, K9 Esports. VST with just one man. Now he's trying to play for survival.
And he has to, one way or the other, get those points. They have 4 finishes on the board, and with how quickly things are taking a turn for the worse for a lot of these teams on Sanhok, I think he might just walk away with 1 or 2 placement points at best if he can just play that heal battle strat. Because look at this, it is just Wobble Gaming and Ace Official and Visista, just 3 teams that have managed to hold on to their numbers. Everyone else just surviving with loose stragglers. And as I say that, man, Ace Official taken knocked out by Hector from Likita Esports.
And even that vehicle's out of commission. No way out for Ace Official. They're stuck in this spot. Luckily enough, at least they're inside of the white line, so that's a good thing. They can survive for a bit longer. Vasista Esports is going to go for that long rotation. They don't really have a lot of options either. But the place where they're looking to rotate from, there's also Likita Esports in that same area. Vasista Esports can be caught. They can be surprised from the hilltop. But still, they're banking upon it.
They just got 1 point from that conflict. That's what I'm surprised about. What happened to the other players from Wild Fangs?
They were drowning. We saw Scout getting knocked out since he was suffocating. Vasista Esports, that rotation. It's going to be Mad Dash, and it might just work out, but no! Instead, Rage God gets knocked. Look at the Esports, some precise shooting. All the 4 players were just tunnel visioning on Vasista, and there's no way that Mad Dash is going to work out.
Let's see how efficiently will Likita be able to secure those points for themselves. Ace Official still their main target, and Hector keeps an eye on these lads. Phantom luckily finds the timing and runs out into the open. Hector distracted by the team in the distance. Gets that vehicle out of the way. The problem with playing this Temple Hill is the fact that if you are just going to commit to fight everywhere, you will eventually run out of ammunition. But look at this now, pinned
what is this
along
split?
The cliffside.
What is this split from Vasista Esports? 2 players are inside of the circle, while the remaining 2 all the way on the opposite side.
They got stuck. I think all of them wanted to move in, but with the shots coming in from Likita Esports and Ace also present along the cliffside, there was no way left for them to go.
They were like every man for himself now.
Yeah, eventually both of them are getting finished off. Rage God is also going to get taken down. Pokar knocked out. Goblin gets the frag for himself. And I believe Rage God is knocked out already, so he is going to bleed out. There we go. Likita, another point in the bag.
Ace Officials are low-key cooking. They've got a decent stance to play with. Not too bad. K9 Esports maybe can be the spoiler. If Ace Official moves up a bit more, they can expose themselves.
I think more than K9 Esports, they need to be worried about Rider Esports because the northeastern fragments of that Alpha Hill are where the players of Rider Esports are playing from, and that will be a line of fire that they can use to pick off Ace Official if they're not cautious enough. But last 2 men from the side of Vasista looking to get a few frags and do or die. Avnish against the survivors from Universe 7. This fight has been going on for a long time, man.
Yeah, the Blue's going to move once again in Universe 7. No intentions of backing away once again. It was a trifecta of death when the fight started. And now look at what's going on. Avnish is out in the open from the top. He will be taken down. And that's great news for Stango. Exactly what he was hoping for. A lifeline granted to the players of U7 as well. Smoke's tossed out. U7, there's no way they can survive. There's a long way to go inside of the circle, and even shots are taken from Fame. U7 still on the opposite side of the ridge, hoping that things work out for them. But we all know, for U7, for things to work out, there needs to be a miracle.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a miracle underway. But Riders, we talked about their position all of a sudden finding themselves outside of the play zone. Bhalu quite close, can actually get revenge for his teammate. Was picked up by Riders a few moments ago. It's going to be a 3 versus 1 situation, but shots in the back. And his back is going to be broken by the players of Likita Esports. 5 eliminations secured by Likita so far in this game.
Solid stuff. And this high ground's going to grant them a lot of intel as well. Rider Esports is out in the open. Fame, I'm not even sure what the man's doing. He knew Likita Esports were on top. He knew they've got the line of sight as well, but he still moved up so close and so exposed.
He stepped into that line of fire instead of away from it.
Yeah. Rookie mistakes made from Rider Esports, and this is the exact moment Likita Esports was waiting for. But it's also a big question for Likita Esports. How can they make it down from this hill?
Oh, it's going to be tough for them to pull it off, but at least they still have a decent part of the hill still inside of the safe zone. I think step 1 has to be to shut down Ace Official. But ain't no line of fire available for Goblin or anyone else from the player side of Likita Esports. Brilliantly maneuvering the cliffside. Goblin climbing down slowly, has Hector right next to him. If Likita can't win this conflict, this 3v3 against Ace Official, then this game comes to an end already. If they do end up winning it, it's 3 extra frags. They get double-digit finishes in the game and set themselves up for a nice little chicken dinner, because not a lot of teams or players indeed remain inside of the play zone itself. Ace Official is the only team now, along with Wobble Gaming. Wobble Gaming and Ace Official, neither of them have taken fights, but because of that, all 4 of the players from these 2 rosters are still alive.
For Ace Official, as I mentioned, they are definitely doing good. They were on foot from the start till the end. But now is where the real problem strikes.
Yeah.
They need to cross the open field with Likita Esports right above them. But look at all the players from Ace Official just waiting for Likita Esports. And these shots are going to reveal the position of Goblin. He's taken a lot of shots, but he's not able to find those proper connections. And finally, Goblin, he's able to find the knocks as well. And somehow he's still alive. Ace Officials, they're too distracted by someone else as they eventually get knocked out. And luckily enough for Goblin, they were distracted by K9 Esports.
Hey man, the rivals lend a helping hand, and Ace Official target prioritization not really there. Goblin, last player alive with a sliver of HP. 9 points already on the board for Likita Esports, and I think that is good enough, man. Goblin, you've done a brilliant job, but now it is time to rest. And that is the word coming in from Wobble Gaming, as Ragnar does find that frag for his team, but he instantly gets traded out. K9 Esports, they find a way inside of the zone. Numbers aren't there, but the players still holding on to their will for the chicken dinner. Wobble Gaming with the man advantage might be able to shut them out, though.
Sporta and Ragnar right next to each other. U7. Still a piece of that land available inside of the circle from Hathin. So they're quite lucky. Yadnesh, somehow the man's still alive, by the way.
Oh, no.
But the nade, yeah, the nade directly tossed in that shack. And that's going to hand out the confirmation for Wobble Gaming, but that also gives them the position to play.
He didn't want to look at it. He just turned around, started staring at the wall. I don't want to see this. That was funny.
He thought it's going to work like a flashbang. If it's not in your line of sight, you won't die.
Ostriches believe that if you can't see your predator, they're not going to be able to see you as well.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that's why they sink their heads in sand.
But Johnny, this game seems like a Wobble Gaming game. No one's going to be stopping them from securing this chicken dinner at the point.
Yeah,
they've got all the 4 players standing. U7, yeah, maybe a potential threat, but since they don't even have the circle to play with, the next zone's of course going to shift in the court of Wobble Gaming. And U7, they need to move out in the open. Unless they're able to find 2 knockouts, then maybe things can be different.
I think it's guaranteed. Wobble Gaming, as you said, they are winning this game. There are 3 players already committed inside of the circle and 1 holding the flank. So doesn't matter what U7 does unless they take those 3 men out in a single go. They are done for, and well, he holds on to the trigger. I don't know why he was seeing the pixel on the head. Honey finds the man on the flank, and Stango tries to line them up. 1 man knocked out, so Honey still in a very interesting 1v2 clutch situation. But no, as soon as he moves in, gets spotted out, gets finished off, and Wobble Gaming close out game number 1 of their day with a chicken dinner.
Wobble Gaming, they've got to be the luckiest team in that game. All the odds stacked with them in the final few moments. And they were quiet throughout the entire game, by the way.
Yeah.
They were not even taking a lot of risk to get to that position. So luckily enough for Wobble Gaming, things just worked out.
Yeah, there were two teams towards the, I think, the end situation when we were in the top 7, top 8 who had all 4 players alive. One was Wobble, the other was Ace Official. And as you mentioned, a little bit of luck getting involved over there as the circle moves closer to Wobble and Ace Official were forced to run out into the open from under that cliff.
I'm really eager to know how many points did K9 Esports have? Because look at the Esports, of course, had a lot of points. They were able to rack up too many elimination points.
5, I think, for K9 Esports. 5 or 6
Eliminations.
Yeah.
And then you also add on those placements. That's quite a decent game.
It's a decent double-digit start, I believe.
Yeah. That's actually quite a good game. We mentioned this, right? An average of 10 points per game can secure you a slot directly in the semifinals. And K9 Esports should be happy with their performance since 2 players were cut off the rip.
And Likita Esports as well. I mean, they got 9 finishes inside of the game, and I think they finished on the 7th position. 7th or 6th is where they got eliminated. A double-digit start for Likita Esports as well. But unexpected start coming in from Universe 7, surviving till the top 2, and Wobble Gaming as well with that chicken dinner with 5 eliminations, I believe, on Wobble Gaming as well.
And even U7, we never saw this coming, right? U7 needed to traverse through the open grounds, and still somehow they made it to Hot Thin, and they were alive in the top 2.
I think the first big play from U7 was surviving that Volcano Esports do or die situation. I don't know how they survived that because I thought U7 was almost done for, but I believe as soon as Do or Die came charging, U7 just bolted out of there and left Do or Die to deal with Volcano Esports.
And Johnny, Vasista Esports' decision-making has been concerning. Every single time they come up with a decision that just never works out. And Vasista Esports, something needs to be done. We know they've got the firepower, but if you're not able to position yourself better inside of the circle, what's the use of the firepower?
That is definitely true, and I think a similar thing for Wildfangs as well, because, I mean, Wildfangs and Vasista, as far as the journey on just the Camp Alpha Island is considered, both of them were in a similar position. It was the southwestern edge. There's a smaller village where most of the teams making a water rotation usually like to land and take control of the land area and then move out from. Vasista was there. That's the reason Wildfangs couldn't dock their boat on the shorelines. And luckily for Wildfangs, I think good on the point denial part. They just gave 1 point to Vasista out of the 4.
Yeah, before Wildfangs themselves, they got none.
No, they got 4 points.
Oh, I guess. 4 elimination points?
Yeah, they wiped out God's Given at the start.
Oh, yeah. I completely forgot that kerfuffle that happened, right? So Wildfangs getting those 4 elimination points, but just getting 4 points in the game one itself,
it's not
that's not going to make the cut at all. This is actually a pretty bad start for Wildfangs. And let's not forget, a bad start for FS Esports too.
Yeah.
I personally had a lot of expectations from a team like FS Esports, but they still failed.
Yeah, but this moment from Goblin, man, absolutely incredible. Perfectly executed. Use the fact that K9 Esports have a line of fire on the players of Ace Official to his advantage. And one by one, he took down 3. Slug gets 1. And I think it's just that one missing point that K9 Esports are going to be a little bit salty about in the next... not K9 Esports, Likita Esports will be salty about in the next game because they could have gotten double-digit finishes over there, but 9 eliminations is fine.
It's still quite a good game from Likita Esports and K9 Esports both. So they both should be happy, given the odds and given the position they had in that circle.
Yeah.
MVP of the previous game will be Goblin. It's not even a question, and all the thanks to K9 Esports, because Goblin was able to rack up those 3 elimination points all by himself. 6 finishes in total, 1,119 damage dished out.
But
now,
still,
that's quite a lot of stats.
I mean, yeah, his damage numbers are insane. 6 eliminations is impressive, but question to Ace Official. There were 4 of you, and combined total between Likita and K9, there were 3 players.
I really did not want to flame them, but that was honestly a really bad play.
Yeah.
Straight up. Ace Officials, I understand you guys were constantly getting peppered on from K9 Esports. There was a lot of pressure too, but you should have focused on Goblin since he was the only man alive from Likita Esports, and he was the one doing serious damage. Point standing is on the screen. Wobble Gaming with 16 points, U7 with 12 points, Likita Esports with 11, K9 Esports with 10, Team VST as well. Decent outing. And then you've got Vasista Esports with 4, and Mysterious with 7.
Man, hey, this is the reason why this was deemed as Group of Destruction and Death, because look at how nicely the points are spread out, right? 16 points for the winning team, unlike the 29 points we saw in the first group itself. So teams over here are definitely going frag heavy against each other, going for those eliminations whenever possible. And because of that, the finishes are going to be nicely divided between all of the 16 teams, except 40 or maybe they get absolutely nothing in this game.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it does not even matter if you've got 1 point or 0 point, right? Still, the value in the longer run is pretty much going to be the same, at least at the start. You need an average of 10 points per game. Nothing less than that. Maybe 8 points can still do the cut, but still to be on the safer side of the spectrum, you need 10 points per game.
But hey, now only one thing can save the teams at the second half of the leaderboard. Get a big game moving forward. Get those finishes in at least while you're playing in this particular group. But Necro, Sanhok is done and dusted. Second map this group is going to play is going to be Miramar. And you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes. K9 Esports and Likita Esports having that clash, but there's a big chance K9 Esports can evade the tracks and move on towards truck stops. So let's not forget that either. I know we want to see that clash come through, but K9 Esports' secondary drop is also truck stop, and they have been dropping there for a long time.
Get revenge in the next game, man. Get revenge in the next game. That's all I want. I want to see chaos. But is that going to happen? Or are we going to see these teams have a peaceful start on Miramar? Only time will tell. But before that, this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या? रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन। Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BGIS 2025. It is the wildcard stages, and we are witnessing some wild action between these teams. Even Wild Fangs, for that matter, because that first game, they got 4 eliminations, but then they ended up getting wiped out. This is Super joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy, are you satisfied with what we witnessed on Sanhok's group of death and destruction? Is turning out to be kind of true.
Well, it seems to be the trend here, especially here in the wildcard stages in particular. Everybody's getting very, very active and very, very intense in general.
Yeah.
The only time we haven't seen such a active performance was Game 3 just now, just because we know, okay, this is the last game, guys. We don't really want to mess up. You can see every single team kind of play a little bit safer rather than, you know what, we need to go guns blazing. We need to take everyone out. More finishes mean more points.
Exactly, and I think that is something that definitely brings in a lot of excitement into this group itself. But moving on to Miramar, and considering that Sanhok has sort of set everyone on an even footing, do you expect a lot of early clashes in Miramar as well?
Well, to be honest, Likita and K9 are going to be crashing onto his elbows, so that's going to be one.
Don't give me a caster's answer, I want a coach's answer, bro.
Don't fight. Please don't fight. Like, you want points, don't fight. You don't want points, just fight.
Yeah. As a viewer?
As a viewer,
Fight.
All right.
right, but hey, if you want to dominate your fights, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 83 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and the smartest AI gaming control. So go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, starting from only 22,999. And of course, coming back to the conversation, big numbers put on board by Likita Esports, sending him into the top 3. K9 Esports not too far behind. Slug and Beast surviving till the very end once again. Make sure that their team has a fighting chance once again.
I think it comes down to what the audience wants to watch, right? And currently, based on what I feel, especially the wildcard stages, this might be the last time you see any of this team play here in the Realme BGIS until the next circuit, which is, I don't know, maybe 2 months' time, maybe 6 months' time. Based on last year, it's what? Almost half of the year, right?
Yeah.
So I would say this is going to be their last chance. It's going to be a do or die situation. They have to make every single match count.
Yeah.
And personally, I feel like for the T1 teams to struggle against the undergods in general here in BGIS, it just shows you that this is a new era. Every year, it is going to be something new. There is not going to be something that is going to be repeating themselves. I'm specifically talking about God's Reign, who trophy magnet, guess what? Their era might be just over now.
I mean, that is what most people have been saying, and I think Destro is the man who's like, what are you talking about? We just won 1 trophy this year. We're going to get a few more.
Fair enough.
So I think that's... I would love to see that. I would love to see a team... I'm not even talking about IGLs because it is a team effort after all. I would love to see one single roster win everything the entire year. That is when you call yourself a trophy magnet.
Fair enough, fair enough. In all things considered here, it all starts from here as well. This is their second chance of each and every single one of the T1 teams as well. We won't have Hero Extreme Godlike yet.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be tomorrow themselves. But this journey here, especially here, I feel like Mysterious 4 is a very, very good team to talk about.
Yeah.
Because I think early on we showed a comparison between them as well as Xpark from BGIS 2024 itself.
Yes, sir.
The journey is much longer for Mysterious 4. But in terms of overall performance that Xbox did last year was that if you ×2 the matches and ×2 everything else of their points, they're almost double the points of Mysterious 4.
That is very true. And I'm glad you brought it up as well, because that was the reason that Xbox were able to push all the way through from the in-game qualifiers to the grand finals to lifting the trophy in BGIS 2024. And from the end of Mysterious 4, that first game, it is a decent start. They got 7 eliminations, but no placement point. But hey, at least the fighting stance is looking good from this team, right?
I think most of the T1 teams are a little bit used to having some sort of data to work with, right?
Yeah.
And they're very bad at handling against unknown teams. And I'm basing it off of general-wise, not at specific teams specifically. Just because of the trend from round 2 all the way to now, it has been the trend where a lot of them will suck in day 1 and then do really bad in day 2. It's either that or they are great in day 1, they suck in day 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think majority of the bigger names are used to knowing who comes from, where everyone else like to start from. But in Wildcard, that's not even going to happen, man. You play that today, and then the next time you show up for your matches, guess what? You go up against new teams because reshuffle is going to happen. But we have been talking a lot about what has happened, but what is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the map of Miramar. I hope you guys are prepared for the action. Here we go.
All right. This is going to be the second match for the group of destruction, group of absolute doom. And who is going to be the ones that come on top in the map of Miramar? We shall see, because the flight path is going to be coming in from the east side of the map and then ending towards the west side of El Pozo. And guess what? It is a sign ending on El Pozo. Are we going to see the drop clash happening between both Likita Esports and K9?
Man, I wish. I am praying for that. I have politely asked the players in the post-game of the previous match to go up against each other as well, but, you know, no one ever listens to me, so, yeah.
Well, somebody's got to listen to Johnny, guys. Please follow him on Instagram, iSuperJohnny. But, all things considered, seems like I do see Globlin's name. He departed. What? He's not going El Pozo.
They are going to go for Picardo. That's their home ground for Likita Esports. It's K9 Esports that have switched up positions. They are going to go for a spread-out drop just west of Graveyard. that is going to result in them colliding against multiple teams at the same time. You see Ninja Boy close to DOD, but he's just going to pick up that vehicle and move down south. Beast as well is going to do the same from water treatment, but there's a big cluster forming around Picardo and Wild Fangs. Now, this could be a sign of concern for them because they play from Hacienda San Martin, and the position of Picardo will allow Likhita Esports to go for those early picks against the players of Wild Fangs. But circle forming towards the western side. El Pozo close to the center, but Monte Nuevo is going to be the smack center.
This is the most annoying circle to play, especially stage 1 and stage 2 in particular, just because of the rotation routes, right? Like, look at the highway. There's only Los Leones all the way from south, and from the east side, I think you have to go towards San Martin and Hacienda Botron. So aside from that, it's not really the greatest place to be in as well. But yeah, Nash, is he going to let... He's got a very early 8x on a M24.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, no one uses that combo anymore. And we just saw why movement is the new big thing inside of this game now. And tracking those shots with those bolt action snipers, it has become a big challenge. Although, on the map, we saw a big cluster of teams towards El Pozo, I see. So, there will be teams fighting for control of El Pozo. There's Vasista who've taken control of the eastern edge of the city. Our Arankars and God's Given going towards the western edge have already started the fight. And well. Amy Jord already finding a knock mid-air. And I think the finish conversion, he's going to give it some time. Another drop clash that happened was towards, or could have happened was towards Campo Militar Tierra Bronca. But U7 just say nope and move out.
I'm not exactly sure what happened to that guy, but that's going to be an easy finish in the hands of Arankar. But my question here remains is that are we going to see that M24 in action with the 8x just because of how the circle is developing to the west side, right? So the church area on the west side, especially the high mountains here in the center of the circle, is one of the greatest possible spots to hold and actually pop people's heads. And taking away those helmets makes your life so much easier as the game progresses to its late game.
I mean, okay, I'm so happy that you brought the terrain into this because that was the one element I completely skipped out on. Because western part of Miramar is actually quite open, not a lot of cover. And if the circle eventually moves towards those Chumacera hills, then taking that high ground early does allow you to put that 8x and the bolt action to use. But I think it's the mid-game stages that the player might be concerned about. So a switch might happen, but hey, if you manage to hold on to that weapon, and especially, I love the M24, man.
Yeah.
Bolt actions were my thing. As soon as that weapon element, that entire weapon class went out of play, it kind of ruined my chances of flexing my skills on everyone as well. And now I'm just like mediocre.
Well, that's the thing, right? The only thing that can actually stop a bullet in the head was pretty much a level 3 helmet, even at this point, regardless of any distance, right? So I would say there is going to be a little bit of distance offsetting it after past 250 to 300 meters, where it's either you hit a head or you hit the neck shot. And next shot means it's not going to be instant death with the M24, which is very, very weird. And interesting enough, here's a little bit of fun fact as well, which is awkwardly, shotguns do a little bit more damage on the limbs rather than on the chest.
Oh, because of the spread.
Yeah. So it's weird on how this calculation actually works, right? So if you put shotties on a guy with a level 3 vest, you do lesser damage compared to just shooting them on the arm, where the most amount of bullets would do like a decent amount of damage because the arms are exposed.
I mean, see, game-wise it is because of the spread, but if you think realistically, I mean, I have a way of justifying this as well. The armor does not cover your limbs.
True, fair enough, fair enough. But you know what can cover you with some good 90 FPS BGMI gaming? And that is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently out in the market, priced at 22,999 rupees. So be sure to Google, search for those specs, check it out, and guess what? You might be able to walk away with some amazing rewards as well.
Of course, right now, I think these teams are also competing for their reward in the Realme BGIS 2025. We have 40R official on our screens. Last game, not really theirs in any way. They were the first team to get wiped out at the hands of Mysterious 4, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an awkward spot because 40R official was a team that kind of surprised us during quarterfinals. They were a team that nobody knew who they were, but they were very, very somewhat consistent. It's just unfortunate they did not get enough consistency to break past that 45 barrier mark to qualify for the semifinals, because everybody, all the top hitters, are inside the semifinals right now. But do or die, a team that we've seen them coming from the grind, didn't really do too well. But we have seen moments of brilliance coming from them as well. And whenever they win those games, they always win it with a bang as well, especially when they secure those chicken dinners. My personal favorite is going to be looking at Vets in particular, coming from do or die. But we haven't seen too much of him. Same can be said for Fierce from the side of Versista Esports, because when he clutches things out, he does make it so good. But consistency has always been an issue with these two teams ever since the grind started.
I think you and Weds will have a lot to talk about if he ends up making it to the LAN, because you used to be a coach, he used to be a coach. The only difference is you joined us on the desk, he joined his players in the game.
It's been a long time. But guess what? Here's a little bit of fun fact. There is an international player looking to be a coach here as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's coaching some team. But I just can't tell you which team. He hasn't told me who it is.
Don't say that now. I mean, that's, I think, for you to reveal on your social media handle, I guess.
Right? I know, right? It's a little bit of tips here. That's why I'm not mentioning anything.
Yeah.
They want to come here. Everybody is looking to play and compete in BGMI.
I mean, of course, man. We are awesome. We know
Unfortunately, this game is only limited to India, which is kind of sad, right? It's a fun game. People want to play.
But for now, I think VST, they want to play with Wobble Gaming, the winners of the previous match. But Wobble Gaming, that's the reason they won the previous game as well. They play for survival in the early stages. Although, there's a cluster from Water Treatment to San Martin. K9 Esports also there. Universe 7 also there. So both VST and Wobble Gaming, they have to be careful not to make too much noise and not to make too much, draw too much attention towards themselves as they move towards the play zone. And even in Los Leones, there might be a little bit of a conflict as Wildfangs and Riders Official are going to try and move out of there. But here we have it, Universe 7 against K9, Stango and Honey. Have they... I'm pretty sure they've heard the commotion of that vehicle with Ninja Boy, but are they going to be ready for the action? Beast spotted out, damage dished out as well, but no knocks yet.
Oh my goodness, Stango. Code Stango. Going to be looking for the hunt, but they're outside the zone still, a little bit far off in terms of the overall rotations. But I want to see how the zone shifts, because earlier on today we see in Los Leones circle shift, but hold that thought right now, because Slug, he's going to be eyeing out Aras. He's going to be shot out as well. They're dropping down pretty low. Seems like K9 Esports, they really want to clean out this house.
Well, but can they is going to be the big question. U7 players are low, and that's going to be a 2-point, or just a 1-point nade coming in from Ninja Boy. In fact, Beast with the second, can't find the second knock. Brawly quite close to the damage splash. And he eventually will be knocked out, or maybe no, takes down Beast before eventually getting traded by Slug in the backlines. U7, a big opportunity taken away from K9 Esports. This could have been a clean fight, but Beast just wiped out.
I feel bad for Beast. Like, he had level 3 helmet and level 3 vest. All the bullets connected on his arm, and he just got taken down without his helmet and vest actually damaging. That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
But all things considered, it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade as of yet. They are still outside the zone, but do they want to rotate in the zone is going to be the question here, because the zone is disgustingly going to be outside of Monte Nuevo. So that is going to be open fields, open areas, and I really hope I get to see the M248X in action, to be honest. This is the perfect circle to play in.
Oh yeah, this is definitely perfect. And you know what? I just wish it keeps going towards that big, gigantic wall and the western edge of the map. That's an amazing position where we see a lot of exciting fights towards the end game. But talk about excitement, and Resista Esports show up on our screen. Tapatap knocked out by Mari from Arankar. He's going to look to clutch this fight. Molotov to deny the entry, the access into this room, and a smoke out as well to deny some vision. Repositions himself, goes into the line and fire of his teammates who can actually help him out. Fierce in the backlines gets taken out by Amy George, so the numbers advantage in this fight, I believe, is taken away from Resista Esports. Oh, he has to run into the fire to try and avoid the nade.
This is so hard. She's pretty much stuck. He needs help. And currently, the rest of them is so far apart. But guess what? They found Bukar. Amy was able to find one. Resista down to his 2 players. Arankar might be able to hold on as time slowly withers away. This is going to be giving so much time for Arankar to punish on these mistakes from Resista. Look at this. Top. Rage God. Pretty much in an awkward spot. Rage God getting scattered out with the palm. And here comes Arankar. They're going to go in on offense this time.
It's a 2 versus 3 situation so far, and one more man down on his need. Rage God, last man surviving, damage dished out, secures the knock as well. Go for the finish, and he secures it. But HP disadvantage, and he runs up the stairs, dishes out more damage to the players running towards him. But Rage God, can you clutch this out? Last surviving player from the side of Vasista Esports. Here's all the footsteps of Mari and Phoenix. Spots out Mari as well, and he knows where both of them are. One man in the air, the other one climbing the stairs, and both of them in tandem take him down. Vasista Esports wiped out from this game of Miramar.
Oh my god, what did I just watch? That was an anime fight scene right there and then. The patience, every single little audio cue was read by both teams in general.
Yeah.
That was perfect execution coming from Aranka Esports, but they still have to do it with 2 players in general. My goodness, do you see that bait and switch? My goodness, the moment they hit the bandage on top, they pushed.
Yeah.
And that was the opening that they needed to hold on from Vasista, but unfortunately say, Aranka just read the situation a little bit better. But let's take a look at the circle here. It is going to shift all the way towards the open fields of Monte Nuevo. Do or Die has a little bit of a nice shack on its own, but not exactly the greatest in terms of high ground advantage. Ace going to be playing, Ace official going to be playing all the way far west, 4TR northwest in general. Nobody has some sort of high ground here except for maybe VRV, who is in the vicinity, but I don't know. It feels like they're out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, Volcano Esports, that is an interesting position for them to be in, but let's see how far they make it inside of this game. So far, FS, we saw them on the finish feed going up against Rider Esports. They found the opener, but Dreams traded out. Max comes in, picks off Zyro, so Fame is going to be the last man left alive. Oh man, so much damage from that nade. Max on minimum HP. Quite ironic, but Insidious is still there. Fame, are we going to see him clutch it out? Has picked off 2 already.
Oh
It's one more man down on the lower grounds. He's going to try and lob a nade. Bounce it off the wall, but no! One nade earlier at his feet, but it's still Fame who finds the finish onto Dreams. It's a 1v2 remaining. He's picked off 2. 2 last players left from the side of FS Esports, and Fame is still trying to run circles around them, waiting for those sound cues. Insidious out into the open, but he steps into the line of fire and can't really connect those shots. Insidious finds the frag as Rider Esports right back to the lobby.
Oh, this feels bad for Rider Esports because Fami, we've seen him perform before in the map of Erangel himself. He was the last man standing, clutched his way in the top 2 with high finishes, but seems like it's not this time for him.
Yeah.
As next bank is going to be Erangel. Hopefully that happens, but you don't really want to do this one solo, right? So, all things considered, FS Esports, they do get themselves a couple of finish points themselves. 3 finishes, they have a decent amount of compound. They have a wide little bit weird spread there. But look at this. On the west wall, K9 Esports going to be climbing on top of the mountain. One of the highest point in this game. And seems like Slug is able to scout out members coming from 4TR who has the same exact idea. And this is where that M24 will come to be very, very useful right now.
Yep. If you still have that bolt action on you and the 8x, I mean, now is the time you find value off of it. But the circle absolutely middle of nowhere. It's between Ladriel and Monte Nuevo, but it's towards the west, extreme west. So there's just one highway and the dips alongside with it that can be used by these teams. But Wild Fangs, I don't know what's going on through the heads of Sensei, I wonder. That's the slowest rotation I've ever seen on Miramar. They're still in blue and it's stage 4, and I think the damage amp is going to make sure these players fall.
I think Seth is just going to get knocked right here.
Yeah.
He doesn't have enough time. They've lost Scout, they've lost Sensei, now they're about to lose Seth as well. Trace God has to do this all by himself, and Seth, go, last more stick, one more! Oh no, just at the edge as well.
Yeah.
Oh, just so unlucky, and Trace God says, you know what, can I save him? No, he cannot, he gets taken out by Ace Official. What a way to go out. What happened, Wildfangs? What happened?
Someone needs to tell these lads that there's a damage amp with the zone now, and the shrink time has been increased as well. Please inform them of the new zone settings. It seems like they are unaware.
But they have the most amount of games here as well. What happened to Wildfangs? Like,
gotta fight the other players, not the blue zone, man.
oh
Blue zone is unbeatable.
This is not good. Meanwhile, on the sides here, seems like Slug is able to find some sort of opening, but as of yet, he needs to find a way to get out of this spot. It's a very, very long rotation here. Can he make it though? Because as of yet, the zone is about to close in, and he's pretty much stuck outside the zone.
Oh, look at the esports though now climbing down from that hilltop. They have the northern edge of the circle under their control. But VST with the high ground advantage can actually create some pressure on Likita if they push towards the center a little too earlier than needed. Goblin, he wants to take control of the hilltop for himself. See if they can coexist with the players of VST, which is going to be a little tricky, to be honest.
Well, speaking of tricky, I want to see how to play this zone here. This is a very awkward spot. Like, I think Mysterious 4 has one of the best rotations coming from this point.
Agreed.
Like, the high ground mountain terrain is great. They have a decent amount of compound. If they hold it out, it's going to be great. But guess what? Gunshots has been made. VST has a little bit of run-in with Likita. Goblin gets the trade-off. He gets the knock instead. And instead, Shiraj is able to get one himself. So it is going to be a 3v... So wait, 1v3. What happened? What happened to VST?
Oh, one after the other. They are starting to fall because from the other side of the hill, K9 Esports are also chiming in, man. They, VST, get pinched by two different titans on either sides. On one hand, dealing with Likita. On the other, K9 Esports. But it is going to be the last nade that was lobbed, flying in their faces by Neo, that takes down and confirms those finishes for Likita Esports. But the game plan does not change for them. They still want to control this hill. They still want to climb this massive mountain in front of them.
This is the cleanest takedown coming from Likita Esports.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting this. Look at this. So much loots. Everything up for grabs in the hands of Likita Esports.
It was just one player on the other side that was picked off by K9, I believe. Everyone else just got too distracted because of that chaotic move. But let's see how the rest of the game turns out. Quite a slow game of Miramar, to be honest. But hey, look at this. The high ground that they wanted, they have it. Although the circle just moves away from them right after that.
Oh no. Well, fortunately for them, they do have some sort of a high ground advantage. If they are able to get those cars on top of the mountain, which I think is nearly impossible based on the angle itself, and the pathing is just a little bit too small. But if they are able to get it up, all they need to do is just wait on top. And if circle shifts out, they're going to be able to get out. Meanwhile, Ace Official, they were the ones that shut down Wildfangs. Guess what? For TR, they're taking some heat, and the vehicles, they're pretty much going to explode as well. But the nade catches one. AKOP going to be taken out. Hyper Ash finds one. And that's going to be Ace Official finding a couple of stray players. But they have to make their move now. 2 seconds before the zone closes in. He needs to make a run for it because K9 is also taking shots at them. And just like that, they get wiped out.
I feel bad for 4TR, man. That was just so unlucky. Just getting spotted out by so many different teams at the same time, and that nade at the last second being lobbed right underneath that monster truck, getting a player knocked out. Can't escape, can't avoid that in any way, shape or form. But K9 Esports, 5 eliminations and 3 players still alive, so they are still doing a lot better than they were on that previous game of Sanhok. But how do you make sure that you also get the chicken along with the finishes? Ace Official, update from their side, because as they try and climb down from their western hill, they get spotted out by Do or Die, and one of the players from the side of Ace Official squad, I believe, has been knocked and finished already. Another knock, this time from K9.
I was about to say something, but it seems like the moment he popped the smoke, K9 says, wait, guess what? I think there's someone there. If he did not pop that smoke, he would have been fine, I think. But that was a very, very easy indicator. And K9 is able to reap the rewards, and guess what? They are going to be the only one on the west side, and they have a very, very healthy amount of resources and utilities. Even vehicles are looking pretty good as well. So all they need to do is just punish everyone out in the open. But as soon as stage 6 begins, and if shifts away, they're going to be in a lot of trouble themselves. Oh no, Ace Official, they're stuck.
Yeah.
They're going to be running out in the open as well. This is tough. Do or die. Look at the range that they have, the coverage they have. Same can be said for Volcano on top of those mountains. And taking a couple shots. Guess what? Tekken is able to get a trade on Arjun. Nicely done, but he himself gets a trade off by Flash.
Yeah, Ace Official, as you said, out into the open, can't really do a lot. So the moment they pull the trigger, they draw all of that attention upon themselves, which is not what you want in a position like that, getting wiped out in the game. We're down to the top 10 teams of this match, 30 players still alive, and only one team. Actually, 3 teams, surprisingly, do still manage to hold on to all 4 of their players. Likita, M4, do or die. And Volcano Esports, I mean, if Flash can be revived, then they are going to be the fourth one of the bunch.
Yeah, Wobble Gaming also surprisingly surviving quite long in this circle. We're talking about consistency being an issue, but guess what? They're being very, very consistent here in the wildcard stages. But hopefully they are going to be able to take the cake. But let's take a look at the circle. Where is it going to shift? Seems like it is going to shift directly on towards GG.
And God's given, well, the gods of BGMI have given them the zone. Smack center of the circle, literally smack center of the circle. Now, if they can just avoid any conflict till the end game, I think all of these other teams are just going to end up taking each other out. But right now, as you mentioned, Wobble Gaming, I think they might have realized that that early chicken dinner on Sanhok has put them in a very advantageous position. So now all they got to do is just hope to be consistent, or actually play to be consistent in the upcoming matches. And well, as I say that, Jins actually ends up knocking down one of the players from the side of Likita Esports. That's not the tension you want on yourself.
Yeah, God's Given currently has one of the best possible spots here. The only way they actually survive this is they have enough ammunition to zone everybody out, because it's so difficult to push into that compound.
Yeah.
And everyone is struggling to get in. Likita Esports going to be pushing from the north. Right in front of them is going to be Aranka. And guess what? They are going to try and wrap this up as quickly as they can.
Oh, they make it to the compounds. Viper with the Molotov is going to try and flush Mari out. Shots fired, but Viper's Molotov knocks out Neo. A misplay from Likita Esports as Phoenix is now hiding in that car. Mari indoors gets knocked and finished. Phoenix, this was not the time to let your own teammate down over there and let him die like that. Likita Esports now are going to hunt him down. And what could have been a big game for Arankar Esports, due to that one miscom, I believe, it's just going to result in them getting taken out on the 10th position. So they have 5 finishes but no points for placement. But look what is happening here. K9 Esports 3v4 against do or die, or make that a 3v3 as the nades go out. Balu and Avnish get knocked out in tandem. 2 more players remain. Wets, he's trying to see if he can make sure that the players of K9 Esports are going to be held back at bay over there around the corner. Spots out one more. The hip fire comes through. Now both the weapons are on a reload position. Just 9 rounds left in that UMP. And as he goes for the shots on the window, K9 Esports, without breaking a sweat, just wipe the floor with do or die.
K9 and Likita Esports is absolutely crushing the competition from the west and the north side. They understood that in this circle, there can be only one from each section. They clear out every single one as much as they can. But Likita, even though they finished the fight early on, guess what? They're pretty much stuck out in the open. And they are forced to actually take some fires coming from God's Given. And currently, every single shot is being made. And even K9 is going to be topping the fights on towards them.
Oh, that nade exchange between Wobble and Likita Esports. I said it, man. You take a shot against Likita Esports, that's just asking them to come in your direction next. And look at the Esports, if they show up with a lot of fireworks in your faces. But look at that, Viper knocked out. Neo, as he runs to the broken wall, also tanks a lot of damage.
Oh no.
No smokes.
Oh no.
So Viper can't crawl over here.
He's stuck. He's really, really stuck right now. Like, he wants to pick up Viper, but because of the lack of ammunition, this is going to be a very, very big problem. But he just needs to wait for the perfect timing. And he might be able to get the reset. But it all comes down to the circle. And guess what? The circle is not going to help Viper this time. That means everyone has all in the time in the world to look at Likita Esports right now.
Man, if God's Given do not win this game, I'm going to be offended. They've been in the circle for so long. The only team with good cover available to them. And it's a decently covered up position in terms of the terrain as well. The hill in the back and the free reign up front.
But that's the thing, right? Last I saw them, they had 120 ammunition on one guy. So after one stage right now, I don't think they have enough resources to hold the fight back. But guess what? K9, they're going to get rushed by Volcano out of nowhere. Slug finally goes down.
Slug goes down, but before we went out, the Molotov that was lobbed out by Volcano Esports result in their own teammate falling as well. And Volcano Esports, now the pressure starts to build up. You've drawn the attention of K9 Esports, and M4 in the backline are also not going to show any mercy. But M4 get distracted by FS as one of their players got knocked out. God's Given. They take out Hector with that explosion over there. K9 Esports, though, all eyes on them, sitting on the first position of the leaderboard. And when I say all eyes, I mean all eyes, including of the players of Likita Esports. Now Ninja Boy is the last surviving player from the side of K9 Esports. Can he rescue his IGL?
Well, it is very, very possible, but Viper now is clearing the angles for Neo to actually sneak into the zone. He's going to be sacrificing himself very, very soon, but as of yet, K9 is very aware there is going to be teams on the north. God's Given going to be holding their guns here. Seems like they haven't been a little bit active here, just because I think they're saving up the ammunition. They've used up almost everything. Meanwhile, on the south side, we have teams like Volcano, we have Mysterious 4, we have FS Esports still hanging in a balance. But seems like K9, they're going to try to go in for the west side. Viper gets knocked out by God's Given. Neo able to get a trade himself, but I don't think Likita is going to be able to do too much in this situation now.
Oh yeah, I think that is done. And there it is. Neo getting picked off, shut down K9 Esports. As Ninja Boy was able to save Omega. They get a few extra finishes on the board now. 12 finishes for K9 Esports as they break into the top 5 of this game. But Volcano Esports, I think, now are just pinned inside the shack. Luckily for them, FS is keeping M4 at bay. Otherwise, Mysterious 4 would have just gone after them. But
Not
now
anymore.
FS is gone, man.
Not anymore!
The nades go flying and the finish is in the hands of Grind.
Not anymore, my friend Johnny. Mysterious 4, they finally clean up their house and now they're going to be getting up their bearings. But the question here is, why does Fragger not have a backpack? It seems like they somehow sneaked their way all the way into the final zone in the top 4.
I mean, that still won't make sense, man. It's Miramar, no grass in this desert. So, like, you will be visible no matter what.
True, true. But all things considered, final 4 team. God's Given still holding out the angles, and yep, this is exactly what I was talking about as well. They don't have a lot of ammunition left. They have to make every single bullet count. Fragger could be opening a space, but Surya is able to get the knock. Fragger, oh no.
Yeah, don't spray anymore.
Just tap, just tap.
Don't even tap. I mean, ask your teammates to show up. If all of them shoot in tandem, maybe they find a frag. Or maybe they have to actually push out, realizing that they have the upper hand against Mysterious 4. It's 4 versus 2. 3 versus 2 in the favor of God's Given.
Somebody's got to give them loot.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to give them loot. But K9, they're slowly creeping by. They don't know if the house is safe. They're forced to prone their way through. They have a buggy to try and set some sort of cover. But they are exposed to the high grounds. Mysterious 4 might be able to spot them. And guess what? Omega, he gets spotted out. Fragger gets picked up. He gets the knock. And now Ninja Boy looking to try and return fire.
Some damage onto Sketch, but Sketch goes for the finish confirmation first. And Ninja Boy, again, the last solo survivor for his team.
This is his only cover right now. And guess what? Surya, they find Fragger once more. How many times do you want to knock him, man?
I don't think he can get any more knocks because I think the ammunition in that M4 is gone.
Uh-oh.
That's, I think, what Fragger is going to be happy about.
What is that nade? Does he connect? Looks good. Okay. Looks a little bit iffy, but
yeah.
He still has one Molotov, but he's going to go with spray for Volcano. He's going to be playing spoilers for Volcano right now.
Even if the molly connects, I think Ninja Boy, the job will be done. But 2 nades in tandem, both on the other side. This man, it will not be able to survive. There he goes, but the finish goes into the hand of Fragger. A man who was knocked out twice. Gets up and finds a frag out into the open. But hey, oh, he still has ammo on that UMP.
Oh my goodness.
5 finishes on God's Given. They convert the man advantage. Mysterious 4 get eliminated from the game. And Volcano Esports, as they go out for the push, will they be able to secure this win against God's Given? Or will God's Given capitalize on the fact that the gods always gave them favor with that play zone reflex knocked out with the nade from Surya? They still have saved up a lot of utility, and even with the nades they can find the closer. Arjun falls, Psycho as well. The nade will connect. Some damage dished out. Psycho runs out into the open and he gets shut down by Rage on that flank. And God's Given finally, what the gods gave to them, they welcome with open arms, and it was a delicious chicken dinner in the end.
What a game, what a circle, what a game coming in from God's Given Esports, because God literally gave them that chicken, because this is the best possible outcome they could ask for. Stay in the center, favor them all the way through, just shut down everyone out in open, and it's so ironic, right? To not see an M24 in this scenario. Look at how open everything.
Yes, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, it is very ironic because we talked about those bolt actions, right? And especially even for the teams that were playing that Western Wall, that was K9 Esports, there were Ace Official. if only you had a bolt action and an 8x, man, it would have been so easy. Because from where Ace Official was saying, with an 8x, you can actually take out all the way across that open field, take out players on the hill where M4 and FS were.
And it's weird to see how God's Given was able to convert into a 3x on UMP. We know for a fact that UMP is great, you know. Recall control is great. Damage is just so minimal. But considering how many times Mysterious 4 got knock on top, reset, knock on top, reset, fraggers, armor was gone, helmet was gone, the UMP just took, what, 3 to 4 bullets is down, out, gone.
And luckily they saved that ammo on the UMP, or maybe they found it as well, because those M4s were on single-digit rounds in the end. And one more thing, since they were using up just ammunition, just the bullets, they had all the nades to work with.
Exactly.
In the end, best way to close out a match, just an artillery strike, lobbing all the nades in the faces of Volcano Esports, and Volcano Esports couldn't do a lot about it.
Agreed. But this is still a win for God's Given Esports, because as of yet, they're still not out of the running here for the semi-finals qualification as well. So with this chicken dinner, hopefully it is going to give them a little bit of a heads up that you need about 20 over more points to go.
Yeah, and also, by the way, God's Given, they reset themselves in the overall leaderboard, but advantage gained and kept in control by K9 and Likita in a brilliant manner, actually. Both the teams did secure decent number of eliminations for themselves, while Likita was taken out a little bit earlier than expected. K9 Esports, they ended up surviving into the top 5.
I think this is the best example of Likita and K9, knowing that these two teams are one of the strongest, hardest hitters in this lobby in general.
Yeah.
And it's based on their track record. They always have high finish volumes. And for them to not take each other right from the get-go means that, guess what? There's a very, very big piece of the pie. Everyone can have a share.
Exactly, but it turns out one of the pieces of the pie was Wobble Gaming in the end. Because I am upset, like they had a great start on Sanhok, but now they've been reset after this performance on Miramar. But hey, highlights of the match on our screens right now. And 40R, man, they have to be the unluckiest team of them all. Everywhere they go, it's just open position and them just being surrounded.
Well, that's why long range is very, very important here. DMRs will have a little bit of advantage, but it doesn't matter if you get your connections. In this case, K9 Esports just understanding that when push comes to shove, we need to take compounds, we will do it. And this rush call coming from K9 Esports was so critical for them in order to take space.
Yeah, it was. And I just noticed, I mean, K9 Esports, they went extremely frag heavy over there in this game as well. And fair enough, I mean, they needed to do so as well after what happened in the quarterfinals and what we witnessed from their side in the quarterfinals as well. Mysterious 4, brilliant positioning, but they need those finishes if they want to climb the leaderboard and if they want to stick inside of the top 16. And also a reminder to everyone, and this includes the players playing right now, you are competing against 64 teams. It is top 16 of the 64 that move to the semi-finals.
Yeah, agreed. And now, let's take a look at the MVP of this match. Seems like Ninja Boy will be the MVP with only 4 finishes. So that means everybody was struggling to get confirmations because this is a long-range fight circle.
Yeah, it was a long-range fight circle, very open. And I think everyone took kind of decent advantage of that. Top 5 players, you see all of them with 4 eliminations. Reflex is there with 4, Slug with 4, Amy Jord with 4, and K9 Omega with 4 as well. K9 Esports, I think, 12 eliminations combined in total on the 3 players, and it is 12 eliminations, 16 points for K9 Esports. But God's Given, impressive performance, 18 points from this match.
Well, even the point system as well, the Group of Destruction seems to be spread out between the grind teams themselves as well. Likita Esports 11 points, Mysterious 4 also 10 points. Volcano Esports having a little bit of bounce back despite having a very, very good high ground advantage.
Yeah.
But just can't find those confirmations. Look at them, 2 finishes only with 8 points.
So the only 2 consistent teams from the previous game are K9 and Likita Esports. Everyone else has reset themselves on the overall leaderboard. And man, big signs of concern for Vasista and Wild Fangs. What is going wrong now?
Yeah, even Wild Fangs, they only had 41 damage, which, to be honest, I can't really blame them considering that they actually bled out to the zone. So, I don't know, like, was this fate? Was this luck? Was this unplanned? Because something definitely happened to Wild Fangs, because this is not the Wild Fangs I remember when they started.
Me neither, man. I mean, Wild Fangs, at least in the early stages during the grind itself, were looking quite confident, and now it seems like all of that has gone away. But overall rankings, K9 Esports 26, Likita 22, God's Given 19. We have Wobble Gaming with 18, Mysterious 4 17, Universe 7 with 14, Volcano and FS tied up for 10 points. points equally distributed between the leaderboard actually benefits no one this time, because that means everyone might just be outside of the top 16 in the overall leaderboard. That includes 64 teams.
Well, it is going to be a free-for-all for some of these teams. But meanwhile, even the bottom half as well, VST only have 9 points, Vasista 6 points, Ryder 6 points, 6 points, 6 points, 4 points, 3 points. 1 point for 4TR official, but Wildfangs, they only had 4 finishes thus far, and they have been known to be the team with the highest amount of finishes, but no chicken dinners for some reason, and still be on top. But this time, it seems like it's not going to be good enough here, because Likita and also K9 just dominating the opponent here, and they will be taking that title away from Wildfangs.
I think it's just overcomplicating a simple situation from the side of Wildfangs. This team has players that do very well in terms of aggression, in terms of securing those fights, and you have to enable those players. If you keep them mid-rotation, if you keep them in the blue too long, I mean, what are they going to be able to? They will never be able to put their skills on display.
Well, seems like only time will tell, because as of yet, the journey, the fight for the top 16 in the semifinals continues in the wildcards. Expect the unexpected. And as of yet, here in the group of destruction, it is going to be absolute pandemonium. But before we continue the final match of today, we will see you guys right after this short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Realme BGIS 2025 wildcard stages. Here in day number 1 here we've seen 5 matches and we are now down towards the final match of Group D itself. My name is ICBB12, joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the commentaries of the final game of all these groups, because Group B as well as Group D is going to be mixing things up tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be mixing things up. But let's not forget, K9 Esports once again back in their old element, and this is the K9 Esports we all love to see, right? Likita Esports as well, consistency dripping out, and that's what I love as well. But Wildfangs, what's going on here? I see that's your pick.
I don't know, man. Sometimes my picks just get absolutely cursed, but you know what's really, really nice? A good pick for you guys, 100% best value out there is going to be Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's currently out in the market here for the price of 22,999 rupees, which is world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out. Just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G to check out the specs and also potentially walk away with some amazing rewards itself. Now,
exactly.
Necro, it seems like nobody wants me to predict these days.
Okay.
Like, even though some of the teams, they actually texted me, IC, stop predicting my team. And for some reason, any team that I predict since round 4 hasn't been going well.
Well,
for those teams. And I'm sorry, Wildfangs, or the fans of Wildfangs, but this is heartbreaking to me.
You know what I see? I'm not really going to blame it on you, though. The way Wildfangs was eliminated in that previous game was a complete rookie mistake. Let's be honest, right? Outside of the zone, knowing the fact that you don't really have a lot of meds, but still staying in Los Leones for such a long time, I'm not exactly sure what Wildfangs was doing. They should have looted for a bit longer, maybe get their hands on those bandages, get their hands on the first aids, and then maybe start moving. But instead, Wildfangs, they were just a little bit too stubborn to stay outside of the circle for too long and get eliminated by the zone like that.
I think it comes down to just geometry in general, right? Like, so if you draw a circle and you draw a straight line, this technically should be the closest distance itself. But based on how the circle developed in that map of Miramar, their geometry to the in terms of fastest pathing, becomes a very, very big U shape, which is actually longer in terms of duration, just because of how the terrains are built out. So I think they misjudged the overall distance, because assuming that, oh, this is the distance, okay, everything is going to be fine. But knowing that in between this distance, there's so many rocky terrains that if you use the highway, it's a longer duration, to be honest. So I think that's them missing out on timings. But all in all, they tried their best. Hopefully they do a little bit better in this game.
Look, no matter what, how many excuses Wildfangs is going to try to give, it's a complete fact that they've only got 4 points in the span of 2 games. And you cannot deny that. Getting 4 points in 2 games is really bad, especially when you know teams are starting to average 10 points per game, and when you know the cutoff can be super high. Looking at this group itself, teams are able to distribute those points accordingly pretty well, and at least in the top 8. The overall standings are not too stacked, either in the first 2 or maybe in the bottom 2 as well. Still a good performance, can instantly bring you back in the top 5. And Wildfangs, they need a chicken dinner, nothing less than that.
Hey, they need a chicken dinner, and they need their high finish action here, because this upcoming match is going to be very, very important for them as well. And guess what? We are going to be going in towards Erangel. This is El Clasico, all about tactics, all about firepower.
Yeah.
And I want to see if they can do this, because as we had in track record, Likita and KE9 Esports excels in Erangel. So it is going to be a steep hill that they have to overcome.
It's one of the classic maps, right? Even Wildfangs is supposed to excel in that map. At the end of the day, Wildfangs is stacked up with veteran. We'd really expect that team to perform. So without wasting any time, let's move on towards Erangel. As the big bird's going to be in the sky once again in the lands of Erangel, starting all the way from shooting range towards Milta Power. Now this plane flat pad tilted a little bit on the northern side. If the teams want to move in towards the Sanhok military base, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Well, speaking of a tough stretch here, where will they perform? Where will they drop is going to be the question here, because we know for a fact that Wildfangs do tend to actually play onto its Milta. And ever since they've started their journey here in Realme BGIS, they always have some sort of a potential disturbance. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the same case once again for here. But we do see a lot of teams dropping to Georgia Bowl, so we might expect neighbors coming in on South and North Georgia in particular. Same can be said for FS, but is FS actually going for Zarki? They are going for Zarki, all right.
I see. We've been speaking so much about K9, Likitha, and Wildfangs that we completely forgot about a team like FS Esports. This is also one of those names that is quite known inside of the community, and the performance so far has been on a major dip. It's been on a decline. And something needs to be done from the players of FS Esports right here, right now. If they do not catch up the pace, they're done for.
And VST also going to be one of those teams that actually set the record with over 100 over points in 6 maps themselves, right? So I think VST is in a situation where they need to start bulking up as well. Same can be said for Vasista Esports. Both of this team has had a little bit of a fumble in their journey in this opening map of wildcards. And especially now, every single point matters, because if you do not have enough points to qualify, you are going to be eliminated from the tournament. And as much as I want to be happy for everyone, there will be winners and there will be losers. And the winners are the ones that will advance further. And those are the only teams that we'll be talking about if they make it to the grand finals.
Of course, it's not even a question. Winners will always be remembered over losers. Unless if you're someone who comes up with a complete fairy tale, and if you fail to make it in the land finals, then things can be different.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like let's just put this to a test, right? Who won BMPS last year?
It was Team Revenant X-Spark.
Who won second place?
Second place, I think it was somewhere...
Exactly my point. Anyways, you hate to say it. It's just a harsh reality, right? It's harsh reality.
Simple.
But all things considered, let's take a look at how the teams are going to be performing here. And as you can see, the circle is going to be shifting all the way towards Pachinki, onto his farm as well. So it's a pretty centered circle for all this team. So I would say this is equal rotation time for every single one. It all comes down to choosing your terrain wisely. And currently, VST in a very, very awkward position. They were going for Georgia Bowl, but there's just too many teams in Georgia Bowl, and now they're forced to loot the outskirts instead. And this is not looking good. It's not a good start for VST right now.
Yeah, it's not looking too good either. God's given, though, after winning that previous game, it's going to be a big catapult, especially for their ego and even the confidence that they needed. A team like God's Given was dominated in quarterfinals. They were not able to perform that well, but I'm loving some signs of life being showcased, even by a team like God's Given. Vasista Esports on the screen. Bukar, he's got a few players in his crosshairs. He's not going for the shots just yet. Vasista Esports realizing that their position's noticed. That's why instantly backed away. I like the presence of mind from the side of DOD.
Well, speaking of DOD, seems like a Volcano taking one of the latest teams to actually drop in towards their usual drop spot. It took them exactly 3 minutes 50 seconds to actually reach Novo. That is the longest, or in this case, the latest team to actually start their journey in their looting phase. Not the greatest, but to be honest, I'm worried for Volcano right now. Like, it took them 4 minutes to reach their drop spot, whereas the rest of the world has begun looting, rotating, choosing their spots. So I don't know if they can find their spots in the middle here, to be honest.
I mentioned this too. Going towards military base is going to be a tough stretch. And they somehow pull it off towards North Pnoi.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not, to be honest.
It really depends, right? If a lot of fights do happen around the edges, then that's a good thing for this team, since they will have an easy way in.
Okay. But speaking of the most easy way in right now, they have to go through Wildfangs. And so far, Wildfangs has not had I would say, a tendency to gatekeep the bridges himself.
I like how you said, so far the easy way in, and they have to go through Wildfangs. But hold on to that thought. Realme P3 Ultra 5G with smartest AI gaming control, world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and also 90 FPS BGMI gaming. If you move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some interesting rewards.
Well, interesting rewards. It is currently out at 22,999 rupees. Just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G to find out for the specs and maybe walk away with some amazing rewards. Meanwhile, as the journey continues, we have to take a look at how Ligator Esports and K9 is going to be doing. They are currently the table toppers with 26 and 22 points. And currently, if you want to safely secure your spots into the top 6, you have to have 30 points per day. So that means 60 points pretty much guarantees you in a spot into the semifinals.
It pretty much does. And speaking of points, 4TR, they've just got one single point. This is honestly concerning. The way 4TR was playing in the quarterfinals was much better. They had a nice head start to play with as well. In the first 3 games itself, 4TR, they made a name for themselves. They seemed more confident. And now, moving on towards the knockout round itself, you can clearly see those jitters.
It comes down to the stages of the competition itself, right? Each stage, each round has different kind of strategies that you have to execute. Against known teams, obviously you have data to work with, but in the wildcard stages, you have absolutely no data. So this is a test of skill, flexibility, and adaptability of all these teams and how their IQ pretty much brings them to the chicken dinner.
Yeah,
how quick they react as well.
As you mentioned, right, it's mainly about adaptability. How well do you adapt to the lobby? How well do you adapt to the surroundings? And if someone is able to adapt quickly enough, they will be the one to prevail. And I guess Phoenix Esports is a prime example of that, right?
True. But Phoenix Esports, played in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
They sucked in day 1. And then they came back on day number 2. Same for Hyderabad Hydras. They sucked in day 1, they came back for day 2. They have some data, and again, the trend continues, right? Every grind team that kind of sucked in day 1, they do really, really well in day 2.
Yeah.
But for these teams, none of these teams is going to get that opportunity to perform in day 2 off data.
But then you look at K9 Esports. On the day 1 itself, they're doing really good.
Well, they fumbled on day number 2. Same can be said for Likita too.
Yeah, but right now, K9 Esports is topping the charts in this group itself. Look at the Esports with 22 points, not that far back, solid stuff. And honestly speaking, if both these teams keep on creating that vacuum, it's going to be a major problem, especially for the teams on the latter half of the board. I'm speaking of Vasista Esports, Do or Die, Wildfangs included, even Ace Officials. It feels like Ace Officials are really trying hard to get something done, but no matter what they try to bring on the board, they always get caught.
Agreed. And of course, what color is your Bugatti right now?
Mine, it's transparent.
Me too.
Yeah. That's why you just can't see it.
I know, right? And in this case, some of these teams are making their way into his Pachinki. Seems like a tactical approach, and it seems like a trend here is going into to the wildcard stages. But guess what? Tapa, perfect sights, perfect headshots, and that's going to be the knock coming in from Tap. Doesn't even need to tap those shots. Just spray his way through, gets the connection. But do they want to go for the confirmation? Because 4TR might be able to pick him up.
Yeah, but that's going to be involving too much risk. I don't think Vasista Esports is going to go for that. And considering Vasista Esports' stance as well in the overall standings, I'm pretty sure Vasista Esports would really want to go for this risk.
They can. They want to. But seems like 4TR, they scout out remnants of their vehicles coming in from them. They are going to be shooting at those vehicles, taking a couple jabs in, but Circle is going to be shifting to Pachinki. Seems like we will see another Pachinki Circle once more here, Necro.
Yeah, I would love to see some urban warfare once again, right? It's always fun. A little bit of those hilly terrains as well involved, especially for the teams out in the open. They're always messed up big time, and Wildfangs right now is out in the open. There's a big chance Wildfangs can be wrapped up with 0 points once again. So many teams trying to make it in. 4TR, they're still towards that church vicinity, and 4TR now needs to be extra cautious.
Well, they do. They definitely do, because expecting company is going to be fighting their way through here. Everybody is looking for center control this time. Nobody's trying to play edge zone. The strategy of the meta has completely shifted. Whoever gets center will dominate a majority of the times. And I said a majority of the times, because in the earlier stage of the game here as well, look at how Seoul played it in Game 2.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Seoul's a complete different conversation, but hold on to that thought. FS Esports, things could have been real bad for them. Players were out in the open. Dreams is still driving around that same vicinity as 4TR. They've lost out on a man. Man disadvantage stacked up against 4TR. What can they do? Batar's done for. No way the man can be recovered. Insidious will put that nail in the coffin. Batar gets confirmed. That's going to be the opening knock for the players of FS Esports they were looking for. And since the opponents know they don't stand a chance in the fight anymore, they just back away.
What a passive game. It took 9 minutes and 53 seconds for the first strike to happen. But guess what? Shots are fired. Vasista Esports is making sure nobody gets into Pachinki. And this is the exact same spot on how Hero Extreme Godlike held down the fort here. This is exactly the spot they are going to be holding in. I mean, not Hero Extreme Godlike. It was Godstraight that played it. This same spot yesterday. And it has worked out for them. But seems like we might be expecting Vasista to try and replicate it. And Mysterious 4 is going to be playing the Jelly Ditch.
Here's the thing. Vasista Esports, they're too much in the city at this point. If the zone moves away from the city, they're done for. I don't think Vasista Esports can't survive for too long. There's just so many players, so many teams in these open terrains. If Vasista Esports tries to make a mad dash, they're done for. And coming up with a proper pathway will also be super tough. Vasista Esports, they're looking to make the pounce on the man. And AKOP's all by himself from 4TR. He gets eliminated. That's going to be the nail in the coffin.
Well, lessons has been learned. You have to check every single corner. Great housekeeping coming in from Vasista Esports. They're replicating exactly what God's Rain did yesterday. But the question here is, will they be able to take the chicken like how God's Rain did yesterday?
I'm pretty sure the zone's going to move away from them. That's going to happen.
Feels bad, right?
Yeah. It's probably going to move in towards that Potato Hill or even down south, maybe towards DOD.
Yeah, Potato Hill seems to be a good spot as well. Like you said, it is going to shift up, and K9 is in prime position to dominate the lobby. But the question here is, Potato Hill is not exactly an easy hill to hold on.
Yeah, there can be so many possible angles you can be shot from, especially for K9 Esports. I'm pretty sure they love to play with the odds. They love to play with a lot of risk as well. So let's see if K9 Esports can actually defend that hilltop, because I'm pretty sure, knowing the fact that Potato Hill's empty, K9 Esports will definitely try to contest it.
Well, speaking of contention here, VST still on the furthest edge of the zone themselves. They somehow have to rotate in past everyone. Same can be said for Likita Esports. They are still stalking the farmhouse outside of Pachinki. Looks like they want to try and take out a couple of competition, punish a couple of rotations in before heading in themselves. But it seems to be a huge cluster from the southwest corner. So many teams. And even Volcano Esports is going to be driving by very, very soon from the southwest corner.
Indeed will be. But guys, something that's going to help you out in your own gameplay and in your own competitive games, that's going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, smartest AI gaming control. And as we all know, 90 FPS BGMI gaming with the world debut of Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. All you need to do is move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win a lot of rewards. But hold on to that thought. You've got Urkar Esports instantly getting wiped out in that mix as well. DOD. Some quick moves on the board, and that was honestly an impressive wipe, and all the kudos goes to Palu.
Yeah, this is taking too long. They need to clean out people. It's too crowded. But as soon as they say they do DOD, they may have gotten it. The third party comes through. Mysterious 4 looking to capitalize on their demise, and do or die, they have to cut off the limb to save their body. But even that is not going to matter because Vets also gets taken out. They're trying to run away, and Mysterious 4, they went for the hit and run. And just like that, they regroup and reset.
Survival seems dicey. Reaper's still alive though, and he's looking pretty healthy. But his vehicle not so. It's on the verge of being exploded. Look at the esports as well in the elimination feeds dancing. They're taking a fight against the players of U7 as U7's trying to make it back to safety. They don't want any funny business against Look at the esports. And for U7, the way they've been playing, it feels like they're really good with their survival tactics. But when it comes to firepower, when it comes to executing the fights, that's where U7 lack. And that's where Look at the esports will have a clear-cut advantage. And that's why they've also got the man advantage inside of the entire fight.
Fight, fight, fight. Likita Esports, they have to fight through every single thing. Right now, they have one knock on Hector. They need to go in for the reset, and same for the rest of the world. Everybody is trying to push in. God's Given Esports this time do find a couple of finishes themselves, but this time the circle is not going to be giving to them because it is going to be heading towards the potato hill once more. And Wobble Gaming is going to be in smack middle of everyone in those S intersection compounds.
Look at God's Given. They're just trying to be as annoying as possible. Taking pop shots against the players. Look at the esports as well. That's right in the sidelines. Rage spotting out the players in the ditch. Burst taken. Nothing found. I'm not exactly sure what that nade was either. Maybe he's trying to gather attention of the opponents. At the moment they peek out, things will be dicey. Beautiful shots from Reflex. Catches Viper. The man's knocked out though. Look at the esports. No problems in going for the reset.
20 seconds before the circle moves in. Both teams need to get the heck out of there. And God's Given Esports, they don't really want to let them off the hook. And Likita, as soon as this reset comes through, they probably need to make for a desperate attempt and rush into the zone now. Because as of yet, they're going to get shot. And this re-knock on Goblin is not going to make things good because the circle is just about to move. Can they save him? Do they drive him off towards the next side is going to be the question. But it seems like they don't have time. Circle coming in. Goblin, he might be just re-knocked once more by the zone. He's going to try and make a run for it. And he's going to be fine for now. He has some sort of smoke, but I have to put that at pause because right now, Vasista Esports is crashing on M4.
Yeah, they're looking to unravel the mystery. Grind is the only man at top. Utilities were tossed in odds for the defense to come through, but for Grind it seems even tougher. There's also Fragger in the back lines, but Grind is way too up close and personal. He does not really have the odds talked with him. And since Mysterious 4, now they're just taken down to a two-man squad. That's going to be a default man disadvantage that Mysterious 4 is working with. Tabatav still gets knocked out, though. Revival's not impossible. He can be revived right now. Pakar and Fierce, these two big boys, they need to take care of business as another team's making that rotation right next to him. And Vasista Esports, all they can do is just stare at the players as Volcano, they move out in the open. This is such a big blunder. The remaining man as well is taking a lot of shots upon himself. He cannot stand that wrath.
Oh my goodness, mistakes by Arjun. The car flips sideways, and because of that, free finishes in the hands of both these teams. And now Reflex has only a small shack to hide with, and even the nades being lobbed over for Mysterious 4, they are going to try and clean him out. And that might be it for Volcano,
nade.
But the nade, where did the nade come from? Reflex!
Yeah, that's going to be Table Turner. A little window from that shack allowed him to toss that nade, and now Fragger left in a 1v1. Can he isolate the duel? Can he cut off the last man? But no, it's going to be the answer. Instead, Fragger just backs away because he knows there's a third party in the way. And Vasista Esports, they're desperate for any sort of points that they can get. Utilities are probably on the verge of being tossed as well on the upper floor. As Reflex, he gets eliminated from the game. And with that, the entirety of Volcano, they're now out. Still one man lies, a Mysterious 4 in the front.
Unlucky for Volcano. Unlucky, but Vasista Esports, a big game for the Mysterious 4. Needs to hold on for some sort of positioning points, but Vasista is going to clean out everyone from the east side. They are going to do it as a team. West side. Fragger stuck inside the smoke. He's going to get chipped off. He cannot afford to make a single sound. And guess what? Likita Esports gets scouted out. Fragger going to make his shot count, and no, it doesn't connect at all. And he goes down as well.
No frags for Fragger. Mysterious 4, this time the 3 games were a complete flop. And that's going to be stinging them in the longer run in the overall standings. And looking at the zone, as I mentioned, it's going to be shifting towards Potato Hill. If K9 Esports were proactive, and if they would have taken control, now they would have had all the players online.
Oh, unlucky, but Slug remains to try and clutch things out for the team. Likita Esports now in 30-point mark, K9 also 29 point, but everybody is eyeing to push up. And guess what, Goblin, playing from the southwest corner, how are they still alive? It seems like they will have a final run-in with Wildfangs right now, who has been holding down the fort from the south side. They're slowly inching in. But this is a game that Wildfangs needs to pull through. And guess what? They have the hovercraft on and safe.
They've also got all the players standing, so that's a good thing. Wildfangs does have a major shot at winning the game, but only if their placement's going to be good, only if their positioning's going to be good in this game. They're now wanting to cross over towards the safety lines, but Sensei, you can see the hesitancy clearly on the man. He does not exactly know where to find the breaching point from. There's so many shots around them as well, so Wildfangs, they're just overthinking a lot of these possible scenarios as Likita Esports, they were on the verge of at least finding the initial knock against Wildfangs. And if that happens, that's instantly going to be the equalizer that Likita Esports is looking for.
My goodness, Goblin realizes the significance of that. He's trying to take him down instead. He actually goes down, so that means the hovercraft is up for grabs. And Likita, they're getting shot themselves as well. From behind, from the back, from the front, everywhere. Shots fired everywhere, and only Goblin remains. Oh, they shot too long. They exposed themselves, and guess what? Vasista Esports is coming to wrap them up. Same can be said for Wildfangs, but as of now, Goblin focusing on Wildfangs, focusing on taking down the hovercraft. The nade comes through, but guess what? He gets the knock, but it doesn't matter because he goes down first.
Yeah, the man had too much on his plate, and he could not really bite on all of it. And now Trey Scott, since he's the only man who's looking pretty healthy, right next to Sensei. Wildfangs, for them, the terrains might just be even tougher. They need to go through a team like Vasista Esports, and they've got no other option. They need to go for the fight. And you can see Sensei just constantly driving around. He wants to play for the intel, but if Sensei gets caught, Wildfangs is done.
Well, it might be true, because as of yet, Trey Scott is trying to secure the hovercraft for the later stages of the fight. And currently, they're in an okay position, but not the greatest themselves, because Vasista Esports is currently on fire. They've got 8 finishes, and guess what? Fierce says, you know what? We're going to take this hovercraft, but Spray comes through. Do they get the connection? Fierce, he somehow survives. He holds on. He's going to buy time for the rest of the team because the rest of Vasista is coming.
Oh, they took over that hovercraft.
No way.
2 players inside of the hovercraft already. Fierce trying to pull off a sneaky play, but he gets caught instantly. Trey Scott's knocked. Sensei's still up close and personal, and that nade's going to seal the deal. Beautifully placed nade from Pukar will do the job, and Vasista Esports wiping out another team in this game.
What did I just watch? What the heck just happened? The thieves, the robbers, daylight robbery from Vasista. And right now, FS Esports gonna try to punish them. You do the crime, you pay the crime.
Yeah, third party from FS. Max is spotting too many players in the open. For him, it's a target practice. But even he gets chipped up low. Max now needs to back away, patch himself up, and re-engage once again. But this has probably been the best game for FS Esports so far.
Oh my goodness, you do the crime, and somehow they're still alive. Only time will tell. As the circle is about to move in 14 seconds, FS Esports continuing their aggression, but guess what? They lob a couple of nades and they are going to back off, so Vasista Esports will be able to find some sort of space, but it all comes down to securing the chicken dinner right now. Everybody needs this, and Vasista's got so much utility, so much vehicles, 11 finishes in the back, so much meds as well.
FS has too much match control. They need to do something. FS Esports, if they continue having so much map control, we all know they can be the one to scoop the chicken dinner. Vasista Esports at least needs to make the players of FS Esports hurt. And Tapatop now is going to be the man to lead the pack. He finds a little rock to play with, but that rock's not going to be giving him cover for too long. There's a big chance the zone might just move away, and Vasista Esports now just down to their one last man.
Well, last man standing. Can he make things work? Vasista Esports, they did not do well, but with this game coming in play, they might be able to bounce back to try and fight for top 16. And Wobble Gaming had an amazing journey, but this game, they're only down to 2 players with 0 finishes. And the one that may stop them is going to be Famey. Nate cooked up, looking pretty good. Here comes the knock from Fami and Ryder Esports. They are going to try and take a couple of jabs in, and guess what? They get the confirmation as well.
Beautiful stuff. Ryder Esports, a team with all the players on the line, and they can actually stand a chance to win the game as well. Wobble Gaming, it does not seem like they're going to stand a chance anyways. Wasista Esports eliminated from the game with 12 finishes. Beautiful stuff. Another nade tossed in, and that's going to put the nail in the coffin even for the players of Wobble Gaming. Ryder Esports, 7 finishes on the line. This seems like a nuclear performance if they can keep up the pace.
This is the bounce back they need, and Ace official. Phantom last man remaining. FS Esports has got them pinned. It's a 4 versus 1 now as Phantom goes down. Final 3 team. 4 versus 1. And VST has a solo player in Pratik. Can he clutch things out? He's the 1v4 god, but it doesn't matter in the presence of Exist. You only exist because I let you exist.
Ryder Esports with a 49% chance of winning the game, and FS Esports with a 50%. FS Esports just having the odds with them for now, but those odds are not too big. Ryder Esports at the end of the day, even they've got 4 players standing, but this has been the best game for Ryder Esports and FS Esports so far, and it would be the best possible way to close things off as well.
This is a very, very important game coming from them. Both these teams needs the chicken to try and pull the gap here. FS Esports, Ryder, both of the teams underdogs. But take a look at this. The circle seems to be favoring towards FS Esports. That means Ryder, they have to push up to them.
Yeah, they need to push outside of the comfort zone. And Ryder, they might just end up exposing themselves too much. They need to be careful, not overstepping the boundaries. Zyro, Util's tossed in a blind spot. Those are not going to provide any sort of value. They're trying to lay out a smoke pathway, and I don't think that's going to do anything either. FS Esports, in my opinion, they need to spread themselves out at this point. Max, maybe try and claim an off angle. Try and flank the players. Look at Fragger, what he's trying to do. Tossing out a smoke pathway. Trying to create the off angle on the players of FS Esports. But since FS Esports, they've got the high ground to play with, I understand what they're trying to do here.
They're trying to wait things out, but Fragger, he needs to go for a flank. But the question here is, does FS Esports realize that they are getting flanked? Because they're looking at the same angle for the longest of time. And it seems like FS Esports, they're going to re-rotate to this fight.
I guess FS Esports' game plan is pretty much simple. Contest the high ground. Simple. They do not even want to care about anything. They just want to play from the high ground. That's it. But in my opinion, circle advantage means a lot. And that's what Ryder Esports is trying to do. If Ryder Esports gets the circle advantage, FS Esports is done. But you can see Dreams now separating himself from the pack, so that's a good thing as well. Because Dreams is going to give them that map control and also a lot of intel to work with.
Oh,
the nade
no.
was tossed so well and even cooked to perfection as Max, he's going to put that player out of commission. Another man on the verge being knocked out. Dreams with the off angle is doing a lot of damage. Fami on the verge being knocked out. Ryder Esports, all the efforts for what? Just to get knocked out in such a way.
It's all about the perfect nades. Ryder Esports, they want to pick him up. FS Esports, they know they're weak. They're going to try and punish this. But can they get the reset? Don't let them through. Fragger, he dodges a bullet by a second. The nades almost clipping him by. And Fami also getting his reset. And all they need is the opening knock for Ryder to bounce back. And the reset comes through. FS, they can't get the confirmation at all.
The overall advantage still with the players of FS though. So that's a good thing. Dreams behind the vehicle, once again separated. Dreams does have a lot of intel. He does have the positioning as well. But he just can't strike yet.
They just need that knock. And all they did, the moment they get the knock is the opening they need from Ryder. Dreams now, he's got his exposed. His position completely exposed. All they have to do is just play things very, very safe. But look at this, Insidious. He's got a P90. It's going to shred through those armors.
Yeah, spamming in the smoke. Shots were taken in there. Dreams
no.
behind the tree as well. As he's patching himself up. Insidious with the P90 in his hands. Maybe he's looking to get things under control, but that nade was really good. If the vehicle wasn't there, that would have been a confirmed 2-piece. Rider Esports now with the advantage inside of the fight, and you can see even the odds are favoring them heavily. But FS Esports, they just squeezed that revival. Insidious still has got his hands on the P90, so Rider Esports needs to be real cautious, but still they're able to find those knocks, and those are quite the crucial ones as well. The P90 is starting to strike, as the knocks are now going to start to happen back and forth. And for Rider Esports, it's just down to that one man. FS Esports with the man advantage inside of the fight. Dreams, he needs to create the off angle. The last man gets spotted too. He knows exactly where Fragger is. Shots taken against him. Fragger now, he's got a little cover to play with. But Fragger, since he's the only man against the two players standing of FS Esports, the odds are stacked against him.
2 versus 1. 2 versus 1. And only Fragger remains. They found the opening, but they just could not clean them out safely. And just like that, FS Esports has got him pinned down and right at the edge of the zone as well. They know exactly where he is. He's stuck on the tree. Here comes the nade. Does it connect? It's a little bit far off. But Dream slowly repositioning to get an even better flank. And Fragger, can he punish this? So many nades being lobbed over. And Fragger just right at the edge. He's going to dodge the bullet. But just because of that play, he gets shot. He exposed himself. And Crypto was able to get the fight. FS Esports takes the chicken dinner.
He wanted to avoid the LOS off that nade, but then in the end ended up exposing himself to that player. FS Esports, what a way to close things off, and they desperately needed a chicken dinner too, because the first two games were not FS Esports' way.
Oh boy, what a game. What a fight here coming in this final circle itself, because we do see a little bit of a tactical approach coming from all these teams so far.
Yeah,
and
we do.
The trend here in the wildcard, both groups, everybody will play very passively, very tactically on the third game.
Now look, for FS Esports, they did get the chicken dinner, but the work's not cut out yet. The same thing can be said for Rider Esports too, since they had a decent amount of elimination points and also a second finish. That means that's also a mega game for them. But let's be honest, look at the Esports, that inconsistency is going to haunt them. The same thing can be said for K9 Esports too, and I don't understand, why didn't K9 Esports go for that high ground?
It's a little bit unfortunate, right? Potato Hill is a little bit hard to hold on in terms of the compound itself, because it takes too much of a widespread, and there's so many angles that can mess you up as well. Because once a drive-by comes through, there's no way you're going to be regrouping in time. So I understand that is what they're going through, but personally, I feel like right now, based on the overall standings of all this group here in Group D itself, I think Johnny brought up a very, very good point. He mentioned that this group is so evenly spaced out in terms of points that it is going to hurt everyone's chances to break past the top 16 later on, which in this case, 45 points is the minimum you gotta have based off quarterfinals results.
Yeah, this group is the potential group that can definitely increase the threshold by margin. And let's not forget, we still have 2 more groups to come in the action. So even that's going to be super interesting, right? Especially looking at those remaining groups as well. One of the groups seems super sweaty as well. So in my opinion, even that group can increase the threshold by quite a lot.
Agreed. And of course, to increase the threshold of you guys playing on the best performance phone out there right now, it's going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G for the 90 FPS BGMI gaming, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Just Google it on Realme P3 Ultra 5G to check out those specs. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, so be sure to check it out. Now, all things considered, we have pretty much concluded day 1 of the wildcard stages. And obviously Group B and D has pretty much completed their first 3 matches. A reminder to all viewers out there, in the wildcard stages, nobody is going to be playing each other a potential second time. Well, some will. It is going to be a shuffle. Same group. Long story short, you get the picture. So after these 3 games, they will be back in action on day number 3 with a completely new group.
Exactly. Based on the overall standings, the groups will be reshuffled once again. So that's super exciting too, right, IC? And now, as we have seen, of course, the no-names dominate. Even the newer bunch dominate so well. This just increases my hopes for the LAN finals this time around, man. So many new teams can actually be there and maybe stand a chance to host that trophy for themselves. But as we move on towards the highlights of that previous game, look at the esports. Unfortunate outing for them. Vasista Esports this time, they had quite a solid game.
Yeah, I think Ryder also had a very, very good game themselves. But Vasista Esports, this is a very needed comeback for them and to actually try and fight for the slot into the semifinals themselves. Because if they didn't get a big game like this in terms of finishes, they are pretty much going to be out for the running as well. And obviously, we do have teams like 4TR who's completely struggled towards the entire 3 games themselves with a whopping, 4 points in general. It is going to be very, very tough for them to actually come back. And I feel like this is a game where both FS and Ryder is able to make some sort of comeback. And because of this comeback, it pretty much gives them a chance and a shot to qualify the top 16. And based on quarterfinals results, the biggest comeback is done by both Hyderabad Hydras and Phoenix Esports. And Hyderabad Hydras started their journey with 9 points to reach 55 points.
Since unexpected teams are getting a comeback, they're also increasing the cutoff. And that's not a good news for the teams on the verge of making a comeback or on the verge of being moved out to the latter half of the board. So they need to be real quick on their feet. As we move on towards the MVP of that previous game, of course it's Goblin with 5 finishes and 698 damage dished out. Look at the esports with quite a consistent game. Crypto 2 from FS Esports getting 5. You've got Tapata from VST from Vasista Esports, my bad, with 5 finishes. You've also got Zist right there with 4.
Exist definitely really stepped up big time from the side
Yeah,
of Ryder as well, because he actually denied the opportunity of Pratik from making a potential 1 versus 4 again. We've seen it happen, but not this time, unfortunately for him. Of course, with that being said, FS Esports, they take the chicken dinner, they get themselves 11 points, they will get themselves 21 points. Ryder Esports, 10 finish points, but also the second place, will give them 16 points. Vasista Esports doing a big run here with 12 finishes, but not a very, very high placement points, will give them 14 points.
Even VST, they're on the 4th spot in the overall standings. They're not doing too bad, right? I mean, since they've got 9 points in that game, that's honestly quite a decent outing. You've also got, look at the esports right there with 9 points too. Look at the esports consistencies there. It's marked, but the real problem really continues for K9 Esports here, man. Just getting 3 points off of that game, that's real concerning. Mysterious 4-2 just getting 3 points. Volcano Esports with just 1 point. Yeah, the problems are really over here on the latter half of the board. God's Given, they got the previous chicken dinner, but that inconsistency once again hits them hard. As we move on towards the overall standings, FS Esports, they get 31 points. Look at the esports getting 31 points as well. So pretty much the big names, they're once again in the top 3.
Well, this is a big game coming from all 3 teams in general. Even K9 Esports is in that picture as well. They're so close to the 30 barrier, and all these 3 teams needs to do for the next upcoming match on day number 3 in the wildcard stages is very simple. Get another 30 points means you are going to be qualified into the top 16. Same can be said for Ryder Esports, Wobble Gaming as well, Vasista Esports, and Mysterious. For all these teams are in the 20 ballpark, which is not the greatest, but is not the best as well.
In the upcoming 3 games, even Vasista can pull off a major comeback. They've got 18 points in total, I see, so all they need is maybe 10 points in the upcoming game, and instantly VST too can propel themselves directly in the top 5. So VST's 3 games weren't that bad, but if you compare them to a team like Wildfangs, then yeah, they played much better. Wildfangs with only 9 points in the span of 3 games. That's really concerning. At the start of the day, we made our predictions. I went with K9 Esports. I'm happy with their performance.
Well, I would say everybody won but me once more.
Maybe like, not U7.
U7 did pretty okay. They started the journey pretty okay. It's just that Game 2, Game 3 was a little bit lacking, but I would still say they're in the part of the top 8 here. But everybody pretty much won. Ligita, K9, obviously these are the favorites coming into this group here, the group of destruction. And guess what? They tag team and destroyed the whole lobby.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm not even sure what Wildfangs can do at this point, right? Since based on the overall standings, the reshuffles are going to happen once again. Wildfangs is just going to cross their fingers and hope that they're going to be placed in a different lobby, which might just be a little bit better.
Yeah, hopefully things will be a little bit better for them here as well, because Wildfangs needs to pull a big one in order to actually overcome all odds to potentially qualify to the top 16 as well. Again, for these guys who do not know what happened in quarterfinals as well, Phoenix Esports and Hyderabad Hydras was able to bounce back in day number 2 of their performance, despite very, very poor performance in this stage as well. But the question remains, do they have the data? Yes, they did from the quarterfinals. But this team's in the wildcards. I don't think Wildfangs has enough data to do anything in this situation. So you can only pray for luck. You need high finish volumes. You need to achieve what Seoul has never done. First time here in Realme BGIS, 28 finishes in a single game and a chicken dinner, then you're back in action.
I mean, look, Seoul only got 11 points in 3 games. So I guess Seoul and Wildfangs are pretty much on the same boat here, I see. And if these big names really do not perform, that's also going to be a big question mark from the community itself. What exactly is going on between these names?
Well, it seems like it might be just a new era for Realme BGIS. It might be the era of the undergods this time, because we've seen all the tier 1 teams fight for the trophy every single time, the top competitions here. And as of yet, to see some of these tier 1 teams slowly getting whittled down just
yeah.
gives a lot of opportunities to may or may not appear on the grand finals itself.
Generally speaking, a lot of these teams should take inspiration from Hyderabad Hydras and Phoenix Esports, right? And just try and know exactly what they did to qualify. Phoenix Esports just went all guns blazing. They did not even care. They played like there's no tomorrow. And Phoenix Esports, they cracked the code. They were the one to qualify at the end.
Hey, again, I'm going to bring up the same quote I've used multiple times as well. A man with no fear is a man you should fear. In this case,
True.
if you've got nothing to lose, just go do whatever. Be a madman, because who knows, you might actually get away with it.
Come with a clean slate in the upcoming games that they've got left over. But still, there's a big question, right, in what groups these teams are now going to be placed when the reshuffle happens. Because tomorrow, we're going to see a complete new set of teams. And let's not forget, even those groups are super sweaty, man. You've got a few known names, understandable. Hero Extreme Godlike as well is going to be a part of that action. And let's not forget, one of the group is filled up with a lot of undergod teams.
Yep, of course, that is going to be Group A. That's going to be playing very, very soon, tomorrow as well. We're going to be starting with Group A and then going on into his Group C.
Yes.
But to be honest, out of all the 4 groups, I feel like Group C, especially for tomorrow, is going to be extremely sweaty.
It will be real try-hard tomorrow. But with that being said, the day also comes to an end. We'll see you guys tomorrow with a complete new set of groups. For now, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself.